À l'ordre.
Order. It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation for the electoral district of Repentigny in the province of Quebec following the death of our dear colleague, Mr. Benoit Sauvageau.
Pursuant to subsection 28(1) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed on Tuesday, September the 5th, 2006, a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill the vacancy. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir.
I have the honor to inform the House that the Senate has sent a message to the House informing it that the following bill has been passed.
An act to repeal legislation that has not come into force within 10 years of receiving royal assent. It being 11:05 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-283 in the name of Mr. Wappel, the Food and Drugs Act, food labeling.
Mr. Wappel, seconded by Mr. Szabo, moves that Bill C-283, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, food labeling, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to be back. Since 1989, I have been working to provide consumers with information from which they can make more informed food choices. Today, I'm going to bat again for Canadian consumers by proposing modest but sorely needed measures to ensure they have important health-related information about many of the processed and restaurant foods we eat every day in this country. Diet-related disease is steadily straining our healthcare services and, if unchecked, will create staggering demands on our future capacity to fund public health care and an unnecessary drag on our economic growth, which also limits our capacity to finance health care. The need to better address preventable chronic non-communicable diseases has been acknowledged in 3 consecutive Liberal speeches from the throne, and Liberal, Conservative and NDP provincial governments all agreed with the federal government for the need to tackle diet-related and other chronic diseases in the communiqué of the September 2004 First Ministers' Conference on Healthcare and 4 recent communiqués of the federal, provincial, territorial Ministers of Health. Diet-related disease is an urgent public health problem in this country. Heart disease, stroke, certain forms of cancer, diabetes, osteoporosis, and dental health all have links to diet that are well recognized by scientists. For instance, the diet-related cases of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and certain forms of cancer cost the Canadian economy $6.6 billion annually due to healthcare costs and lost productivity. Diet-related risk factors for disease shorten the average Canadian's healthy life expectancy by nearly 5 years and prematurely ends the lives of tens of thousands of Canadians every year, to say nothing of the pain and suffering these preventable diseases inflict on victims and their families. These days, precious few Canadians grow, prepare, or even cook their own food anymore. It is unthinkable that we should be eating food without knowing its contents. When the Liberal Party formed government, we promulgated mandatory nutrition labeling regulations for most prepackaged foods that the media dubbed the gold standard globally. But when it comes to ingredient information on processed food and nutrition information on labels of fresh-cut meat and restaurant menus, Canadian law and industry practices are little better than any other country and much worse than many. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada estimates that those new labels that were passed will reap $5 billion in benefits to the economy as a whole, from reduced health care costs and increased productivity over the next 2 decades. These benefits are 20 times the cost to industry of modifying food labels. I ask Canadians, should we pass up an opportunity to save the healthcare system more than $2 billion over the next 2 decades? And, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-238 can be implemented even less expensively than the new nutrition labeling regulations because it only requires nutrition information for a small number of national chain restaurants that typically have standardized menus, and many chains have already done the analysis. Plus, my bill permits meat packers to use common, government-approved nutrition databases, and it only requires readily available ingredient composition data on processed food labels. Nearly 30 groups, collectively representing over 2 million Canadians, support the measures in this bill. And in the past 2 years, support for one or more of the 3 components of Bill C-283 has been articulated in expert reports published by the Canadian Population Health Initiative of the Canadian Institutes for Health Information, 2 reports of the U.S. Institute of Medicine, an expert body upon which Health Canada often relies for scientific advice, the Chief Medical Officer of Health for Ontario, a call for action by the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada, an editorial in the Journal of the Canadian Public Health Association, an advocacy statement of the British Columbia Healthy Living Alliance, and a report commissioned by the British Columbia Cancer Agency and the Canadian Cancer Society of British Columbia and Yukon. Even the Canadian Food Inspection Agency initiated consultations on a proposal to establish a watered-down form of my proposal requiring percentage ingredient disclosures on products that, for instance, promote blueberry pancakes, which in fact contain little or no blueberries. The fact that the CFIA abruptly discontinued consultations on even that modest proposal illustrates the need for Parliament to step in. By introducing Bill C-283, I'm seeking to achieve three objectives. First, to close a loophole in the new nutrition labeling regulations for packers of fresh meat, poultry, and seafood. Second, to extend a simplified nutrition disclosure requirement to large chain restaurants and menu boards, chain restaurant menus and menu boards. And third, add a requirement that multi-ingredient processed foods disclose the amount of key ingredients, especially for ingredients that are the subject of marketing claims, or for ingredients that are known by the scientific community to have protective or causative effects on major disease risks. In short, it facilitates informed purchasing decisions, not uninformed or increasingly ill-informed food purchases. Statistics Canada says that Canadians spend about 30% of their food budgets on restaurant meals. Even McDonald's restaurants alone claim to serve an average of 3 million Canadians every day. Plainly, it is no longer an occasional treat to eat at restaurants, but rather a central feature of daily life in Canada. Yet we rarely see any nutrition information on restaurant menus or menu boards. It became clear to me and some of my colleagues that the costs of even chemical analysis would be less than a penny on the price of enough food to feed a family of 4 in a typical fast food restaurant, and cheaper by half to calculate such information from existing databases. Some industry efforts, though encouraging, are really not effective, whether by accident or design. For instance, McDonald's restaurants now provide nutrition information on the back or the underside of tray liners. Imagine on the back or the underside, for heaven's sakes, instead of on the menu boards where the information could actually be used by consumers before they make their purchases, or even on the front of the liner so they can read about what they're eating to help them make more informed choices for their next meal. Some restaurant owners made the outlandish argument that menus would have to be modified to accommodate every conceivable special order that a consumer could make, such as extra sauce, pickles on the side, with or without cheese, shared orders, etc. But menus at Subway and White Spot and even Extreme Pizza, companies that emphasize made-to-order foods, found a way to report at least some useful nutritional information to consumers despite the alleged difficulties. Without such information, even trained nutritionists consistently err in estimating calorie counts from physical appearance only. My bill also proposes to mandate that manufacturers of processed foods show on labels the percentage by weight of key ingredients. This information will help consumers choose more nutritious products, say products with more fruits or less added sugars. Requiring this information will also help protect consumers against deceptive ingredient claims by unscrupulous manufacturers that tout the presence of appealing ingredients like vegetables or whole grains, but actually put very little of those ingredients in the product. Percentage ingredient labeling rules are in effect in Thailand, the European Union, New Zealand, and Australia. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency acknowledged the need to establish percentage ingredient labeling requirements. However, the CFIA's now dormant proposal leaves open many avenues for consumer deception about ingredient composition and fails to require disclosures that would effectively aid consumers in selecting more nutritious products. My bill does not suffer from the same defects. Health Canada and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada have already done a thorough job of demonstrating the need for nutrition labeling on prepackaged foods in the regulatory impact analysis that accompanied the amendments to the Food and Drug Regulations promulgated in January of 2003. An exemption for fresh meat, poultry, and seafood appears to have been granted in response to claims by several industry associations in 2000 that it would take 4 to 5 years to generate nationally representative nutrition data tables for various cuts of meat and species of seafood. But for years, Health Canada and various Canadian industry associations have published such data. Well, 6 years have passed, and Bill C-283 would provide all parties yet another 2 years to refine their data in any ways necessary. Without such nutrition information, how many Canadians would know that a 3-ounce serving of trimmed, broiled, top-round beefsteak has only about 1 gram of saturated fat, while a 3-ounce serving of trimmed, broiled, shoulder blade pork steak has 4 grams of saturated fat? A 4-fold difference in saturated fat content between 2 cuts of meat the same size that is not evident from visual inspection or even taste. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that in a previous Parliament, a Conservative member, now a Minister of the Crown, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, spoke very favorably about an earlier version of this bill. He said, and I quote, "What the member is attempting to do would be very difficult to argue against. We are concerned with the health of Canadians. They have a right to know what they are eating. It would serve the purposes of a lot of people in Canada if we could find a way to adopt this legislation. Details have to be fleshed out in committee. We support moving Bill C-398 on to the next logical step. I hope all members of the Conservative government will demonstrate the same good sense as that honourable member. I hope that members will not prevent Canadians from getting vital nutrition information they sorely need to make health food choices for their families and themselves. The scientific basis for requiring that this information be provided to consumers is tried and true. Scientific consensus is that Canadians should consume more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, beans, and less sodium, added sugar, saturated and trans fat, and for most of us, fewer calories. By now, I think and hope, Mr. Speaker, the food industry has seen the writing on the wall. I urge my friends on both sides of the House to ensure that that writing ends up where it should be and where it can do the most good, on the food labels and the menu boards. I urge them to support this bill by sending it to the Health Committee for in-depth study with a view to improving the bill for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood Assiniboine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and not to forget St. James. I wonder if the member could explain how a bill of this nature could be enforced. There are jurisdictional issues, there are inspection issues, and there's a very large cost associated with that type of enforcement. So I wonder if the member could comment on that aspect of the bill.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. It seems that he had a good time hiking in the summertime. Looks like he hasn't attended to his beard, but I think it looks great. Thanks very much for the question. The Canadian government is charged with the responsibility of ensuring the health of Canadians. We have many ways that the health of Canadians is monitored and that services are delivered to Canadians, and many of them, of course, involve regulations that need to be enforced. Already we have the prepackaged food labels, and there are serious penalties for breaching those labels. However, clearly, many times what occurs is that the consumers themselves, if they happen to notice that something is not properly labeled or if information is missing, they notify the appropriate government agency, and then inspectors will come out and take a look at it. Obviously, like the Income Tax Act, we don't have enough people to examine everybody's income tax return, but there are spot checks, spot audits, spot examinations. And so that's how it works. As for the claim that this would be terribly, terribly expensive, that's simply not true. You already have a menu board. Instead of a large picture of a Big Mac, you can have a smaller picture of a Big Mac. And right beside the price, you put 700 calories as shown. That's all you have to do, right there. It doesn't involve a lot of cost, particularly for chain restaurants that do not have a lot of changeover in their menus. And there is some nuance in the bill to allow for those restaurants that do have some changeover. Any of these problems that have been mentioned can also be examined in depth in committee by bringing expert witnesses to answer those questions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member for raising this issue. It's an issue that's near and dear to my heart as well. Mr. Speaker, there are some elements of the right to know, to make informed decisions. There's the obligation to inform, and there also is the obligation to be correct in that disclosure, which apparently is not the case. I wonder if the member could advise the House, if you're aware, is who is exactly against this legislation and why?
I guess there are two ways. Thank you for the question. I guess there are two ways of looking at it. It's almost impossible to be against giving consumers more information. That's like being against motherhood. I guess the objection would be the method by which I'm attempting to deliver that information. And the objection from the restaurant industry is that, as I said in my speech, oh, well, we cannot possibly think of all of the permutations and combinations that a customer might order on a pizza, for example, or in a Harvey's hamburger where they're touted that you have it the way you like it, sort of thing. And the answer to that is, the idea is not to try to make it difficult for people to sell food to consumers or to make it difficult for consumers to eat it. You simply say, standard hamburger, 400 calories, add-ons extra. And it should be obvious to consumers that if they buy a hamburger with a bun, it's 400 calories. The main arguments are impossible to do, and that's nonsense. And the second argument is too costly. And all of the studies have shown that it isn't too costly, and clearly the prepackaged nutritional labeling regulations that came in 2003 are in effect, they have not bankrupted the industry or skyrocketed food costs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to discuss a private member's bill, Bill C-283. Bill C-283 proposes amendments to the Food and Drug Act that would make nutrition labeling mandatory on raw single-ingredient meat, meat byproduct, poultry meat byproducts, and marine and freshwater animal products. Products would be exempted if the sale are below a certain amount, provided the label contains no nutrition or health claims. For simplicity, let me refer to these products as raw single-ingredient animal products. Bill C-283 would also require that food sold for immediate consumption information on calories and the amount of sodium and the sum of saturated and trans fats per servings be provided on the printed menu. If the menu options are set out only on a menu board, only the number of calories would have to be indicated on the board, and the sodium and fat nutrition information would have to be provided to customers upon request. When food is sold in 2 or more flavors, or in bulk or in buffet formats, the nutritional information would be required to appear beside the name of the food on the platform in which the product is sold in bulk or in buffet format. Besides the name of each flavor or beside the general name of the food as appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I note that Bill C-283 proposes to require the same nutrition information for raw single-ingredient animal products that is required for prepackaged foods under the regulations published by Health Canada in January 2003, which came into effect in December of 2005. These regulations exempt raw single-ingredient unground meats, meat byproducts, poultry meat byproducts, and marine and freshwater animal byproducts from carrying a nutritional fact table unless the nutrition or health claims are made for them. These exemptions were included because of the lack of representative data on the nutrition composition for these products that takes into account the sources of variability such as seasoned spices, feed, or trim level. Lack of such data presents a risk of mandating the provisions of inaccurate information to consumers. Since nutrition labeling is mandated on comparable products that are prepared in processing plants such as raw seasoned meats, it is expected that major cuts of raw ingredient meats and poultry meats that are packaged in plants will be voluntarily labeled if satisfactory data is available. Mr. Speaker, in regard to the proposal in Bill C-283 to require certain nutrition information on printed menus, menu boards, and adjacent to food for immediate consumption sold in bulk or buffet formats, I note that the Canadian Restaurant and Food Services Association recently developed voluntary guidelines for providing nutritional information to consumers. This voluntary program will provide consumers with nutrient values that are consistent with the core nutritional label information required for packaged foods and will include calories, fat, saturated trans fats, and so on, cholesterol, sodium, carbohydrates, including fiber and sugar, and protein content of standard menu items. Since the February 2005 launch of the Nutrition Information Program, more than 25 of the major restaurant chains, representing about 40% of all chain establishments, have committed to implementing these guidelines. Many of these chains have already completed this process and are already providing nutritional information to their customers. The guidelines state that nutrition information be made readily available to restaurant consumers through in-store brochures or pamphlets, and that the availability of the nutrition brochures will be predominantly displayed on menus, menu boards, and such vehicles as takeout and home delivery packages. In general, the chains are making progress in implementing the voluntary guidelines are the larger firms who have some access to the expertise required to do so, and these appear to be the target of Bill C-283. Mr. Speaker, the voluntary program has the potential to provide consumers with the important nutritional information without the need for new legislation, which would be expensive and burdensome to implement. The voluntary guidelines may provide consumers with information that goes beyond Bill C-283 requirements while avoiding the need for complex and costly governmental regulatory and enforcement programs. Mr. Speaker, it would therefore seem prudent to allow the voluntary program time to work and to assess its effectiveness. Bill C-283 proposes to exempt persons whose establishments or vending machine business has a total revenue of less than $10 million from the sale of food, including income from all subsidiaries and franchises. The intention may be that the bill would only apply to those chains with standardized menus and highly controlled production facilities, since these are the minimal conditions for providing reliable nutritional information. However, the bill would also apply to hotel chains, many of which have independent restaurants with their own menus and with more variable conditions of production. A further concern is the fact that, at present, restaurants and food service establishments typically fall under provincial jurisdiction, and inspection is the responsibility of the provinces. Consequently, there would be a need for consultation with the provinces and territories. Bill C-283 would create heavy additional inspection requirements either for the province if they agree to undertake the work, or for the federal inspectors and laboratories if they do not. No federal inspection system currently exists at the restaurant level, which represents thousands of establishments across Canada. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-283 contains exemptions based on the dollar volume of sales. It proposes exempting from its requirements for raw, single-ingredient meats, poultry, or marine and freshwater animal products, persons with gross annual revenue of less than $500,000 from the sale of the same food, provided no nutrition or health claims are made for the product. It also proposes to exempt from its requirement food sold for immediate consumption by persons whose establishment or vending machine business has a total annual revenue of less than $10 million from the sale of food, including income from all subsidiaries and franchises. This introduces an economic aspect currently absent from the Food and Drug Act, which would need to be assessed. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the importance of nutritional labeling in assessing or in assisting Canadians to make healthy and informed choices about the foods they eat. This is why Health Canada introduced and improved nutritional labeling regulations, which became mandatory on most prepackaged foods in December of 2005. Health Canada is also currently working with industry and other stakeholders to find practical ways to develop reliable nutritional information for consumers about specific meat cuts and to determine the best means to assist consumers in making informed choices when eating away from home. Mr. Speaker, this government remains committed to helping Canadians maintain and improve their health. I commend the intent of Bill C-283 in this regard. However, a number of initiatives are already underway which address the intent of Bill C-283, as I have already described. These initiatives should be allowed to bear fruit without the need of potentially costly and burdensome legislated requirements. Mr. Speaker, those are my remarks, and I look forward to continuing in this very interesting debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as spokesperson for the Bloc Québécois in the area of health, I am pleased to rise today to speak to this very important bill. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest has brought before the House a bill, Bill C-283, which deals with amending the Food and Drugs Act. We know that this member is very interested in the health of all Canadians. It's a matter that he's been working on for more than 10 years now. Health Canada in 2000 announced recommendations concerning nutritional labeling. And we do know that some of these recommendations certainly follow on studies that he made and issues that he brought before the House. Since December the 12th, 2005, we can read nutritional information on products, and that allows us to make a more enlightened choice in our foods. That informs people. The list of ingredients tell the consumer about the number of calories, the fats, the type of fats, the cholesterol, the sodium, the fiber, sugar, protein, and the vitamins, and even iron contents of the foods. We also have a Canadian food guide, which is on sale at the present time. Therefore, this would be a supplementary source of information with respect to the nutritional value of food. With respect to the bill, we do have some questions, but I would like to say that we support the bill in principle. That is, we support the principle underlying the bill, which is to better inform consumers and allow them to eat more healthily. Nonetheless, the bill does contain certain points that we wish to look at more closely. For example, the inclusion of meat, poultry, seafood, raw seafood in the rules that are presently in place. This would put on the restaurants and food services a mandatory obligation to provide certain nutritional information with respect to the percentage of fruits, grains, and vegetables. And these are at the very heart of advertising very often. people increasingly want to base their purchases on what is contained in the foodstuff that they buy. This is the third time that this bill has been brought before the House. In March 2004, it was sent to committee. My colleague for Hochelaga Maisonneuve, who at that time was the health spokesperson, moved a motion for a round table with respect to the bill so that some experts from the industry and also experts from the health area would be able to debate the issue and set out certain guidelines. However, we know that in 2004 there was an election, so there was no follow-up to the consultation. No recommendations were made, no report was submitted. This is why we would be in favor of this bill. We would support this bill because we would like to go a little further in our investigation to have more enlightened choices available for citizens when they purchase their food. The Bloc Québécois has always asked for more transparency in the area of food labeling. Given the principle that the consumer should be entitled to know precisely what he or she is buying, I cannot oppose a bill that would be a step in that direction. I want to specify that there are some questions that remain in our mind with respect to the measures that are in the bill. But nonetheless, the underlying interest is very important. This is why this bill will move on from second reading to committee, to the Standing Committee on Health. And I would say that the committee would be better placed to look at the details of the provisions more closely and make the necessary amendments. Taking into account the constitutional responsibility of the federal government, it's very important for the committee to attach priority to this bill. You only have to think about the issue of obesity in society today and the concern that there is for healthy food. We want to see people better fed, we want them to have better nutrition, and we want them to have far better information with respect to the food that they eat. I am now going to go over each of the measures that exist in this bill, and I will express some of the caveats that we have with respect to them.
These issues will be looked at in committee and may lead to proposed amendments. First of all, there is the general thrust of the bill, and we know that we need to fight against poor quality food. There's a lot of talk about obesity. We need to keep in mind that this is not the only problem caused by poor quality food. There are illnesses like cancer, osteoporosis, dental disease, and so on. It is certainly true that labeling cannot change everything, and that poor nutrition is also part of an overall educational exercise. But giving information to consumers can certainly not cause any harm. We know that there are difficulties with labeling of raw food, including meat and so on. And I'm wondering about the ability to calculate the nutritional amount contained in each portion. There are a lot of variables. It is true that would be difficult to ask a butcher to calculate the nutritional quantity in each piece of meat that is prepared. The statistics exist, though, and we could certainly find some reasonable numbers. So we need to keep in mind that the information to consumers is a priority, and I'm sure that we can find the measures that we need to. However, the measure in the bill that talks about the percentage of ingredients used in food does not seem to be a problem. Representatives of the industry feel, though, that such a measure might open the door to intellectual property problems, so we need to investigate how these provisions could be developed. Other countries have adopted such measures like Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Thailand, and the European Union. But there again, we need to look at their legislation and see what we could apply here. and see what the industry was able to do with the implementation of that type of legislation. Finally, the measure that is perhaps the most controversial in this bill deals with the obligation on restaurants and food services to provide nutritional information on their menus. And I want to remind you that voluntary labeling has not worked very well. For example, tobacco is a good case. However, I really wonder whether some restaurants are going to be able to follow these rules. For example, some little fast food joint or a high-quality restaurant that has a different menu every day may have a great deal of difficulty. We will need to look at the interests of restaurants, and once again, I think that we need the opinions of others who have been involved in this sort of thing when we look at this in committee. It is important to see how, by strengthening labeling rules, we can reduce the problems with poor quality nutrition. Labeling of genetically modified organisms is also an important aspect, and I'm rather disappointed to see that some of aspects like that have been left out of this bill. Canada has still not come up with mandatory labeling in that area. A number of other countries are looking at the labeling of GMOs, and we should do so as well. Consumers are not always able to identify whether there are milk substances in the products, and we need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support Bill 283 going through second reading and moving to committee, and I have 5 points that I'd like to make about this. The first one is that in today's environment, many people are more concerned about what they put into their body. It is, in many ways, a more educated consumer group, although not in large, perhaps, numbers, but a much growing consumer group that is concerned about the content of what they feed to themselves and maybe more importantly, to their children, to their families. And so for that reason, I think that we have to move in that direction because we've heard this from the public. Although there has been some progress, the public is asking for more. The second point that I want to make is around health. The environment that we live in and many of the environmental illnesses that we are seeing as a result of an environment that is uncontrolled is that we are seeing more illnesses, some of which are triggered by food or create other illnesses that are triggered by food. And I think that in this case, it truly can be a matter of life and death. Even the kinds of allergies that we see developing. Everybody knows about peanuts. Does everybody think to ask whether it's cooked in peanut oil or the other kinds of food allergies that we're seeing that we wouldn't have seen 10 years ago because we're seeing this change in our environment? And as others have said, we spend about 30% of our food dollars in meals that are outside of our home, which means that not only do we not know in the food outside our home, we need that opportunity to be very conscious of it as we are with the foods that we bring into our home, and this may raise awareness about that as well. For instance, my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, who has spoken very articulately about trans fats, and the effect of trans fats on health, people want to know. People need to know, and now we're seeing a little bit more voluntary disclosure of trans fats in packaging, but people still want to know when they're eating out if somebody is using something that has trans fats in it. They may choose, for health reasons, for personal reasons, for preventative reasons, not to make that choice. The same thing with sodium. I'm not going to repeat all the diseases that my colleague from Scarborough Southwest raised, but sodium in particular, with the increasing number of people, young people, by the way, with high blood pressure, have to know the amount of sodium in the products that they are eating both when they are home, but certainly when they are out. The third point I'd like to make is the point about we have a right to know what food we are putting in our bodies and what food we are feeding to our families. It's not a privilege, it's a right. And we need to know that. And this bill, while there may be parts we need to debate, there may be amendment, there may be things that need to be changed, I am more than happy to move it to committee in order to help us have that kind of exchange. But I think that those diseases, particularly diabetes and high blood pressure that we are seeing more and more and more in younger and younger people, reflect for us the need to be very conscious of what we eat out. And when we know that children and teenagers are eating out a lot, and that just the other day a physician was telling me he diagnosed a type 2 diabetes in a 12-year-old, then we know that that is an effect of some of the foods that they are eating outside of their home. Fourth point is education. We do need to do more consumer education about this. We do need to find clear, easy ways to be able to do that, bearing in mind that not everybody has the same literacy rate across our country, but it is giving good consumer education. And the last point I'd make is, having said that about consumer education, I have to raise the point of poverty, because many people this legislation will not be able to affect because they cannot afford to make the healthy choices of fruits and grains and what is that in that other people can make. And they continue to go into fast food restaurants because they are less expensive and feed their family foods that have ingredients in them that have high carbohydrates because it's all they can afford. And so this will not address that in the same way, but I need to raise it. So in review, the current environment, health, rights, education, and considering the issues of poverty. I'm happy to pass it on to the Health Committee, where we can review the legislation from other countries, look at how it's been implemented, and I agree that voluntary agreement does not always have the success rate that we might like when we get a voluntary agreement on almost any issue. I think the success rate tends to be not nearly as high as we hopefully expect that it will be. So these concerns can be addressed by the panel. And having said that, I thank you for the opportunity.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I again want to congratulate the honourable member for yet again raising this bill. He has championed this bill for a number of years. And Mr. Speaker, he has done it in a way in which he presents to the House an important national priority. It's a health priority, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to quote the member from his speech. He says that, and I quote, "Diet-related disease is an urgent public health problem in this country. Heart disease, stroke, certain forms of cancer, diabetes, osteoporosis, and dental health all have links to diet and are well recognized by scientists. For instance, the diet-related cases of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and certain forms of cancer cost the Canadian economy $6.6 billion annually due to healthcare costs and lost productivity. Diet-related risk factors for disease shorten the average Canadian's healthy life expectancy by nearly 5 years and prematurely ends the lives of tens of thousands of Canadians every year, to say nothing of the pain and suffering these preventable diseases inflict on victims and their families." Mr. Speaker, this is a health issue. It's an important health issue, and I believe it's a national priority. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote from the American Journal of Public Health, September 2006. Mr. Speaker, the article, which is entitled, if I can tell you, attacking the obesity epidemic. Mr. Speaker, here's the first paragraph. It says, and I quote, 64% of American adults are either overweight or obese, and the obesity epidemic shows few signs of weakening. Although the precise number of deaths attributable to obesity is difficult to estimate, obesity is clearly a major cause of preventable death. Not surprisingly, improving the healthfulness of American diet has become a national priority. Mr. Speaker, it's a national priority in the United States. Apparently, it is not a national priority in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. He spent most of his time reading to us some of the elements of the bill. I was hoping, Mr. Speaker, that there would be some cognitive words about the value, the health value. Mr. Speaker, I've often thought that the measure of success of a country is not an economic measure. It is a measure of the health and the well-being of its people. Mr. Speaker, how is it that we do not recognize this as a national priority? We have ample evidence that producers of the products that would require such labeling have not been fully truthful with consumers, or have not provided any information, have not recognized their obligation to fully inform. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a right to know what they're consuming. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it should relate to all matters which are consumed. As a matter of fact, right now, I think beverage alcohol is the only consumer product that can harm you if misused, that does not warn you of that fact. And I hope that we will have an opportunity to debate that bill later on in this Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, this is along the same lines. I know what the producers have to say. Oh, it's too expensive. It's too expensive to do this. And, oh, by the way, you can't possibly do that because a pizza could have 2 servings of pepperoni. And how am I going to calculate these things, Mr. Speaker? Well, I thought that the member was very, very cogent to suggest that even if you deal with something as basic as a hamburger, we know what the base product is. It's a hamburger, and here's how many calories. Mr. Speaker, today Canadians are becoming more cognitive about what their nutrition is. But when you look at the figures, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that Canadians, in fact, do not know how much they can hurt themselves, even if they're generally aware. I think that there has to be a caution, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the health and the well-being of Canadians. So let me go back to this report on attacking the obesity epidemic in the American Journal of Public Health, Mr. Speaker, because I thought that the conclusions that they reached were very, very relevant to this debate as well. In the discussion section, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to read it again, so I'll quote these, it says, as a response to the increased prevalence of overweight and obesity, which has been linked with the greater consumption of foods prepared outside the home, legislation has been proposed at both federal and state levels that would require the provision of nutritional information for restaurant food. The study shows that for a number of items, consumers vastly underestimated the calorie levels, fat, saturated fat, and sodium levels. On average, less healthful items were underestimated by more than 600 calories, and then they realized just one restaurant meal per week. An extra 30,000 calories a year would be added to their diets. These unaccounted calories could cause weight gain of approximately 9 pounds annually, holding all other factors constant. Over several years of time, the degree of misestimation could cause significant weight gain. Given substantial differences between expected and objective values, these findings indicate that inclusion of a nutritional information on menus offers information that would be beneficial to consumers. Well, Mr. Speaker, the United States, in this research study, just this month, Mr. Speaker, has clearly shown that this is a health issue, and a health issue, Mr. Speaker, which in fact does touch on the health and the well-being of Canadians, on their personal health, their health care costs, and their productivity, as the member laid out so eloquently in his speech. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, for some odd reason, seems to think that, well, we have a voluntary program and the voluntary program is working. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is not working. This issue has been on the table in front of Parliament for years. Mr. Speaker, why is it that the Parliamentary Secretary has to talk on a partisan basis as to how do we keep items off the agenda, which are not our own items, when he should in fact be representing the wisdom of Health Canada? What is Health Canada saying about this? I didn't hear references to how Health Canada responded to the suggestion that we should have nutritional labeling. Mr. Speaker, if it is not a matter of protecting the health and the well-being and promoting the health and well-being of Canadians, then, Mr. Speaker, the bill should not be here, but that's clearly not the case. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time, it is about time, that Parliament looked objectively at the facts with regard to issues like this, which affect the health and well-being of Canadians. I think now is the time for action. This bill should pass its second reading. I hope that we will be able to go to committee to bring informed witnesses to make their argument on all sides, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important. It's not just enough that the Parliamentary Secretary should suggest, well, let's thank you for bringing it up and we'll keep it in mind. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary should have come here and said, let's have a look at this. There is some good evidence here. There is also some good argument on the other side. We're prepared to send it to committee and to debate it and to hear from witnesses so that Parliament can make informed decisions on the health and well-being of Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a privilege for me to stand and be able to speak to this bill from my colleague from Scarborough Southwest. He's brought this before the House. He's had it actually in committee before, and we've discussed it many times. And the intent of the bill, I don't think anyone in this room would argue with the intent. The idea that individuals in Canada should be able to have the information they need. But before I get into my deliberation, I really have to take exception to the honourable colleague who just spoke and tried to address the Parliamentary Secretary on his speech with regard to his partisan comments. I don't believe they're partisan at all, and I would suggest that if my honourable colleague really had an intent to do something with this, he was in a government for 13 years that had a majority government that could have actually dealt with the issue of labeling far sooner than to do it in a private member's bill. So I find it very rich, Mr. Speaker, that I get that kind of comments from my honourable colleague all across the way. But let's talk about the actual private member's bill that is before us, because it does flow into what the Health Committee is actually doing at the present time. We're actually vaulting ourselves into a study on childhood obesity, where we understand and discern from Stats Canada that 26% of the children across this country are really at obesity level or an overweight situation. That also is reflected in not only our children but also in our adults. But we have a very serious problem in this country. It's an epidemic that we have to address. So the argument to this bill isn't the intent of it. The argument might be, is this the right vehicle? Is the problem in society that Canadians do not know what they're eating? Or is the problem in society that they're choosing to eat the wrong things? All being that they know that they should be moving away from their computers and their television sets more and being more physically active and be eating healthier diets. So is the issue a matter of knowledge, or is it a matter of choice and the wrong choices? And I like the idea of this private member's bill for one aspect, and it certainly allows us the opportunity to raise awareness of the issue. And I think that's a very positive thing, and we're going to continue that in Health Committee as we address childhood obesity, looking at witnesses from across the country and discerning some of the things, some of the blocks, you might say, that we can move with respect to what we can do at a federal level to address the obesity problem. Because as we look at the healthcare system, and many of us in this room are very concerned with healthcare, as the baby boomer generation is getting into their older years, and they're starting to consume a tremendous number of healthcare dollars. And we realize that the weight of the pressure that they're going to put on our healthcare system is significant as we move into the next 20, 30 years. The pressure really hasn't started yet. It'll start within the next decade, and it'll intensify out to 2040, 2041, and then not relieve, but just sort of slow down as far as pressure. At the same time, if our children who are obese are going to start having heart and stroke, cancer, diabetic problems at the same time, hitting the system at the same time. So even just from a demographic perspective, we have to address obesity in our country as aggressively as we possibly can. For that, we need to raise awareness, let the population understand the battle that we're in, so that every Canadian can discern for themselves and discern as a nation what we can do collectively to be able to address it. Now, I think that many lives can be saved because of addressing the problem. They can live healthier lives. The healthcare system can be saved a tremendous amount of cost as the population takes responsibility on its own. What we are arguing in this bill is this the right thing to do? Do we have to legislate every part of our society so that people understand that that they're eating the right things? Well, one of the problems that I have with this bill is actually in the labeling, because a label that is there, if it's not an accurate label, is a misleading label. And we see that, and this comes from my agricultural side, that an individual who has a certain molecular composition of fats within a certain product. I'll give you a perfect example. If a French fry is made out of or is boiled in palm oil, it's 50% saturated fat. If it's in soybean oil, it's 20%. If it's in canola oil, it's 7%. These are kinds of things that change the molecular composition of the fat content of that. The genetics of an animal also will change the amount of fat that is in a certain ingredient or a certain cut of a beef. The amount of feed or the type of feed that animal has actually got. The age of the animal. All of those things go into the difference that it will make in the consumption of the individual who's eating it and the amount of calories and product that he's having. So when it comes to information, we have to give accurate information. If we're not giving accurate information, it's misleading information. I suggest that many things in this bill would lead to legislation that would give misleading information, would be clumsy. If it goes into committee, we will address it in as aggressive ways as we possibly can. But at the present time, I see that legislating this sort of thing is not where we need to go. We need to inform a population about how to address the problem with obesity in our society. That's a direction that I applaud and I will push for as aggressively as I possibly can. I don't believe that this is a vehicle that we should be using at the present time. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time that I've had.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Ordinance du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, second reading of Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act.
Nicholson, seconded by Mrs. Werner, moves that C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak on the Bill C-16, fixed dates for elections. And I'm very pleased to be standing here in my capacity for Minister for Democratic Reform. It's something that very much interests me, and I'm delighted to hold this particular portfolio. Mr. Speaker, I have been of the belief since going back to my days at Queen's University when I studied the parliamentary systems and the different legislatures around the world. I'm absolutely convinced that the British parliamentary system, as adapted by Canada, is the best system in the world. And it has a tradition that goes back centuries. Some legislatures can point to a history of years, in some cases even decades. We can go back many, many centuries, and the British parliamentary system has provided effective and secure government, stable government, for people around the world, and I believe we are very lucky to have it. But we've adapted it to ourselves, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's what's important. And I think what's important to realize is that no system, even the best system in the world, is not static. It must change. In Britain alone, from the times of the Magna Carta, there were huge changes over the years to the system, all adapting, all making the system a better one. The Constitution of 1688 is a good example, a break from the past, but nonetheless an important change. And we too in Canada have made huge improvements to the parliamentary system in our short history. I think back to the 1800s when various Canadian provinces developed the concept of responsible government. And in responsible government, it meant that the governor was taking his direction from the legislature. And this was a huge step forward. Everyone recognizes that that made government fairer, that made it more democratic, that improved the system that we had. And some of the changes are large, some of them are incremental, but they're all, I believe, moving in the right direction. We only have to look back in the last century, Mr. Speaker, some of the changes that were again made in Canada, the extension of the voting franchise. If you go back a little over 100 years ago, voting in our system of governments was confined. It used to be confined just to property owners, and then it was extended to adult males. And into the 20th century, that changed. I remember this point being brought home to me during the election of 1984. I visited one of the senior citizens' homes operated by the region of Niagara, and I met an elderly woman. And I, like all new candidates, was shaking hands and saying hello to everyone. And this woman stopped me. She said, "Mr. Nicholson, I just want you to know that I have voted Conservative in every single election since the Conservatives gave me the right to vote." And, you know,
good point.
It took me back. Well, what I said to her is, I said, "Ma'am, it must give you a good feeling to know that you've always been right." and indeed she has been. And, Mr. Speaker, another Conservative Prime Minister, John George Diefenbaker, of course, continued to extend that franchise to Canadians when he extended the voting rights to Aboriginal Canadians. And I think everyone at the time and since have realized these are the steps that we have to take to make our system more democratic and more fair. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to have the opportunity to talk about another change in our electoral system, one that I think will improve it. And that, of course, is Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, which would provide fixed-date elections. I'd like to begin with a description of the current process for calling elections, and I would like to discuss some of the difficulties associated with it. This will be followed by a discussion of the many advantages that I think that we will have when we adopt this piece of legislation, as I hope this House does. Currently, it is the prerogative of the Prime Minister, whose government has not lost the confidence of the House of Commons, to determine what he or she regards as a propitious time for an election to renew the government's mandate. And that could be 3 years into a majority government, as I believe we saw in the year 2000, when the government felt it was to its advantage to call a snap election and to try and get another mandate. Or I will go back to the early 90s when another government with which I'm very familiar decided not to go in 1992 but waited until 1993. And so that particular parliament lasted almost 5 years. So there's quite a bit of leeway, Mr. Speaker, as you know. And when the Prime Minister, under the current system, requests the dissolution of the House, the Governor-General, unless there are very unusual circumstances, agrees, and the country finds itself in an election. So what we have, Mr. Speaker, is a situation where the Prime Minister is able to choose the date of the election, not based necessarily on the best interests of the country, but in the best interests of his or her political party. And I think C-16 will address those concerns. Mr. Speaker, before going into the details of the bill, allow me to discuss the key advantages of a fixed-date election. Fixed-date elections will provide for greater fairness in election campaigns, greater transparency and predictability. Transparency and accountability. The President of the Treasury Board knows all about that and how important that is. This is what we want. There will be improved governance, I believe higher voter turnout rates, and I think it will assist in attracting qualified candidates to public life. Let me discuss the issue of fairness. Fixed dates elections will help to level the playing field for general elections. The timing of the general election will be known to everyone. Since the date of the next election will be known to all political parties, they will have an equal opportunity to make preparations for the upcoming election campaign. And instead of the governing party having the advantage of determining when the next election will take place and being the single party that may know for up to several months when it will occur, all parties will be on an equal footing. And I think that has to be of interest, particularly to opposition parties that have not had that opportunity to call an election. Every party will know when the election will take place and will be able to make the appropriate plans. Another key advantage of fixed-date elections is this measure will provide transparency as to when general elections will be held. Rather than decisions about general elections being made behind closed doors, general elections will be public knowledge. Instead of the Prime Minister and a small group of advisors being the only ones who will know when the country will move into the next general election, once this bill is passed, all Canadians will have that knowledge, and I think that makes it fair. I said that would improve governance. I think it will. For example, fixed-date elections will provide for improved administration of the electoral machinery by Elections Canada. The Chief Electoral Officer in the majority situations will know with certainty when the next election will occur and will be able to plan accordingly. This will certainly give greater efficiency to the work of Elections Canada and, quite frankly, will save money. All of us know the situation where the Elections Canada is trying to make a reasonable guess as to when the election is going to be called. They're scrambling to rent space and to come up with locations for voting. All these things cost money. It seems to me this will save money if they can say with certainty when the election is going to be called. I said to you, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we'd have higher voter turnouts. And I think that's another good reason. We are suggesting that the elections be held on the third Monday in October, except when the government loses the confidence of the House. That's a time when weather is generally most favorable, I think, in parts of the country. I mean, indeed, in my riding of Niagara Falls, it's pretty well still summer, but I appreciate that being at the southern end of the country, that's not quite the same for others, but nonetheless, the weather is still pretty reasonable in October. I think Canadians would be able to plan in advance. Those who are thinking of taking a vacation, who might be outside of their constituency, they can make plans to get their vote in when they know with some certainty. And that's not the case if you're out of the country or you're visiting somewhere and the election gets called and you may or may not be back in the country. That poses some difficulty. So for those individuals who know well in advance when the election's coming, I think this is a step in the right direction. Well, and it's not just the people who are voting. How about candidates? All of us know people who want to or are prepared to get into public life, and sometimes when you're talking to them, when they want to know when the election is and you don't have a particularly good idea, it could be 3 years as it was in the year 2000, it could be 5 years as it was in 1993. Well, that's very difficult on candidates. People have other lives. They want to know. They want to know with some certainty when they'll be called upon to put their name forward. So I think it will help in attracting candidates to the next election. Mr. Speaker, those are some of the advantages. Let me give you some of the details of the bill. The legislation providing for fixed-date elections has to be structured, of course, to meet certain constitutional realities of responsible government. And they include the requirement that the government have the confidence of the House of Commons, and we respect the Queen and the Governor-General's constitutional power to dissolve Parliament. The bill before us was drafted carefully to ensure that these constitutional requirements continue to be respected. So the bill does not in any way change the requirement that the government must maintain the confidence of the House of Commons. Moreover, all the conventions regarding the loss of confidence remain intact. In particular, the Prime Minister's prerogative to advise the Governor-General on the dissolution of Parliament is retained to allow him or her to advise dissolution in the event of a loss of confidence. Moreover, the bill states explicitly that the powers of the Governor-General remain unchanged, including the power to dissolve Parliament at the Governor-General's discretion. Now, Mr. Speaker, we had a look at other pieces of legislation across Canada when we were putting this together, and I can tell you that this bill is very similar to legislation that is in British Columbia, Ontario, and Newfoundland and Labrador. And it should be noted that the legislation in those provinces are working.
Passed very quickly.
That's right. Well, the President of the Treasury Board knows all about this, having served with distinction, I might add, in the Ontario legislature. And it works. And I think that for those who think this is too much or have some problems with this, I think all they have to do is look at the experience. British Columbia, for instance, had its first fixed date election on May 17th, 2005. And it went well. It worked. And Ontario and Newfoundland will soon have theirs. Ontario's will be in October 4th, 2007, and Newfoundland and Labrador, October 9th, 2007. In British Columbia, there was no suggestion that they had either a lame duck government, as that expression has sometimes been used. It worked well, and people were able to plan with certainty. So, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you a little bit about the mechanics of this bill. This bill provides that the date for the next general election is Monday, October 19th, 2009. Of course, this will be the date only if the government is able to retain the confidence of the House of Commons until that time. So, for example, if tomorrow, on the Ways and Means motion on softwood lumber, the government were to be defeated, a general election would be held according to normal practice. However, the subsequent election would be scheduled for the third Monday in October in the fourth calendar year after the next election. So it could be, it moves depending on when the election takes place. And that is the normal model that would be established by this bill. General elections will occur on the third Monday in October in the fourth calendar year following the previous general election. However, in brief, we chose that date because it was the date that was most likely to maximize voter turnout and to be the least likely to conflict with cultural or religious holidays or with elections in other jurisdictions. We looked at it very carefully, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that this was a date that could work. This raises an additional feature of the bill that I want to bring to your attention, which provides for an alternate election day in the event of a conflict with a date of religious or cultural significance or an election in another jurisdiction. In the current system, the date of the general election is chosen by the government, so it's rare that a polling day comes into conflict with either a cultural or religious holiday. However, with the introduction of this, there is some possibility in the future that the stipulated election date will occasionally be the same day as a day of cultural or religious significance or of an election in another jurisdiction. The Ontario Act that we had a look at, along with the others, allows some variation, some slight movement to accommodate that. And what we are proposing, Mr. Speaker, is the same thing. Our bill would empower the Chief Electoral Officer to recommend an alternate polling day to the Governor and Council should he or she find that that polling day is not suitable for that purpose. The alternate day would be either the Tuesday or the Monday following the Monday that would otherwise be the polling day. Allowing alternate polling days to be held on the following Tuesday or Monday is consistent with the current practice, of course, of holding elections on a Monday or a Tuesday. Now, Mr. Speaker, some opposition members have indicated that this bill is illusory in that the Prime Minister can call an election at any point up until the fixed date for the election. But that is not how our system of responsible government actually works. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has to retain his prerogative to advise dissolution to allow for situations when the government loses the confidence of the House. That has to be there. Exactly. This is a fundamental principle of our system of responsible government. Moreover, if the bill were to indicate that the Prime Minister could only advise dissolution in the event of a loss of confidence, it would have to then define what confidence and the dissolution of the House of Commons then would be justiciable in the courts, something that we don't want. We don't want the courts to have to start to decide what is a confidence measure and is not. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill providing for fixed election dates is an idea whose time has come. I remember just recently, I think it was in June, there was a poll taken, and that 78% of Canadians support this particular idea. And I think it's good to note that the third week in October is already Citizenship Week in Canada. It's a time when we celebrate what it means to be a Canadian, and so that's another reason for putting it at that particular time. Of course, fundamental to being a Canadian citizen is our civic responsibilities, including our duty to vote. So, Mr. Speaker, this legislation provides greater fairness, increased transparency and predictability, improved policy planning, increased voter turnout, and will help to attract the best qualified Canadians to public life. And so I would hope that my colleagues will join with us in this House to pass this important piece of legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Listen intently to the government House Leader in regard to this bill. I was a little disappointed that he did not address some of the arguments that would tend to indicate that this is not all win-win. There is some risk elements here, Mr. Speaker. For instance, simply the aspect that, much like happens in the United States with their fixed election dates, the last year before that election is spent electioneering. And in fact, governance does not occur during that last year. And it's very likely that the Government of Canada would not be productive. And therefore, responsible government would not be present during a very long period of time. Canadians, I'm not sure, are ready for this. And the member also, Mr. Speaker, would also indicate that a poll's been taken of Canadians. I'm not sure if Canadians were given all the information that they would need to make an informed decision, and I think that will also be important. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question to the House Leader really has to do with the fundamentals. He referred to Prime Minister being able to go to the Governor General and to recommend an election. And he gave some examples of back in the 90s. Well, Mr. Speaker, the House Leader should, and I hope he will, confirm to the House and to Canadians that, in fact, that royal prerogative for the Prime Minister to recommend and the Governor General to dissolve Parliament without the condition of having lost confidence of the House will still exist under this legislation, and therefore a fixed election date is only providing a recommended date in the absence of a loss of confidence in the House or at the discretion of the Prime Minister to go to the GG, as has been the tradition in the past, to go to the Governor General and to recommend the dissolution of Parliament, which has, I think in all history, has always, except in one case where someone else was asked to form a government, an election in fact was called. So to be open and transparent with Canadians, will the House Leader clearly state that the royal prerogative, which means the Prime Minister going to the Governor General to call an election, even if there is not a confidence vote loss, there is still going to be an election when the Prime Minister chooses it.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member covered a number of different areas. He said one of the, I believe, disadvantages, and I hope it means he's not going to oppose this bill. I mean, it's fair enough to have some questions, but I really hope that this gets his support. He said there would be electioneering in the last year before the vote, and nothing will get done. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, it would be just the contrary. If Mr. Speaker, you were a member of a committee and you're trying to plan your time and you're trying to make a report, you'd know exactly when you have to have that done. I mean, it's very challenging when you have a system where, as we do now, The election could be after 3 years, after 4 years, it could be after 5 years. You're doing good work on committees. You don't know whether to undertake a new study. You don't know whether you should make any plans for the fall because you're in the dark. You don't know when the election is going to be called. So it seems to me that is one area where something like this would be a huge improvement in terms of trying to organize time. I had a look at what happened in British Columbia, and it unfolded. My colleague, the chief government whip, is nodding his head. I mean, things unfolded as they should. They had basically a normal campaign, as we might expect. And we're in the business of public life. We're always ready for elections. We're always keeping an eye on that sort of thing. So it seems to me that having it, knowing that it's in 4 years, I think more things will get done. He asked as well about the polling. The poll was taken in June. The honourable member, you could probably take it up with Ipsos Reid. It was their poll, and they're a well-known national polling organization. And I have every reason to believe that this is a fair poll. I have no evidence to the contrary, and the honourable member might want to take it up with them. But in fact, that's what they found, Mr. Speaker. Over 3/4 of Canadians like the idea of taking some discretion away. Now, the honourable member says, a prime minister, I don't know who he's talking about. I can tell them about this prime minister. This prime minister will live by the law and spirit of this particular piece of legislation. He is the one, and his government is driving this democratic reform. And it's not just fixed dates for elections, Mr. Speaker. We want to, the Senate tenure bill is an important piece of legislation. Again, these are all steps in the right direction, but again, it does not remove the royal prerogative. I was asked this question by one of the members of the opposition quite some time ago, and I assured him that the royal prerogative with respect to dissolution remains, but this is an expression of what the House, how the House intends to conduct itself, and I'm hoping that the honourable member will do the right thing and give us support and help move this to committee.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-St. Clair.
Windsor-Tecumseh, Mr.
Windsor-Tecumseh.
We changed a couple of years ago. To my friend, who is a graduate of the law school that I went to, Mr. Speaker, I always want to acknowledge that. Not sure it really helped him a lot in his political career in terms of where he ended up, but that aside. Mr. Speaker, to the Conservative House Leader, the NDP are in support of this bill. I think he's aware of that. But we have reservations around the minority government situation and the ongoing reservation of the royal prerogative in those circumstances. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, our concern is that a Prime Minister cabinet of the day can manipulate, if I can put it that way, the political agenda by way of designating any number of votes as being confidence votes, knowing that at some point they will provoke the combined opposition to vote against the bill. And I'm wondering if his government has given any thought to limiting that power of the government to specified areas, that is, only these types of bills, and I would suggest, because of historical precedent, that those should be money bills, but only those should be designated as confidence motions, and all others would be simply regular ones, and therefore would not provoke or justify the calling of an election if those votes failed against the government.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that I pointed out the problem. If we started defining what what constitutes confidence in our parliamentary system, we'd be open to this then being challenged in the courts. And I presume that all honourable members don't want to have the courts determining something like the confidence measure that is a part of our parliamentary system. Now, it's been around for hundreds of years. It's changed slightly over the years, but I think everyone understands it to be those things that are important to a government doing its job. Now, the honourable member says it might be just limited to money bills. I couldn't disagree with him more, Mr. Speaker. If this country put before Parliament measures to confirm that Canada will be at war, wouldn't that be something that is an awful lot more important than some spending in a particular government department? To my mind, it would be. And, of course, that would be a confidence measure. Just look at the softwood lumber agreement. I mean, this is an agreement between two countries, the three largest provinces in Canada. It's vital to the lumber industry. In fact, when it first came before Parliament, I said, look, this is not an agreement. This is a miracle that the minister was able to put this together. But nonetheless, this is extremely important. And yes, that is a confidence measure. So I don't think, and the member shouldn't do that, just thinking always in terms of dollars and cents as to what is important. It goes far beyond that, and that's why we worded the bill the way we have.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a delight to be back here in the House of Commons after the summer recess and to see you, sir, looking so well. I'm pleased to rise to speak to this bill today. As the official opposition House Leader mentioned when the bill was first tabled in this House, the official opposition supports this bill in general, but we do have some concerns to ensure that the objectives of this bill are properly met within the proper constitutional framework of this House of Commons and our relationship with the Crown, and also to take full advantage of some of the opportunities that the Government House Leader has mentioned to ensure that the efficiency, the cost containment, the decline in cynicism, the representativeness of candidates and such that are potentially the promise of this bill are actually fulfilled. But let's start first, Mr. Speaker, with the first section of the bill, which amends Section 56.1 of the Canada Election Act, saying, as has been noted, nothing in this section affects the power of the Governor-General, including the power to dissolve Parliament at the Governor-General's discretion. We've had a question from a colleague of mine and an answer from the Government House Leader with respect to what defines a vote of confidence and therefore a lack of a vote of non-confidence. And he has responded, well, very broadly, not just money. No, it might be war. It might be some other thing that the government thinks is very important. Well, that's the very type of looseness that can create uncertainty and I think create instability in this House, uncertainty in the public's mind, and a frustration of the objective of this legislation, which is otherwise quite appropriate. So I think we have to, and we will be looking to, in committee, we are not voting against this bill, but we will be looking, Mr. Speaker, in committee to get some constitutional definition around what we're talking about. I think when people look at the election in Germany in 2005, there are many people who reported at the time that it was their opinion that Chancellor Schroeder, as he then was Chancellor, manipulated the defeat of his own government to cause an election at a time that he thought was advantageous. And so I think we're going to want to look at what role the courts may well have on this, what role the Governor-General has, how much discretion is actually there, what's happened to that royal prerogative over time through disuse or whatever. It's an important thing for our constitutional democracy, and in committee we better get a good, firm grip on it, and in a way that I think does the basic work that has not been done yet to interpret the impact of this bill. Looking more generally at the bill, Mr. Speaker, I think that the House Leader Government House Leader is correct in saying that we have a building practice in this country, an experience with fixed election dates, and my province of British Columbia has now not only had fixed date legislation but had an election with fixed dates, and I must agree that this has worked out to, I think, as well or better than anyone who had some misgivings about it could have thought. It did bring predictability. It has actually demonstrated to many other jurisdictions in this country, provincial jurisdictions, that this is something that should be part of their democratic reform package. And so we have heard that Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, Quebec is looking at this as a way to go. And it may well be, Mr. Speaker, that this is just a trend that, as with Medicare in Saskatchewan, has been tested in the provinces, and its time has come federally. But we must, of course, always look to those examples for their experience and what we might do better with this legislation as it goes forward. The Institute for Research in Public Policy in December 2005 did an exhaustive study of parliamentary democracies and similar democracies to Canada and what sort of election timing legislation and rules they followed. And they found that only 11 out of the 40 similar democracies to Canada, only 11 have unfixed dates, such as Canada. So the trend globally is certainly towards that, and I think we should be taking that very seriously, and certainly not, therefore, put up any blinders to suggest that we've always done it a certain way, and therefore we simply can't change it. Others have changed it. It's working well. There are lessons we can learn from it, and that will be much part of this debate and the committee work. Certainly the efficiency argument has some real merit if it's really used responsibly. If the planning of committee work, if the planning of public policy development, legislative approval, bureaucratic implementation, if we take advantage of this certainty, not to simply become lame ducks during the last year, but to, in fact, plan efficiently right up to the date of that election or the date when the campaign starts, then there is real potential for efficiency to be achieved from that predictability. We know, certainly in law, legal principles, that in criminal law in particular, certainty is absolutely critical, and as a basic tenet of the criminal law of Canada. And we know in business that certainty is even more important than, and predictability is more important often than the particular taxation rule or regulatory rule. Business has to know what's coming and to properly prepare for it. And I think the work of the House of Commons, Canada, and the Government of Canada can benefit from that as well if it's properly planned. The fairness issue is a good one. The Government House Leader raises it. I think we must always, in our discussions in this House and in government, frankly, of how we develop public policy, look to the fairness not just from our own subjective point of view, but also from the view of the public. And I think we've had experiences in Canadian parliamentary democracy, if not federally, provincially, where the public has decided that the early calling of an election is unfair, inappropriate, and we saw that in Ontario some 15 years ago, and the government who called an early race paid for that through government, through the public's feeling that it was unfair. So that transparency, that level playing field, that coming to a place like Ottawa, to the House of Commons, with a firm mandate in a majority government to work to a certain schedule and to fulfill that obligation to the public, I think is something that should be emphasized. That fairness will help erode cynicism. And we're all, I think, too painfully aware in this House that the public is cynical. And we are constantly under pressure, and appropriate pressure, from the public, from our constituents, to deal with that cynicism that perhaps the best interests of individual Canadians are not always looked after in this House, and we've got to do everything we can to break down that cynicism. And I think that this, if it's properly implemented, then I think this can help to do that. And of course, if we increase fairness, transparency, planning, and reduce cynicism, that should lead to greater voter turnout. And that's one of the most important indicia of the health of our democracy, which slipped a bit in 2004. It's gone up again in 2006, but we're still far below what I would see, Mr. Speaker, as a healthy voter participation in our democratic process. So I think that's important. And of course, with the date that's been suggested of the third Monday in October, this helps with voter turnout with respect to the seasons. We don't have a lot of perhaps retired and senior citizens holidaying in the southern United States to avoid the cold weather. We don't have students out of university where they're not, or people otherwise away during the summer where they're not available to vote or take part in civics, the whole civic engagement. So that could all be very positive. I understand and appreciate that voting in February or January in Vancouver is no problem at all. In fact, we had a very great time in the weather in the Lower Mainland during the last election, but I do appreciate that other parts of the country, including Niagara, that wonderful temperate area during certain months of the year, could benefit from voter turnout for not having to face harsh winter weather conditions. The early fall date, I think, is an interesting one. Ontario has picked something similar. BC went for a spring date, late spring date. There is some consideration in British Columbia to move that to the fall. And I think there is some real purpose behind that. For one thing, the lead-up, the period of the campaign will be at the end of the summer rather than to suspending a parliamentary session in mid-session. And I think that's helpful. It's also helpful with the predictability of planning courses in high schools and universities around civics for seniors, for community groups, for new immigrants, around the electoral responsibility and the democratic process. So the predictability in putting those types of civic exercise into a predictable annual rotation is probably helpful with turnout as well. The question of representativeness of candidates is an important one. We know that we struggle in this country and certainly in this House to have appropriate representation of women, for instance, which is far below, of course, the pro rata size of the population. I believe it's 21% in this House, Mr. Speaker, and it's something that all our parties, I know, struggle with. And I think we have to struggle together as a House of Commons and look to this legislation to ensure that as it is finalized, and as it may be amended, but it is finalized and implemented, that it takes advantage of whatever opportunity a fixed date can provide for forward planning, for organizing someone's professional or family life, for fundraising, for the whole nomination process of candidates, to ensure that that increases the representativeness of this House, both by gender as well as to properly reflect the Indigenous and the multicultural and the linguistic duality and multiplicity of this country. And that could be an important thing. One of the problems, Mr. Speaker, that is that we all must be aware of and has been spoken of often is that this Americanization, further Americanization of the Canadian political situation. And I think that what we've got to do as we look to this legislation to ensure that that doesn't happen is to ensure that, and the fixed date may actually help if we do this properly, that there is a shorter campaign period. And the Government House Leader mentioned, and I think correctly, that electoral officials can better plan with a fixed date. And so a lot of the work that they might have to do during an election can be done actually before the campaign starts. So the campaign actually could be shorter. And with appropriate campaign financing and political financing laws, I think that could be very helpful. So I think that's something we want to pay very careful attention to ensuring that the campaign period is limited. The political financing laws are aligned with that to stop the great expense and lame duck or ever-ending practice of the American political process. There's another issue I think we should just look at briefly, Mr. Speaker, and then perhaps in more detail in debate in committee, but to look at what the federal election fixed dates, if we're going to head indeed in that direction, how they fit in with other levels of government and their electoral dates. And there is a possibility, if we can align through intergovernmental discussion, a possibility to, for instance, take Ontario, which will have municipal elections this fall, 06. It will have provincial elections in 07. Lord knows we're going to have the American presidential election in the fall of 08, and then, as set out in this legislation, a federal election in the fall of 09. Is there some way that we can annualize our civics courses, our public education, so that we're avoiding both overlapping elections, which can exhaust the public, frankly, but also take advantage of every year having a swing through a reminder, a refresher, mock elections and such in our schools and universities and colleges and communities to really heighten people's awareness of the issues and the importance of their democratic participation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would just put this aspect of democratic reform in a broader context. We have political financing reform. It was brought in by the former Liberal government. The Accountability Act takes further steps in political finance legislation. That hasn't been completed yet, but it's certainly in play, and political financing is a big part of the electoral framework. Another, of course, is election timing, and we're addressing that today. Another is the voting procedure and looking at different systems or combined systems to simply the first-past-the-post system. And we know that many democratic parliaments in the world operate on different voter systems, and we know the Law Commission of Canada has come out with a very detailed report recommending a mixed proportional system. British Columbia had a very engaged citizens' assembly process to look at a potential change. That didn't. That got almost 68% of the vote on a plebiscite issue, but not the 60% needed. But there are numerous jurisdictions across this country, I think there are 6 in all, looking at different voter processes. So that's another piece of it. And finally, it's the public engagement part of representative democracy, and that is absolutely critical, Mr. Speaker. Democracy is on a spectrum always between participation and direct and representativeness. And we've got to get that balance right, but it's only healthy if our representative democracy is responsive to the participatory engagement of our population. So that, as a fourth level of electoral reform, is something that as a House, I hope we're going to consider very, very carefully. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I appreciated the comments made by my colleague for Vancouver Quadra on this important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, already in the debate here this morning, there's been some discussion, questions from opposition in regards to this legislation. I thought the Government House Leader did an excellent job of explaining the rationale for the legislation and why we believe in the Conservative Party of Canada, why all members of Parliament would want to support this legislation as our Parliament and parliamentary institutions continue to evolve. I think that it is an important step forward. But my question, Mr. Speaker, really results from the fact that, as has been revealed, I had it turned down, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand. My question deals with the Prime Minister's prerogative to note that he and his government perhaps has lost confidence of this House and therefore precipitate an election. And there were some questions about that why do we still have to have that, and sort of an undefined what constitutes loss of confidence in this place. And I think the Government House Leader, as I said, did a pretty good job of explaining why that is necessary. We certainly don't want the courts to muck about and define what is or isn't a confidence motion for our Parliament. But But I would suggest through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague from Vancouver Quadra, that if we get this legislation in place, that there will be public pressure both on the opposition in a minority situation and on the Prime Minister and the government to very clearly explain to Canadians why an election would be necessary. I think that there will be increased pressure once you have a fixed election date in front of Canadians so that they're anticipating, they're planning for an election, in this particular case on Monday, October 19th, 2009, that if confidence is lost in this chamber and the Prime Minister is required under our system of government to go to the Governor-General and have her call an election, that the reality is that there would be increased pressure, even in a minority situation, I believe, Mr. Speaker, on opposition parties and on the government to explain to Canadians why we couldn't wait until that fixed election date. And I think that's a good thing, because it does provide much, at least the hope for, much greater stability in Parliament and in the nation.
Well, member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, through you to my colleague for the question. I think there are a number of ways of looking at this question. I quite agree with you that during a minority parliament, if there was a vote that was lost by the government in the House, there would be a very rigorous public debate, I'm sure, and political debate over whether that constituted confidence or not, probably before the vote as well as after the vote if the government lost it. So, you know, it's going to be a political context, and the Governor-General will, of course, be thinking very carefully about this legislation, what the spirit of it is, what her constitutional responsibilities and historical practice has been, and what the public debate has been and political debate has been. I don't have any doubt about that. We have another situation, however. I mean, there is an uncertainty there, however, and I think one of the useful things that the committee can do is to look at, are there some defining points? Are there some not rigid formula that the courts will interpret and must be followed, but are there some objective criteria that can give some direction to the political and public debate and the Governor-General's consideration? But I think an additional problem is not where you have a minority government, but where you have a majority government, such as you had in Germany last year, where despite there being no issue of confidence and the government having a majority, that the Prime Minister still has the prerogative, and the Governor-General under this legislation would still have the prerogative to dissolve Parliament and call an election. So that's another challenge for us, I think, to just think through, to ensure we get it right and we don't hobble or, in fact, cement a preference now, an advantage now, which many people see as being an unfairness. Let's just make sure that the objective that's before us is properly met and met in the most effective way.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Government Whip, most supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague from Vancouver Quadra for responding to my earlier question. He raised the issue in his answer, Mr. Speaker, about the Prime Minister still having the prerogative under a majority situation to call an election before the fixed election date if this bill actually becomes law and were to be in place. And I would suggest through you to my colleague, Mr. Speaker, that yes, under this legislation, the Prime Minister of the day would still have that freedom to go to the Governor-General and ask her to dissolve Parliament and call an election. But I would suggest that it would be very difficult for any Prime Minister to sell that to the Canadian people if they were expecting, especially under a majority situation, that Parliament was going to last for that period of time, unless there was some extraordinary reason that I can't imagine why that particular Prime Minister felt that he or she could not continue to govern, even, despite the fact of having a majority and despite having an election date sometime into the future. It would have to be an extraordinary situation, I would believe, for a Prime Minister to do that, because I would suspect that were he or she to do that, they would quite likely be punished by the Canadian people in the subsequent election campaign if they were going against the spirit of this legislation and purely calling an election because they felt that the opportunity was ripe for them, that the situation for their particular political party was very advantageous for them to go to the polls.
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you. And through you, Mr. Speaker, may I thank the Chief Government Whip for answering my question. That was very kind. I think you're probably right that there would be tremendous political pressure against a crass move to that wasn't in emergency circumstances or in some very, very important circumstance. But I think we have an obligation to, in this House, to simply not rely on political dynamics to ensure that something untoward doesn't happen to the full extent that we can. And so that I think, and I invite the government members on the committee and to all of us in further debate to think very carefully about this prerogative, because it simply leaves an uncertainty. And let me just mention a type of situation which could occur. There could be a change in leadership of the government party shortly after, by reason of death or incapacity or whatever, shortly after an election. And there has been a practice in our parliamentary democracy for, it's not inviolate, but it's quite frequent that a new leader seeks to get his or her own mandate at a fairly early date. And maybe we can look at this opportunity to break that expectation or trend, because to me it's always seemed a bit like putting a presidential aura around a Prime Minister who is really not directly elected, isn't directly elected, but is only the leader of a party with the most elected members. So that if a Prime Minister, a new Prime Minister used that reason for going and asking for a dissolution, I think I would like to see that rejected. And if there's some way the legislation can make that clear in some way, I think that's all I'm suggesting, is that we tighten this up to the full extent possible to ensure certainty that we're trying to seek.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us is certainly of interest. Everyone will find a lot of advantages in it because elections will be on a fixed date in the Canadian parliamentary system. I would like to say to the government that the Bloc Québécois will certainly support this legislation. In our opinion, this is clear progress in the way things are done. Mr. Speaker, what people have to understand, and we are still dealing here in a minority government situation, so we have had several elections over the past few years, and people need to realize that since 1993, when I first came to Parliament, no majority government in this chamber has had a full 4-year mandate, or even 4 years, not 5 years. They have been less than 4 years. The dates of the elections have become something to play with by the Prime Minister, who looks for not the best way to meet the needs of voters, but the best time to hold an election when there's the most popular support.
It has become a guessing game, and the consequences are absolutely disastrous, in my opinion. First of all, Mr. Speaker, people through their tax dollars have had enough of funding elections 4 months, 6 months, 10 months before an election really has to be held. So it's a poor administration of public funds to say, or rather it's a good administration of public funds to say that there will be a set election date. It's 4 years is a good amount of time. The government will have time to accomplish a certain number of things, and no one will be faced with the stress of an impending election when one was not expected. You know, Mr. Speaker, they say that there is a great lack of female participation in politics, but look at the situation for women who might want to run for office in federal politics or in provincial politics, or even professionals, business people, or people who have a certain number of responsibilities in society, and they are asked 6 months, 7 months, 8 months ahead of time, we don't know, whether or not they would like to run as a candidate in an election. Now imagine a mother or a career woman who has family responsibilities and who has to announce to her spouse, to her children, with all that this can imply, her intention to run for an election under a political party's banner at some point in time. If there's a fixed date, then you can announce that you're going to run and you know what has to be done. You start politicking, you start campaigning, you prepare for a convention, you try to convince organizers to help you. But if the election takes place 7 months later because the Prime Minister decides that public opinion polls don't look very good and perhaps we should wait a little longer, then these people find themselves in a situation where they can be 6 or 7 months campaigning, preparing, waiting for the deadline, and they can't remain in the background because their name has been made public and everyone knows they're a candidate. And this cat and mouse game doesn't really help when we're trying to recruit candidates. When you know that an election will be held on a given Monday in October of a given year, then you can start planning. You can plan to do certain things in September or August or whenever you think you should begin, and you can indicate that you want to put your name forward to be a candidate. One of the best qualities in this bill, I believe, is that it simplifies the life of everyone who wants to devote himself or herself to public service but doesn't want to put his or her career in jeopardy for 6 months or a year waiting for an election to be called. And this is an extremely important point when it comes to a political transition between private life and public life for anyone who wants to serve in Parliament. That's an important point. Another important point is that for democracy, so that democracy can be exercised properly, it would be better for citizens, for everyone, even for politicians, to know that the election deadline is set. And this allows people to be better organized rather than to have this back and forth with the Prime Minister. I think that for democracy there's nothing worse than having a Prime Minister who decides upon having an election based on public opinion and the best time to hold an election and tries to take everyone by surprise. I don't think that it should be a game. An election is something serious, something straightforward, something that doesn't take you by surprise. It should be done in the fullness of time, and it should allow citizens to exercise their judgment. So this is another element that I feel is It's quite important, Mr. Speaker. In the past, prime ministers had a field day when it came to choosing an election date, and whenever this game was played, in the months after a new leader, this game was played usually after a new leader was elected for a particular party. If there's a Bloc Québécois leadership convention, then there should be an election 2 months later, because no one will have time to be organized and they'll be caught short. There's a leadership campaign now in the Liberal Party, and under the circumstances, a prime minister could perhaps call an election 2 or 3 or 4 months after a new leader is elected, so that that person doesn't have time to organize. So from that point of view, the prime minister is doing something reasonable, something sensible, by telling citizens, I'm going to set aside that prerogative which is mine. I'm going to set that completely aside, and I won't try to play games with the opposition. I won't play games with public opinion. I will simply respect what a term should be. And this bill, of course, doesn't change the Prime Minister's constitutional obligations, nor that of the Governor-General, especially the Governor-General. A responsible government means that a Prime Minister could, at any time, if he is defeated in the House, go to visit the Governor-General and say, well, I no longer have the confidence of the House. That's a given. So the Constitution need not be changed. But the Prime Minister, in putting this legislation forward, even if he can still act differently, he is giving himself and those who follows him a great deal of political pressure, and we wouldn't be able to understand how a prime minister, having tabled this type of bill with a set date for an election in October 2009, that the prime minister in 2008 might decide, because the polls are good or because something might happen, might then decide to call an election because he's hoping to have a majority government rather than wait another few months. And citizens at that point would say, well, this person is being two-faced, is saying one thing when it comes to debating principles, but does something altogether different in reality. So in introducing this bill, the Prime Minister is setting a framework that will have to be respected in all circumstances. And he himself is accepting this, and what is done will have consequences elsewhere. So he's removing this prerogative that would allow him to play with the date of an election. It won't work anymore, and once he acts in this way, then future prime ministers will have the road already open to them, and they will have to respect this legislation, which is the expression of a very clear will of the House of Commons. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to remember that the Chief Electoral Officer has a very complex job to do in preparing for an election. And the fact that an election could be called at any time during a government's term, and I'm not only talking about a minority government, but there could be an election at any time, even with a majority government, as was the case previously, means that the people who work for Elections Canada have to be always at the ready, in a state of readiness, which is quite extreme. And that means that this high state of readiness can be quite expensive. With a fixed date, with a majority government, Elections Canada would be in a better position to plan its work, to plan its deadlines, and could be even better prepared, or at least well prepared, whenever they have to act according to a given situation. So this is to be recommended. And members, once they've been elected, shouldn't have to be concerned about ensuring that they will be re-elected within a short period of time, because they have a lot of work to do. a lot of writing work to do, a lot of work to do in Parliament, and the fact that they know that they have a certain amount of leeway, which has been predetermined, will allow a member to better plan with other parties the parliamentary committee work. It allows Parliament to plan, it allows opposition parties to plan, it avoids nasty surprises, it allows parliamentary committees to set their business agenda that will allow them to respect dates that are well known by everyone, and they can get more work done. So this is an advantage for democracy. It's an advantage for the organization of elections. It will allow for a better organization of the election, and it's advantageous for the work of Parliament because it will allow us to better organize our time and our work. And, Mr. Speaker, it will allow candidates, high-quality candidates, to better plan the announcement of their candidacy, which isn't possible now. And perhaps in this way we will attract more women or high-level professionals who will then be able to put their name forward. And people have undertaken research and have noted that among 40 parliamentary democracies that were studied throughout the world, only 12, including Canada, don't have a predetermined election date, or at least a predetermined election period that would cover a few months. So an election at a set date or during a given period of time. Only 12 out of 40, which means that if you have a set date for an election, you are taking a good step forward. You are joining other parliamentary democracies that have done the same thing, and it also avoids an overlap between periods that might not be right for an election, considerations involving certain religious holidays or other dates that could disturb our way of life. It simply allows us to say that October is when we vote, end of September. October would be an election period every 4 years for the House of Commons, and you know that on the third Monday in October you will be voting. And this allows people to plan with that date in mind. And we will be in favor of this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't really change our democratic habits. It simply makes things more specific and confirms that we need 4-year terms, because since '93, Mr. Speaker, I've experienced a number of terms. In fact, I've never served a full term. When we had a minority government, reporters asked, well, Mr. Gauthier, can you tell us, are you not somewhat disappointed to see another minority government? Because this might mean that we will be voting again soon. And I told the reporters, well, whether or not we have a majority or minority government in Ottawa, they never serve a full term in any case. So finally, we have a legislative measure that will allow us to have a full-term government. This is what we want. This is what we would like to see. And when it comes to a minority government, Mr. Speaker, to have a minority government serve its full term, something very simple has to be done. The government has to respect parliamentarians here in the House. Any government that decides to respect the will of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, can serve its full 4-year term without any worry whatsoever. And it will be up to the Prime Minister and Cabinet, to the Executive, to ensure that they respect and govern with a consensus, because the opposition does have the power in its hands. It can allow a minority government to continue or to be defeated, but our objective is to allow the government to govern, of course. The government itself has its own responsibility to give itself the tools that it needs to govern. So when you have a minority government, we could, Mr. Speaker, think of having elections in October 2009. The government simply needs to govern with a bit of openness, to rally the forces of the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, the official opposition, or the entire opposition. This has been done in the past. It can be done. And generally speaking, the governance is much more responsible. So a set date for an election would apply for a majority government, but can also apply to a minority government. And I think we should all try to ensure that government is carried out properly for a full term. Citizens don't like too many elections. They want us to act responsibly, and the bill will allow us to do this. But once again, and I will close with this, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in removing without removing from the Governor-General the prerogative of dissolving Parliament, the Prime Minister has set a very rigid framework that he will have to respect, otherwise he will lose all of his credibility. And once it has been done one time, then his successors will have a moral duty to follow his lead. And this is a step forward. I salute this initiative, and we will be supporting it objectively, as we do with every piece of legislation here. Questions and comments?
The
honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've just heard a wonderful speech. Personally, I'm always very happy to listen to the member for Roberval, because he is so eloquent and he expresses his ideas with a great deal of finesse, and he gives us a lot of food for thought. There's one aspect on which he touched briefly, and I'd like him to elaborate. That is the obligation for a regular citizen to know that we have a set date for an election. This helps the members in the work that they do. It helps the parties, but for a community that is waiting for a bill to be passed, how can this affect a community? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, for the average citizen, and I did mention this briefly, but for the benefit of my colleague and others, I would like to elaborate briefly for the benefit of everyone involved. The fact that parliamentarians and the government can better prepare the work that they do and set their agenda and know how much time they have to criticize the bill, consult with citizens, extend consultation if necessary, go further in terms of research. When you know when the election will be held, when you know how much time you have available to do a job, then the work that you do is of much better quality because you know what's involved.
And I was the House leader for 13 years. I've been House leader for 12 years. For those 12 years, towards the end of every session, I have seen ministers and governments, successive governments, come to see me as a House leader, begging me to see that their legislation gets through. I absolutely need this bill. I need it. And Mr. Gauthier, would you please agree to consent so we can expedite it, so we can get it through before the end. For the people who are listening to us and for those
who perhaps aren't aware of this, or for members who haven't had the opportunity to be part of an end of session, they should understand that at the end of session there is great haste. It's almost indecent haste, regrettable haste. When a minister has an initiative and he really wants to get it through, whether it's the environment, industry, no matter what department, and they have worked on it for 7, 8, 9, 10 months. They've had consultation with Labour. They've done all types of things. They've seen it go through cabinet. The minister doesn't want to see all this work come to nothing. And then after an election, they have to start all over from square one. There's nothing left on the table. But when there's a set date for an election, the surprise factor will be gone. How many prime ministers have disorganized the good work of their ministers by springing an election on them? So this is a great opportunity for citizens to serve and for us to serve in dealing with legislation. I believe that the people will understand that their members are going to be working better and they will be able to get results within the time frame that they should. This is a positive result for everyone. This is an improvement for everyone. It's an improvement for the ministers as well. It will be easier for them. It's going to be easier for the opposition members to cooperate on those legislative measures that find our favor. So this is yet another good reason to support this legislation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable the President, the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I should like to thank my colleague from Quebec for his excellent speech. It's always, of course, the fault of the third party when a majority government, after 10 years, it does not have the opportunity to have a vote on their legislation that could have happened rather during the previous government. So I do agree with what the honourable member for Roberval, with what he has said. This legislation is very important. It will give us something to hang on to. We know when the next election will be called. We know how many months, how many days will be available as a time frame for the work on a given piece of legislation. In a case when there is a minority government, it may vary, but it is really the same thing for a minority government because the government has to work with the opposition. And I must say that I've had an excellent experience working with the Bloc Québécois and with Mr. Benoit Sauvageau, who has recently passed away. He was very, very capable. He had a great deal of experience, Mr. Speaker, and it was a great honor and pleasure for me to work with him. My sympathies and my condolences go to his family and to his friends here in this House. The Honourable Member for Roberval. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the President of the Treasury Board has appreciated what I said with respect to the ministers. I can say that this is true for all ministers of all governments. It's normal. It's quite normal. I have always been respectful of those ministers who have taken the time to cross the floor of the House to come to see me, to come to speak to the leader of the NDP, their House leader. I have always seen that as a sign of respect, trust, and commitment on their part. If he says sincerely that a set date elections will take away the element of surprise and will perhaps mean that there are fewer surprises in store for them as well, there will be better planning for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I can say that perhaps we could all agree to go a little faster. All right, sometimes there are there are instances where there are mistakes that are made. But nonetheless, I believe that we will be able to do our work more adequately. We will be able to see that there will be fewer instances where there will be errors in the legislation itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. There are 2 minutes left for the question and the answer.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on C-16 and to signal, as I did earlier this afternoon, that the NDP would be supporting this legislation. We are looking forward to getting it into committee for further discussion and perhaps amendments. But in essence, the proposition that's putting before this House right now is one that we have supported for a good number of years. In the 2004 to 2006 Parliament, our former member, Ed Broadbent, was a strong proponent of this and encouraged the government of the day to press forward with it to no avail, and are pleased to see that this government has, in fact, moved on the issue. Mr. Speaker, to a great extent, what this bill is about is combating the cynicism that's in the electorate. And we can say, well, yeah, it makes sense for our electorate to know that there will be a fixed date for an election every 4 years. Prepare for it, know in advance that's when your voting will take place. But what is more important, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to downplay the significance of that certainty of a fixed date, but what is more important is that if this bill passes, it will be an opportunity for this House, for Parliament, to say to the citizens of Canada, right across the country, that we are no longer going to have their decision-making process manipulated by the government in power. And that very much, Mr. Speaker, has been the history of parliaments of all stripes in this House historically. And a government of the day will say, yeah, this is to our advantage to go now, even though we're nowhere near the generally accepted 4.5 year mandate that we should stay and work and do what is our responsibility to the country. But the government says, no, this is to our advantage right now. Because of this issue, it's popular in the country, it's our issue, and so we're going to go to the electorate. And we saw that, as you heard from some of the other speakers today, Mr. Speaker, in the last number of years, that happening repeatedly, where we had elections at 3 and 3.5 year intervals. And that suffers. If nothing else, Mr. Speaker, if you want to look at it from a non-democratic standpoint and simply from a financial standpoint, it means we have more elections, and those cost money in the range of $200 million each time we go to the electorate, Mr. Speaker. But it's more important, the essential issue is that we say to the people of Canada, we are no longer going to manipulate the electoral date in order for it to be of advantage to the government in power of the day. Mr. Speaker, one of the side effects, I believe, of that, not only because of the certainty of the date, which will allow people to know in advance when the vote's going to be and prepare for it, but also it will increase, I believe, the number of people who will vote because they won't feel this negative cynicism towards all parties, towards all politicians from this perspective. They'll say, yes, this election, we knew it was coming at this point, it's part of our law, we're ready for it, we've anticipated it, we've prepared for it, and we haven't been forced to go to the electorate, to go to the polls at an opportune time, only because of an opportune time for the government in power. And for that reason, the bill is important. It's one that we should be all supporting, I believe, Mr. Speaker, and I think you've heard today from the various parties that they all intend to, in fact, support this approach. I suppose the comment one has to make is it's late, way too late. We should have done this a long time ago, but in fact, we are finally now getting to it. Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns that we do have of this legislation is with regards to the situation in the minority government, because, of course, this law will have no effect if the past practice continues. And the past practice is, as often as not, in a minority government situation, that the government comes down, not so much because of a lack of confidence generally in the government, but on a specific issue. And, Mr. Speaker, what we are proposing is at least consider and we will be raising this in the committee when it gets there. We are saying consider in the minority government situation to constrain the ability of the government to bring down the government intentionally, Mr. Speaker, by creating a false issue, by setting up an issue that all three of the opposition parties, the majority seats in the House, will vote against. And that has happened, Mr. Speaker, and there's certainly been speculation that this government may be planning on doing that sometime in the spring of this session. Now, Mr. Speaker, in order to avoid that kind of cynicism, there are alternatives. And when I put this to the House Leader today, the government House Leader today, he, of course, was dismissive of it in the sense that it would usurp the power of Parliament and cross over into conflict with our courts. Mr. Speaker, what I had suggested to him was that we limit the number of issues that can be confidence motions so that a government doesn't unilaterally, as they can now, government can't unilaterally say, this is a confidence motion. If you don't vote with us, the government goes down and we have an election. And, Mr. Speaker, that again is a manipulative tool that the government historically, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say this government because they haven't used it yet, but governments in the past have used. Mr. Speaker, from a democracy standpoint, there's no reason to have that in our system. We could, I believe, with some discussion, some debate, some negotiations, come to a conclusion and incorporate that into legislation as to what is a permissible motion on confidence and exclude all others. And, Mr. Speaker, one of the answers I got from the House Leader, Government House Leader, was, well, you can't do that because then we'd end up being sued in the courts. And that's not necessarily the consequence, Mr. Speaker. The decision as to whether a motion is one of confidence or not, once we've set the criteria, could be determined first by your chair, Mr. Speaker. That's one alternative, or by a vote in this House. So there's other alternatives, albeit, and I'm not going to advocate this, another alternative is to allow the Governor General to make that decision. Being an unelected position and being a strong Democrat, Mr. Speaker, I'm not prepared to turn the power over to that office. But I do believe it would fall within the perspective and control and authority and jurisdiction of either this House or of the Speaker of the House at the time. And so there are alternatives. And, Mr. Speaker, going back again to the essence of why we're supporting this bill, both from a democratic standpoint, but more to deal with that cynicism within the electorate, this would be another way of saying to the electorate, even in the minority government situation, you're not going to be forced to go to the polls. We're going to be able to continue government. We're going to be able to continue on the issues that are confronting the country without going to the electorate, and we're not going to allow the government of the day to simply say this is a confidence motion. If you don't vote with us, we're having an election. And so there are alternatives, and it's one that would be an alternative, Mr. Speaker, that I believe would deal very much with the other part of the cynicism around when elections get called in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to just take a few more minutes. I won't take up my full 20, but I want a few more minutes to say that there are clear reasons why this will be effective. And I want to address one of the negatives at the same time as seen as a positive. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that by allowing for fixed election dates, we actually will reduce the amount of partisan electioneering that goes on between elections. And we will reduce it to that latter period of time, to that last 6 months. What happens now, Mr. Speaker, and I think we're being less than honest with the electorate when we stand in this House and say, well, we're going to be in a constant election mode, with the implication being that we're not right now, and we aren't even in a majority government situation. Anybody, and I've been in both, anybody who's been here knows whether you're in the majority government situation or minority government situation, as it stands right now, the electioneering goes on because we don't know. And I was very proud to hear of my colleague from the bloc making this point. We don't know when the plug is going to get pulled. And so right now we're into that situation, and in fact we do partisan electioneering on a constant basis. By having fixed dates, we actually, I believe, and would argue strongly, would reduce the amount of partisanship that goes on in between elections and restrict it to the latter period of time, I say 6 months to a year before the campaign starts. So that the argument that somehow it's going to increase the amount of politicking that goes on, I think that being meant in a negative tone, is in fact, the result will in fact be just the opposite, Mr. Speaker. I think with regards to the other positives that we have here, again, it is a situation where because you know what you're confronted with in terms of a date, the recruitment of candidates by all parties, the recruitment of volunteers by all parties will be enhanced when we know the dates that we're working towards as far as the election date itself. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, and I'll conclude with this, if we proceed with the legislation as proposed, it's definitely a step forward, but it's not enough. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe we should strongly look extensively at the issue of how we trigger elections in the minority government situation around confidence votes and amend this legislation to include criteria as to how the situation would be dealt with then. That, Mr. Speaker, would go to finalizing that cynicism that the electorate feels towards all politicians about the way we manipulate election dates in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to with great interest to what the honourable member had to say. I'm encouraged to hear that it sounds that he is supporting election reform in this manner. I was, however, disturbed with some of the amendments that the member was proposing with respect to confidence motions in the House. It seems to me that governments are elected on a mandate, and they are expected to deliver on the promises that they've made. Certainly, our government is making a case for the fact that we will deliver on what we have promised. If bills are going to be constantly debated and you don't have to express confidence in the government, I think that no government could really go to the people and express to them that they would deliver on their promises. I'd like to hear what the member has to say about that. Thank you.
Good question. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question from my colleague from Peterborough. Perhaps if he studied some of the other governments, and I'm going to use England as the example, England has been going through in their legislature an extensive reduction in the votes that are considered to be confidence motions. And it has not in any way demeaned the democracy in that country. I believe just the opposite. In governments there, both Conservative and Labour, have suffered defeats on issues they ran on and were mandated to, or saw as part of their mandate in their election. Their governments didn't collapse. It continued the democracy in that country. It can, in fact, work. I think the other point that one would have to make is that all too often, if one goes back and studies the history of this government, I'm sorry, not of this government, of this country, and governments, successive governments, is all too often matters that were not part of the mandate are brought forward as confidence motions. It tends not to be the major issues of the day on which the political parties ran for government, ran for office, but more mundane ones that are oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, manufactured as causes for confidence motions, knowing that the opposition parties collectively will vote against it and bring the government down.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that the Speaker has raised a couple of interesting points, and I think that there is generally support in the House for the legislation, but subject to some discussion and maybe some witnesses at committee on a couple of points, many of them around the issue of the concept of the royal prerogative. As the member will know, Eugene Forrestry has opined that to set fixed terms for government or fixed election dates would in fact require a constitutional amendment. And he also indicates that should there be a constitutional amendment, that would also eliminate the royal prerogative. because then the Governor General would not be in a position to go against the laws of the land. And in fact, even if the Prime Minister were to go to the Governor General because he wanted to, or she would like to refresh the mandate, that the Governor General would probably have to say no, simply because of the issue that the royal prerogative, in fact, would have been muted by the override of the Parliament. So I'm wondering if the member's done any reading in this area, and whether there's any concern with regard to the need for a constitutional amendment in this regard.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question from my colleague from the Liberals. I have looked at it to some degree. I certainly don't claim to be a constitutional law expert, and I think that's what we're into, and wouldn't challenge Mr. Forsay's opinion, but it is only one opinion, and there are strong opinions on the other side within the constitutional law, both academic and practitioners, that in fact an amendment to the Elections Act that is being proposed by the government would withstand a constitutional challenge. I would make one additional point, and that is that our Constitution is not just a written one. The Supreme Court has made that clear, that we can create constitutional conventions, and that may very well be what will occur here. It's certainly what I believe would occur if we move along the lines I'm arguing for a restriction on what is a vote of confidence, that if over a period of time, over a period of years, we went with the Governor General was advised by the government of the day to have the election on this date and abided by that, over a period of several elections, that would then become a convention within this country. And the same would be true in the minority government situation along the lines, again, without taking up more time, Mr. Speaker, along the lines that I previously mentioned.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I've always supported fixed election days. Being a former municipal councillor, it's never been an issue there. People know when election is going to be. It's no big deal. And in fact, I think it's just about the only thing that Gordon Campbell has done in BC where we have fixed election days that I agree with. But I'll tell you, there's one group of voters who are ready and waiting for the next election on a set date, and that's the voters of Vancouver Kingsway, because they were denied the opportunity to send a message to their member of parliament who betrayed them in the last election by switching parties. So while I support set election days, it's very unfortunate that the Conservative government has chosen to basically sweep under the carpet and to ignore one of the most basic forms of voter accountability and democracy in our country, and that's to ban floor crossing. So I'd like to ask the member from Windsor-Tecumseh if he could comment on that, because it seems to me we can't cherry-pick these issues. This is about democracy and making our system work, and accountability to the voters, and the fact that the floor crossing bill never happened under this government is really a crying shame, and it really betrays the voters of Vancouver Kingsway, who have a right to say something about what took place there. So I'd ask the member to comment.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague from Vancouver. I couldn't have said it better than myself. In fact, I had some notes, but I wanted to finish my speech to take some questions. What we're doing here with regards to fixed election dates is a very small part of the electoral reform that this country needs. And certainly floor crossing is one of the issues that badly needs to be addressed, given how the electorate has been so abused by both the Liberals and the Conservatives in this last Parliament, last two Parliaments. Mr. Speaker, there's a number of other amendments that are needed, changes to our laws, some very, very extensive ones, very fundamental ones. And again, they were there. Mr. Broadbent in the last Parliament led the way at the committee to propose a number of the amendments that are necessary to our laws and to our system. This government, I was just reading one of the reports from the committee before I came over today. This government supported a number of those amendments. We've seen no sign of them. In fact, we see things like the push for an elected Senate being sidetracked to a significant degree by the appointment of unelected senators by this government, and by simply moving to try and change the time that they are going to be in office. There's a number of things that rapidly need to be done. This government is just sitting on their hands with regards to them. We really have to question their intent and their sincerity in that regard.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just take this opportunity briefly to ask my colleague in the same context of Election Act reform and the need. One of the most glaring things facing us today that we believe could have been addressed by the government at this time is the idea that in terms of election financing, the current Liberal leadership race is relying on these massive election loans that are really more like donations, which would be clearly in violation of the Election Financing Act, were they viewed in their real context. So perhaps my colleague from Windsor could comment on the lack of real election reform and the need for raising these other important issues in the same.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South rises on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I know it is in the rules of this place that no one is to be accused of breaking any laws, and indeed the laws are being followed in accordance totally with the electoral laws. I think the premise of the member's question and the insinuation is an embarrassment to Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre has the floor, and I know that he will be prudent in the resumption of his question. Or else the member for Windsor Tecumseh can reply to the response to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get any implication from that he was accusing the Liberals of illegalities, but more of moral bankruptcy. And he's right. This issue of those loans, those types of loans, was raised back in 2003, I believe, in front of the committee, that it was a glaring loophole by one of our members. He's no longer in the House. One of our members at that time, Mr. Speaker. And we're seeing that loophole being exploited at this point what do they think the Canadian people are going to think about that, Mr. Speaker? It clearly is one, and this government didn't plug it. Some more work for them to do, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons and Minister for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, and thank my colleagues for their warm welcome, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this very important Bill C-16, but fixed election dates. I want to make it quite clear, Mr. Speaker, in case there's any confusion with those people who are viewing, we're not talking about fixing elections, because, that would be a bad thing. But this is a very good thing, Mr. Speaker. This is part of our overall democratic reform package, and I think it's extremely, well, at least it will be, I'm hopeful, well received within this place, because I think it's one of the more positive steps in democratic reform that any government can bring forward. Currently, we have a system where, at the will of the government, they can call an election. Obviously, that leads to many things along the line of manipulating voters and manipulating dates to try and get the most beneficial time to call an election, beneficial at least to the governing party. And this would obviously, Mr. Speaker, as many speakers before me have indicated, would bring an element of fairness to the whole equation. I should also say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, that I'm very pleased to hear the majority of my colleagues in this place stating unequivocally that they plan to support this piece of very important legislation. And I say that the majority, Mr. Speaker, but I cannot say all, because, as usual, my colleagues on the official opposition side of the House, the Liberal Party of Canada, seems to be all over the map in terms of whether they want to support this or not. I've heard today my honourable colleague from Vancouver Quadra state that he wishes to support this piece of legislation, although we offered a few pieces of advice that we perhaps could tweak the legislation to make it stronger. I've also heard in previous interviews the member from York South Weston state without reservation he would support this piece of this legislation. Yet I also hear my colleague from Regina Wascana say without reservation he will oppose this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I suppose that's not unusual to hear my colleagues on the Liberal side of the House once again failing to come to any unanimity on a very important issue. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I find it distressing and troubling that members of the Liberal Party of Canada would oppose in any way, shape or form a sense of accountability that would bring transparency and fairness to this place.
Shameful.
Now, Mr. Speaker, unless I'm being interrupted, Mr. Speaker, I thought you had an interjection. Well, thank you for your patience. Let me just once again, Mr. Speaker, try and point out some of the elements of this legislation, why it makes sense. It makes sense to me, and it makes sense to most Canadians. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I should say that a recent polling has observed that over 77% of Canadians polled think that fixed election dates would be a good thing and a necessary change. And I agree with that, for all of the right reasons. Number one, of course, it ensures fairness. It ensures that no party, regardless of political affiliation, while in power, would be able to manipulate a date for a federal election to their particular advantage. And, Mr. Speaker, I must say that this has happened time and time again over the last 100 years, and not just by Liberal governments. It has happened with progressive Conservative governments in the past. In fact, my research indicates, Mr. Speaker, since 1867, with majority governments, the vast majority of governments ignored the 4-year traditional and conventional time frame for federal elections. In fact, the previous Liberal government, over the course of 12 years, not once adhered to the 4-year convention. Former Prime Minister Chrétien was in a habit of calling elections every 3.5 years. And, Mr. Speaker, what that does, quite frankly, it allows the governing party to have an advantage politically over their opponents. They and only they would know the dates in which they could call an election. If the polls happen to be favorable, and it looks like they might be returned in either a majority government or at least a strong minority, they can call an election at their whim. Conversely, if it appears that the polls would indicate that they may not win an election at that 4-year cycle, they can delay that election up to 5 years and beyond, Mr. Speaker, and quite frankly, that should not be allowed to happen. Mr. Speaker, this legislation will take care of that. This legislation will make it incumbent upon this government and governments in the future to adhere to a fixed date for federal elections. The manipulation of voters, trying to buy voters with their own money, would come to an end, Mr. Speaker, and this is a very important step in our package of democratic reform. But it's more than just fairness, Mr. Speaker. It's the transparency that I think most Canadians are looking for in their elected officials. They don't want to think that the timing of a federal election is going to be held behind closed doors, where a bunch of party hacks and pollsters get together and say, you know something, this would be our best chance to win the next election. Let's call the election on this particular date. Mr. Speaker, that should have no bearing on the timing of a federal election. And this act will, if adopted by this place and by the upper chamber, will prevent that type of action from happening again. And all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, will have the luxury of knowing that all their governments now and in the future will have to adhere to a certain time frame, the third Monday in October every 4 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, if that wasn't enough, I think it will also improve the ability of each successive government to provide the type of legislation and governance that Canadians expect and frankly deserve. Too often, Mr. Speaker, we find a sense of gridlock within the public service because public servants themselves are not aware of when the next election might be called. And they're somewhat fearful, Mr. Speaker, of bringing forward initiatives or improvements within their particular government, department, or agency for fear of that legislation or that initiative being quashed by the government with a call of a federal election. Mr. Speaker, without question, if all parliamentarians and all public servants in this country knew that there were specific and fixed dates for elections, governance would vastly improve. And finally, Mr. Speaker, let me just say, I think one of the more important elements of this legislation that very few people have spoken of today is the fact that I believe with fixed election dates, voter turnout will probably increase. Right now, we all know, and I think we all admit, that there's a high level of voter cynicism in this country for a number of reasons. But one of them is is that elections can be called at the whim of the government in a majority situation. I believe that if the general public felt that they had confidence and they knew when the election was going to be held, they would have more confidence in coming forward and voting on election day. Notwithstanding the fact, Mr. Speaker, that if we had fixed election dates, there would come over time a sense of knowledge and reality within the electorate that, hey, every 4 years, this October, this third Monday in October, we will have a federal election. It will become almost routine, Mr. Speaker. And more voters, I believe, would come out to the polls because they knew and they expected an election on that appointed date. One of the real tragedies we have, I believe, in this country, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that over the last 10 years or so, we've seen a steady decline in voter turnout, to the point where now slightly over 60% of Canadians exercise their franchise on Election Day. And I think that is a tragedy, Mr. Speaker. We used to have, decades ago, 75, and perhaps in some provinces at least, 80% voter turnout, where people took pride in the fact that their vote counted. And they had an opportunity to change the course of this country, or at least elect a government that seemed to agree with their particular point of view. Now, Mr. Speaker, particularly among young people, I think we find a situation where people just don't feel that they have an opportunity to truly influence democratic institutions. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is one small step in rectifying that. And finally, Mr. Speaker, let me just say I encourage all members in this House, particularly my friends opposite, to vote in favor of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, without their support, without the support of all opposition parties, this legislation will fail. And that, again, would be to the detriment of all Canadian people. Mr. Speaker, this government is convinced and committed to ongoing democratic reform. This is the first step, and we will see other initiatives as we come through this fall session. With the support and the help of all of my honourable colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I think we can all engage in true democratic reform for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? This will have to be a short question because we're going to statements at 2 o'clock. First question, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member during his speech referred to that party hacks and other backroom people setting election dates. I wonder if he cared to comment on the story in today's press from the Conservative Party hacks and backroom boys that the next election is next spring, right after the budget comes down.
The honourable member has 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you. My honourable colleague, again, has got it completely wrong. As idle media speculate. In fact, Mr. Speaker, let me just assure my colleague that the longer that we have a chance to stay in power with the legislation that is being so overwhelmingly approved and appreciated by Canadians, the better we will be. We don't want an election after next budget. We want an election after 4 successive budgets, Mr. Speaker, because that will make sure that we will stay in power for an awfully long time.
When we resume discussion on this piece of legislation, there will be 4 minutes left for questions and comments. Statements by members. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take you on a trip to Northern Alberta, to Canada's future, to the year 2016, to a community where the local population has more than doubled to over 160,000 people. $75 billion has been invested in the local economy. 3 million barrels of oil are produced every day from this community, resulting in 6% of Canada's gross domestic product and 50% of Canada's oil production. Today, unfortunately, the average home price is over $438,000. The rental price for a 2-bedroom apartment is $2,000 if you can find one. The municipality has a $1.2 billion infrastructure deficit, and this community has the lowest doctor-to-patient ratio in the country, 2.1 doctors to every 6,500 people. Mr. Speaker, if you want to take one of the over 400,000 new jobs created in Alberta over the next 10 years, come on up to Fort McMurray. Just ensure you have a place to sleep first, because you won't find a bed once you get there.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can see me over here? Thank you.
Yeah, but you can't see me.
On February the 13th, 1985, Shirley Bonecka gave birth to a boy whom his parents called Anthony. Anthony, or T-Bone as he was known, lived all his life in Thunder Bay. He attended St. Ignatius High School. He was a good student and an outstanding athlete. He was a fine young man, and he was honored by the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario in 2003. After high school, Anthony joined the Lake Superior Scottish Regiment as a reservist. His first tour of duty was in Afghanistan, and he returned to Thunder Bay safely. He then volunteered for another tour and arrived back in Afghanistan in February of 2006. Anthony never saw Thunder Bay or his parents again. He was killed in action on July the 9th, 2006. Our sincere sympathy to his parents who have honored us with their presence today. Anthony was their only child. All Canadians should feel proud of this fine young man from Thunder Bay who made the supreme sacrifice.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, in the neighbourhood of St. Rose in my riding, a family is undergoing a horrible experience. A gunman coldly shot down their eldest daughter with 9 bullets, and he did it because she was beautiful and seemed happy, and he hated happiness and beauty, just as millions of people did when I saw the lovely graduation photo of this beautiful young lady, when I heard comments by her friends and teachers. I had tears in my eyes. These comments are heartbreaking, and at these times we fully understand the word sympathy. It comes from the Greek word for suffering with. It's very little, but it's the best that we have found to help other people understand what cannot be understood. From the bottom of my heart, I'd like to offer the D'Souza family my condolences for the loss of the lovely and so lovable Anastasia.
Mr. Speaker.
Support for Toronto's bid to host the 2000.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in this House today as a Member of Parliament representing the most patriotic riding in this great country called Canada. On Canada's 137th birthday, celebrated this past July 1st, the riding of Stormont Dundas and South Glengarry had 15,084 homes displaying the Canadian flag. Yes, Mr. Speaker, more than 1 in every 3 homes located in my riding very proudly displayed our most treasured national emblem on Canada Day. Virtually every one of these 15,084 flags was hand-delivered by over 300 volunteers during our Proud to be Canadian campaign. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I declare to this House and to every Member of Parliament that the riding of Stormont Dundas in South Glengarry is the most patriotic riding in Canada, and I challenge all 307 of my colleagues to surpass our achievement in their respective ridings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Parkdale Hyde Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my strong support for Toronto's bid to host the 2015 World Expo. Hosting the World Fair will mean large-scale infrastructure investment, cultural legacies, and a growth in tourism, tax revenues, and jobs for Toronto. The World Expo is also a tremendous opportunity to accelerate the revitalization of the waterfront and expand transit. Toronto City Council, Mayor David Miller, and the people of Toronto are overwhelmingly behind this bid. So what's missing? Canada's federal government. As a national endeavour, only the federal government can officially bid on the fair on behalf of Toronto. November 3rd is the deadline and time is running out. Mr. Speaker, I call on the Prime Minister to formally back Toronto's Expo bid. The World Fair will showcase our incredible diversity as a city and as a country. With the support of the federal government, we can make the 2015 World Expo bid a reality.
The The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A number of my constituents, but particularly an Amnesty International group in my riding, are concerned about the human rights situation in Myanmar, previously Burma. Human rights abuses, violence against women, the holding of political prisoners, and a military rule are only a few of the main concerns. Just this spring, the opposition leader's house arrest was extended by a year. The military regime is so desperate to hang on to power that it is even now cracking down on stand-up comics that poke fun at it. I note that Parliament has expressed its concern in the past, and I call on the Minister of Foreign Affairs to keep Canada active on this file. I have added my name to a letter from the Canadian Friends of Burma to Kofi Annan, calling on him to seek a resolution to the crisis. We must do what we can to promote the establishment of an open and transparent democracy that respects and enshrines human rights. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on an issue that should concern all of us, the growing acts of violence that take place in communities and neighbourhoods across this country. On the morning of July the 22nd, 2006, a vicious, unprovoked attack took place in my constituency. A young man was brutally stabbed while walking from his home to a convenience store because he refused to buy drugs from a group of thugs trying to intimidate him. As a result, Tarek Williams quickly became another victim of the increasing gang problem. Tarek was determined to attend the Canadian Bible College, but the assault left him unable to work and save for his tuition. Almost immediately, the community and its volunteers came forward and set a goal to raise the required funds to pay for his tuition, in hopes that this young man would not have to put his academic ambitions on hold because of this terrible offence. I am pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that thanks to great volunteers and the staff at my Calgary office, we are only $440 away from reaching our goal. On behalf of Tarek and his family, thank you, Calgary, for your generosity.
The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Rivière du Nord.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for, is it not Rivière du Nord? Richelieu. Mr. Speaker, we can't begin this session without paying tribute to our friend and colleague Benoit Sauvageau. He left us so quickly that we are still in a state of shock. He made a great contribution to parliamentary life here in Ottawa, as well as to his riding in Repentigny. Benoit was elected for the first time in 1993. He was a critic for sport, international trade, Treasury Board, infrastructure and public accounts. He was also critic for international francophonie and official languages. His great experience as a parliamentarian, as well as his conscientious work habits, his jovial nature, meant that he was well liked by all of his colleagues in the Bloc Québécois, as well as all of those who knew him here on the Hill. Benoit was also a great friend. His good humor and his laughter were contagious. To you, dear Benoit, we say goodbye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, thousands of Canadians from coast to coast participated in Terry Fox runs to raise funds for cancer research. In the 26 years since Terry ended his run on September 1st, 1980, $400 million has been raised to fight cancer through Terry Fox runs. His marathon of hope captured the hearts of Canadians when a young man with an artificial leg ran with a double step and a hop for 42 kilometers a day for several months. Terry may have never reached the Pacific, but his marathon of hope continues on. Across the street from Parliament Hill is a statue of Terry running westward. It reminds people of the difference that just one Canadian can make in this world. On behalf of all British Columbians, I'm proud to call Terry Fox a British Columbian and a Canadian hero.
The honourable member for Gasnethi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, in July, a terrible tragedy occurred when RCMP constables Robin Cameron and Mark Burdage were killed in the line of duty in their service to Canada. Robin and Mark were truly inspirational people and touched the lives of many. Robin was dedicated to becoming an officer and in doing so became a leader of her First Nations community, a hero to her family, including her daughter Shane. Mark was a proud father and husband who reached out to the communities he served in, including my hometown of Pelican Arrows. It was with great sadness that we said goodbye to these brave officers, but we can still find inspiration despite this tragedy. We can find it in the resolve of the Cameron and Burdage families who touched Canadians with their heartfelt tributes. We can find it in Spiritwood, a town that overcame fear and joined together in an emotional and spiritual healing ceremony. We can find it in the RCMP, whose officers selfishly and courageously serve and protect Canadians every day. I ask everyone to join me in applauding the families, community of Spiritwood, and the RCMP for their strength and resolve.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that Liberal opposition MPs from Atlantic Canada are playing politics with the softwood lumber agreement by refusing to support the deal. The agreement reached by our government will result in the return of almost $5 billion to the lumber industry and will finally bring an end to this ongoing dispute. By far, most of the lumber industry supports the agreement. The Maritime Lumber Bureau surely strongly supports the softwood deal. The New Brunswick Liberal leader, Sean Graham, supports it, and even the Liberal member from Beausejour has recently praised the deal by stating that, so as an Atlantic Canadian, I'm certainly pleased that this agreement protects the rights we have fought so long and hard to protect. Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government has supported Atlantic Canada 100% and has ensured that our interests are protected. Why are the Liberals choosing to ignore the industry, the provinces, even their own MPs, when they call for support for the deal? How can the Liberals not support an agreement that is obviously in the best interest of Atlantic Canada?
That's right. Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, who among us has not come back to this place steeped in the diverse heritage of our country, more aware than ever of our rich multicultural mosaic, and perhaps a few pounds heavier from a summer of folklorama pavilions and ethnocultural feasts? Just this weekend, we celebrated something extraordinary, the 100th anniversary of So-Called Winnipeg, a cornerstone of Polish community in Manitoba and Canada since 1906, whose origins date back to 1862, when it was set up to promote fitness, protect the language, and preserve the culture of Polish youth. I want to congratulate the past and present members of the Polish Gymnastic Association and the Polish Folk Ensemble, and in particular the work of Marian Jaworski, under whose leadership this centennial celebration took place and who epitomizes the courage, commitment, and compassion of Polish pioneers. And above all, I want to salute the important contribution of Polish Canadians everywhere, the hundreds of thousands of Polish immigrants and their descendants, whose numbers are now fast approaching 1 million. Thank you, congratulations, Stolat.
Honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to turn the attention of the House to Iran's refusal to cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency in connection with its nuclear program. Mr. Speaker, on July 31st, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1696 that, quote, demanded that Iran suspend all enrichment-related and reprocessing activities, including research and development, and gave it 1 month to do so or face the possibility of economic and diplomatic sanctions. Mr. Speaker, instead of allaying fears that it seeks to develop nuclear weapons, Tehran responded with saber-rattling and August 19th launched extensive military exercises to intimidate the international community. On September 14th, Mr. Speaker, IAEA issued a report stating that Iran has not suspended its enrichment-related activities. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 1696, the time has come to consider serious economic sanctions to show Tehran that the world will not be intimidated by its intransigence. Thank you very much.
L'honorable député. Member for Chicoutimi, Le Fjord.
Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois deplores the death of 4 Canadian soldiers killed this morning in a suicide attack on a NATO patrol in the province of Kandahar. With these deaths, we are reminded of the difficult situation faced by our military in Afghanistan with the objective of reestablishing peace, social justice, and democracy. And I hope that their sacrifices will not have been made in vain. And on my behalf and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer my condolences to their family, their friends, and to all of their colleagues in the armed forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
David Westmount.
Member for Westmount-Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday we were all saddened by the tragedy that struck Dawson College in Westmount-Ville-Marie. On behalf of the Liberal Party, I offer my most sincere condolences to the family of the young victim, and I hope that all of those who were hospitalized following this unjustified attack will have a speedy recovery.
Involved in saving lives and helping those affected. The police officer and ambulance technicians on the scene, the hospital staff, the faculty, students and Students' Union of Dawson College, and the people of Concordia University. You lent a hand to the people of Dawson College in their time of need. Nous espérons et prions.
We hope and pray that those who were affected by this tragedy, as well as the Dawson community, will be able to return to peace and harmony following these very difficult times.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, while it seems the opposition was sleeping over the summer, Canada's new government has been hard at work getting things done and delivering on promises. Canada's new government delivered on childcare. Starting in July, parents have been receiving a monthly universal childcare check of $100 per child under 6. Canada's new government delivers on hepatitis C victims. Our government recently announced a $1 billion settlement on a fund to provide compensation to all Hep C victims. Canada's new government delivers on border security. The Public Safety Minister announced we're keeping our promise to strengthen Canada's borders by hiring more border officers and arming them with sidearms. Finally, last week, Canada's new government delivered on softwood lumber. The Trade Minister signed an agreement which will see the return of almost $5 billion to Canada's lumber industry. These are just a few examples of how Canada's new government is delivering on its promises and getting things done for Canadians.
Order. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence for the victims of the tragic events at Dawson College in Montreal last week. J'invite les députés à se lever pour...
I invite honourable members to rise to observe a moment of silence.
Order. I wish to invite all honourable members to join me in welcoming our new Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Kevin Vickers, who is with us in the chamber today for the first time. Je sais que tous les députés lui souhaitent.
Know that all honourable members wish him best of luck in his new duties.
questions, questions orales. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the silence that we have just observed points out the extent to which today is a day of mourning for us all. For our colleague from Westmount Ville-Marie, we think of all the families of the victims of the Dawson College tragedy. This has reminded us, tragically, that we cannot tolerate here in this country a permissive culture of firearms. While the Prime Minister is preparing to abolish the firearms registry, he says it's not the time to speak about it. Today, the Prime Minister certainly should speak about it and explain what his position is, how his position for weakening the registry is going to be to the benefit of all Canadians. The Right Honourable, the Prime Minister. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I should once again share my sympathy and the condolences of this government for the victims' families of the tragedy in Montreal. We are with those people in thought who are still in hospital, and all the student community, all the community that has been shaken by this terrible event. This government is determined to have more effective laws that will prevent such a tragedy in the future. And I ask the opposition to support the legislation to have mandatory sentences for firearms offences. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Talk about having more effective laws, but 5,000 times every day law enforcement officers in Canada use the very system which the Conservatives want to destroy. The police themselves tell us they need that system to protect lives and increase public safety. Doesn't the tragedy at Dawson College prove to the Prime Minister and his colleagues the need to strengthen and improve our gun laws rather than to abolish them in the name of a false efficiency, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the events at Dawson College tell us precisely that today's laws did not protect us, and we take no pleasure on this side of the House from having warned the previous government repeatedly over the past decade that the gun registry would not prevent this kind of occurrence. I've asked today, I've spoken to the acting commissioner and the deputy commissioner of the RCMP. I've asked them to accumulate all of the facts, to bring them to the Minister of Public Safety so that the government can strengthen its future actions to ensure that we reduce all possibility of obviously unstable individuals such as this getting a hold of firearms.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are all in favour of strengthening what we can do to control arms, but we need to be using every last tool available to save lives. We should be strengthening the rules. We shouldn't be tossing some of them out. The Prime Minister's right to bear arms constituency is blinding them to a very important tool that protects our kids from being shot. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to Prime Minister Charest and the millions of other Canadians who want him to revise his position on gun controls, bring us in other laws if he wishes, but keep an important tool that has been proven by the police that it works and can help Canadians' public safety, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry that the Leader of the Opposition feels the necessity of justifying a decade of wrong approaches and wasted effort in terms of a gun control policy that does not work. This government will not repeat those mistakes. We will pursue new policies that will reduce the possibility of crime and these types of actions.
Mr. Speaker, Quebecers, through their Premier, Mr. Jean Charest, the Federation of the Municipal Police Officers of Quebec, women's groups, including the Federation of Quebec Women, all are asking for the integral maintenance of the gun registry. Why is this minority government turning a deaf ear to the justified appeal from Quebec? The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the Premier, Mr. Charest, and all the people of Quebec, who of course are very deeply concerned about this situation, that we are going to maintain the registration system when a police officer wishes to verify whether or not someone has a firearm. That information will still be on the system for the police, and it will be, if it will be necessary to keep firearms or acquire a firearm, that registration will still be necessary. We are maintaining that in the system. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we all know that it is very difficult to foresee an act of madness, and that the registry is not a panacea to prevent all violence in our society. But the police forces, agencies to prevent a suicide, all recognize the fact that there is domestic violence through firearms, that there are suicides because of firearms. If we can only save one life, why will this minority government not recognize the usefulness of the registry? The Honourable the Minister. Mr. Speaker, it was the Auditor General who said that there was a great deal of waste in the system, almost $1 billion worth, and we are going to have a more effective, efficient system. We are going to have more officers, police officers in the streets, in the communities, from ocean to ocean, and we want to have programs that will prevent tragedies like that. Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has decided to address the UN National Assembly rather than Quebec with respect to his foreign policy for Canada. Why does he feel it is necessary to announce this decision outside of the House of Commons? Is it not the duty of the Prime Minister to set out his vision of foreign policy with respect to Afghanistan, Darfur, negotiations with the World Trade Organization in the House of Commons to the people of this country? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Leader of the Bloc was in the spring. I addressed many of these subjects in the spring. This week is the annual week at the UN where the leaders of government arrive there to speak about their vision of foreign policy. I am ready to defend the values of this government and of all Canadians, including those of democracy, freedom, rights of people, and the primacy of law. Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, we want to have an emergency debate on this issue. The Prime Minister is going to set out his vision, his view, not here, but elsewhere. The foreign policy of Canada is very similar to and linked to that of the U.S., Australia, and Great Britain. Is he dropping a multilateral framework like the UN to align with those countries that are breaking with the policy in Iraq? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. The Leader of the Bloc should wait to hear my speech at the UN on Thursday to see what I'm going to say. This summer, I listened to the Leader of the Bloc, who said that our foreign policy was the policy of the right and George Bush. Now we have an agreement on foreign policy, which is very important, the Softwood Lumber Agreement, and now it's me, George Bush, and Gilles Duceppe. I'm sure that the Prime Minister really wished to say the Honourable the Leader of the Bloc Québécois, or the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, I'm sure, without The name, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has just announced a new contingent of some 200 soldiers that will be added to the troops in Afghanistan. As the government has authorized the extension of this mission in Afghanistan without giving us any information, we'd like to know today whether or not this new contingent is going to be limited in time, or is it just a first installment that will be followed by many other installments later on? The Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, first of all, I want to offer my condolences to the military families and their friends related to the 4 casualties we had last night. It's a very sad event for the military. In response to the question, the military made an assessment that they needed additional infantry and armor and engineers to fulfill their requirements in the area to provide better security for both our reconstruction effort and for our security forces, and we've provided the military with what they needed.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 weeks, the Minister of Defence and Foreign Affairs stated that Canada was doing more than its share in Afghanistan, but suddenly the decision to increase the troops has been taken by the government. How can the Minister explain this addition of 200 soldiers, whereas the 2 Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Defence have said that they were already doing it, Canada was doing its share? How can this come to be? Honourable the Minister of Defence.
Speaker, these are 2 separate issues. One is that our troops on the ground said they needed some improvements to improve their security, and we've done that. Quite separately, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and myself are approaching NATO to encourage NATO countries to provide more resources to Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
To Canadians that this government simply doesn't know what it's doing in Afghanistan. First, we were told that it would be a 2-year commitment maximum. Now we're being told it's a 5-year commitment minimum. First, we were told we'd sent enough troops. Now we're sending hundreds more. First, we were told no tanks would be needed. Now we're sending tanks. We were told that there'd be no discussion with the combatants. And now we learn, of course, that senior military officials were in discussions with the Taliban already. Don't our troops deserve better, Mr. Speaker, than to have made-up policy on the fly, copycat of U.S. foreign policy?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today in Afghanistan, the House will know that 4 Canadian servicemen were killed. Obviously, whenever we lose one of these, the fine men and women in our Canadian forces, I think members on all sides of the House feel a great deal of sadness and also respect and honor for the sacrifice that they are willing to make for their country and for their fellow human beings. Now, I have to say that the circumstances of today's deaths, where our servicemen were in the process of distributing some candy to some children in a village, I think this, and killed by a suicide bomber when doing this, I think nothing more than this incident illustrates the evil that they are fighting and the goodwill and the nobleness of the cause that they are taking to the Afghan people.
Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the greatest respect that we can show for our soldiers serving abroad, and they are brave and they are courageous because they're doing what our country asked them to do, is to consider very, very carefully what we're asking them to do. And let me draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, and the members of the House, to what Captain Leo Docherty, former aide-de-camp to the commander of British forces in Helmand Province, said on Monday, and I quote, "The NATO-led mission is a textbook case of how to screw up a counterinsurgency. We've been grotesquely clumsy and sucked into a problem unsolvable by military means." Does the Prime Minister agree with his Minister of Defence when he said this mission can't be won by military means?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's been clear from the beginning that the United Nations effort in Afghanistan requires a multifaceted approach, not just security operations to end the remnants of the Taliban regime and their presence in the country, but also development work, also diplomatic work, a whole range of skills of governance building to ensure that country moves forward as a peaceful and democratic society that doesn't ever again present a threat of terror either to the world or even to its own citizens. Now, Mr. Speaker, what the men and women in uniform require is a parliament of all parties that believes in what they're doing and that sticks behind their actions.
Mr. Speaker, the drama at Dawson College reminds us tragically that we have to be very vigilant to prevent violence with firearms. Canadians and, above all, those in Quebec are aware of it.
This House, why he's listening to the gun lobbyists who back him, lock, stock and barrel, instead of listening to Canadian moms and dads who just want strong gun laws.
Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, among the people whom we've listened to is the Auditor General. The Auditor General pointed to a great waste of dollars in terms of a failed plan by the former regime to try and have a system that worked when it came to firearm registry. We're listening to her, Mr. Speaker. We listened to her comments when she said that when a police officer drives up to a house, for instance, the data that they have available to them is not reliable. Mr. Speaker, we want reliable data to police officers. We want more officers on the street from coast to coast. We want programs directed to youth at risk. Mr. Speaker, we'll accomplish that, and I hope with the help of our opposition.
The honourable
Monsieur le Président, que le Premier ministre est idéologiquement incapable de supporter le contrôle efficace des armes à feu au Canada. Ce n'est pas dans sa nature. Who is the Prime Minister listening to on this issue? Not the chiefs of police. They want Canada's gun laws kept intact. Pas les Canadiens ordinaires non plus.
Not ordinary Canadians either. They want more serious action taken. The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
To millions across the country who want effective gun control. And, Mr. Speaker, we're also listening with interest and appreciation to leadership candidates in the Liberal Party who say that it was a wrong idea to embrace the plan of the former Liberals to see $1 billion wasted. We listened to the police chief out of Toronto, Mr. Speaker, who said that the approach the Liberals were taking, that does not reduce the possibility that a young person is going to get a firearm into their hands. We want programs that will work. We're committed to seeing gun crime reduced and safety rise and our communities safer than they've ever been. That's
Honourable member for Mr. Speaker, to follow their logic, you would abolish the criminal code that says that it was illegal to drive under the influence. Canadians have noted that in the election of 2006 that the firearms lobby has spent more than $133 million to support the campaign opposite. And are they now just lobbying to weaken arms control in Canada because they have a debt to pay back to the firearms lobby? Is that it? The Minister of Public Security. Mr. Speaker, it's not that the figures that the honourable member indicated are true, but I think they're true because it was said. But Canadian taxpayers have spent more than $1 billion. And what do we have? We still don't have an efficient, effective system. What we want is an effective, efficient system that will work for all Canadians.
Don't tell everything. The Auditor General actually said that the last 2 years the gun registry has been working very well. There has been no shift in the attitude
attitudes of Canadians towards Canadian gun control. If anything, the resolve of Canadians is stronger than ever. The majority of Canadians and the majority of members of Parliament in this House want strong gun control. The Prime Minister has no mandate to weaken our gun control laws, yet he is intent on pushing ahead. Is he aware that he does not answer to the gun lobby? He answers to Canadians, and Canadians will...
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Canadians responded last January 23rd. One of the areas in which they responded was our commitment to see increased safety on the streets of our communities. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that the Auditor General said certain administrative systems have improved, and we're keeping those. Besides that, Mr. Speaker, we've made a commitment to see over 1,000 more RCMP officers on our streets and in our communities. And we are about to embark on a project with provinces and municipalities on a cost-sharing formula to see 2,500 more officers at the municipal level. Also, Mr. Speaker, anybody in the country who acquires or possesses a firearm for any purpose is still required to be registered. That person will be registered, Mr. Speaker, and anybody wanting a firearm are going to have to follow all the usual laws that were in place.
The Honourable
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian mission in Afghanistan is supposed to be a humanitarian mission that would set up a more democratic system, but the information that we have indicates that international assistance is having a great deal of difficulty reaching those that need it, that poppy growing is becoming increasingly important, and that the Taliban are gaining in popularity. Can the Foreign Affairs Minister clarify the humanitarian and democratic aspects of the Canadian mission in Afghanistan?
The
Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I would say to the Bloc member that the mission has been complimented by a senior official at the World Bank, saying that the aid is getting to the people. We have set up a system. We have increased our budget to provide aid. We have alternatives to help people. We've done a great deal to help children get back to school, for construction, and things are getting in hand. The honourable member for Papineau, Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister has said that it was possible that Canadian soldiers might be stationed in Pakistan. Moreover, we have learned that the United States was looking for Al-Qaeda members in Pakistan and that Canada would like to have a similar agreement with that country. Can the Foreign Affairs Minister tell us whether the Government of Canada is planning to change the type of mission that we have in Afghanistan to enable soldiers to go into Pakistan with, as a NATO source has said? What is the government planning? The honourable member of Minister of National Defence.
The report that came in the press that we said that we're sending troops to Pakistan is totally false. What we were discussing was exchanging one liaison officer with the Pakistan Army. So we have no intention of changing the tasks or the activity within Afghanistan.
Honourable Deputy.
Honourable member for Marco-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, most Quebecers, like the Premier of Quebec, want the gun registry to continue, but the minister has already indicated that it will be abolished. We know what happened last week. Will the government come back to a common sense position and keep the registry? This is as important, at least, as having more serious sentences. We need to prevent such tragedies in the future. The Honourable Minister of Public Security. Mr. Speaker, once again, I would say that we are going to maintain the registry system for people who want to acquire and possess firearms. We are also going to maintain a registry for people that would like to have a weapon that is prohibited, so a prohibited weapon. We are going to maintain all of the laws in place that enhance safety of firearms. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to say that we want a more effective system. The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, we have the registry, but that is not enough. We have the long gun that also needs to be registered. People can get them easily, and I would like to know when the Prime Minister will understand that until long guns are under control and people are prevented from getting them, we will not be able to prevent such incidents as happened at Dawson College. Mr. Speaker, it is not easy to acquire weapons at the outset. As others have said,
from the member for Ottawa South, saying that's a Liberal member, Mr. Speaker, that it's important for all of us to remember that no long gun registry system, no weapon registry system can stop unfortunate acts like the one that happened in Montreal last week. And he goes on to say, so let's get it on the record. We want to get on the record a safer, more secure system, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we intend to do.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Nondafuka.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defense said, and I quote, "It's impossible to defeat the Taliban militarily," and indeed the Chief of the Defense Staff confirmed this by saying that the winning strategy will be based on reconstruction. But this government, Mr. Speaker, has dropped the ball on the development package.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple to the Minister of International Cooperation. How many seated personnel does she have on the ground working in Afghanistan generally and Kandahar specifically?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, each district and each team, I'm just going to wait until it is quiet, every provincial reconstruction team is composed of between 100 and 200 members, and we have between 90 and 113 people. There are 3 people from CEDA as well.
Well, most of those, Mr. Speaker, are members of our honourable and brave defence forces. They're the ones who are putting their backs into this, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that this government has failed on a development package. They have failed on telling the Canadian public how they're training the Afghan security forces. And, Mr. Speaker, they have failed in dealing with the insurgency coming from Pakistan. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is again very, very simple. Since we're in charge of the reconstruction teams in Kandahar, how many clinics and how many schools has our PRT personnel built in Afghanistan specifically and Kandahar also?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows very well, Kandahar is a province with a precarious situation where the needs are different. It is with cooperation and through the work of our humanitarian personnel that we are able to make progress. We know that the member has met with people who went over there for the team, and he should know better the facts.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, recently the Defense Minister indicated that we are not able to overcome the Taliban. This was a shocking thing to say, knowing that in May the same minister said that the Taliban were losing the battle. The government used to say that it was giving priority to the military aspect of the mission rather than diplomacy or development aid. The minister may have been wrong when he said that in May, or maybe things have changed so much since then that he has changed his mind. I would like to know which.
Mr. Speaker, no, the minister wasn't wrong. The minister was explaining the concept that we have to tackle the Taliban from the point of view of military security, improving governance, and development. The Taliban can only be defeated when all three operations are in synchronization,
exactly.
And that's what we're doing.
Good.
The Honourable député de Pierre.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Prime Minister's office, the problem is that the Defence Minister had forgotten his text that day. The government had to rewrite its text completely, according to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister responsible for CEDA, and the Defence Minister. They have to report regularly to the Chamber. Where are the updates? Did the minister make a mistake, or are the ministers actually contradicting each other? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Foreign Affairs are not making a mistake, and we're not conflicting each other. And as was promised in the earlier debate on Afghanistan, at an appropriate time, we will return to this House and give an update on Afghanistan.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, all Canadians know, this government is fully committed to the success of our farmers and those in the agricultural industry. Can the Minister of Agriculture inform the House of his efforts over the summer and the accomplishments he has made for our producers?
Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Agriculture.
Lethbridge, yes. Just last week I met with American Secretary for Agriculture Mike Johanns. We discussed and made good progress on things like nematodes, BSE, border issues. I appointed a new Canadian Wheat Board director. We made good progress on marketing choice for prairie farmers. We invested $10 million to get farmers started in biofuels. That's a good start, Mr. Speaker. The money started to flow from our cover crop programs. We extended compensation to farmers affected by anthrax. Mr. Speaker, we accelerated the grains and oilseeds payment, $755 million, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, $2 billion will come into farmers' hands between now and the end of the year.
Order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam. Order, please.
Speaker, Canadian women and men are being sent to Afghanistan to wage a war with no foreseeable end. Tanks and heavy armour have been ordered up, even though the commander of the army said they would not be sent. The Minister of Foreign Affairs says we will be there until the Taliban is destroyed, yet the Minister of National Defence admitted there is no military solution to the insurgency. When will this government refocus the mission, make strides towards peace and diplomacy, and not war?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I find it really strange coming from the NDP, who want us out of Afghanistan. Only they and the Taliban want us out of Afghanistan. And we will stay the course. We are committed in Afghanistan till the end of February 2009, and we will stay the course.
Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Well, Mr. Speaker, international pressure is mounting around the world to end this unwinnable war. The Minister is only going to be able to ignore our questions for a very short time. The government should start listening to people like Captain Leo Doherty, a former aide-de-camp to the Brits, who said we've lost the hearts and minds before we've even begun, or to Greg Mills, a former advisor to ISAF, who argued last week that no amount of firepower will defeat the Taliban and their allies. Mr. Speaker, it is time to support our troops by bringing them home. The only question is when.
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the absolute worst thing we could do is pull our troops and bring them back home to leave the Taliban to have Afghanistan. It's only a little while that the Taliban were there where they were carrying out a murderous regime of punishments on women, no children going to school. And the NDP, I find it just hypocritical for the NDP to be asking us to pull our military out and replace them by the Taliban.
Shame.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, there are reports that former Conservative insiders are now profiting from their political connections as private sector lobbyists. At least 30 well-connected Conservatives, at least 327 contracts to influence public policy. The Prime Minister's Director of Communications, his Director of Strategic Communications, his Senior Policy Advisor, and more. The Conservatives promised to prohibit former staffers from using their previous positions as stepping stones to private lobbying. Why has that promise been broken?
The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, not a single former assistant to the Prime Minister or any minister has accepted the job with respect to being a lobbyist, Mr. Speaker. That is specifically something that is banned in the Federal Accountability Act. We are raising the bar, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at an internal Liberal Party report, Mr. Speaker, that said, and I quote, "Many estimate that on just about every issue, the Liberal Party has absolutely no credibility in the eyes of the public." Will the member for Wascana stand in his place and call on the Liberal Senate to finally pass the Federal Accountability Act and clean up the mess?
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can do without the smokescreen and all that false bravado. This is not about any previous government. This is all about this Conservative government. It all happened in the last 6 or 7 months. The Prime Minister's former public affairs officer, his Director of Internal Communications, his spokesperson on economic issues. The list goes on. Private profit from Conservative connections. Specifically, what section in the Accountability Act will henceforth prohibit that practice, and will it be retroactive to January?
The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I say to the member for Wascana, if he has any specific example of any law that's been broken, or under our new Federal Accountability Act that would have been broken, I would encourage him to go to the committee in the Senate and ask for an amendment. If the member opposite would like to show his true bravado, he should stand up and say that no Liberal ministerial staffer will be allowed to lobby. Let the Senate make that amendment. Let it be retroactive, and then we'll find out if he puts his money where his mouth is.
Order, please. The honourable member for Elmer. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, we have evidence today on behalf of the Conservatives that they are favouring the oil industry over Kyoto. We have a whole list of names of people who are getting contracts as lobbyists to influence this government to help the oil industry rather than the environment. We know that these people are being able to use their positions to move ahead in lobbying, and we'd like to know what the government's position is. Well, it is very clear that no one who has worked in this government, we have a new system here, we have a new government, and therefore if you work in the Prime Minister's office, if you work in a minister's office, then you have to be in line with the new rules.
To raise the bar and ban former Liberal staffers, dozens, if not hundreds of whom, are peddling as lobbyists today. Maybe he should get his friends in the Senate to make an amendment and send it back here to vote on it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Paul Elmer. We know that the Minister of Environment has said that it was impossible to meet the Kyoto goals, but in fact, I would like to know how the Prime Minister can justify his former Just Communications Director and Senior Advisor have all taken contracts in the private sector despite his rhetoric in the election campaign. We see that the Prime Minister is saying one thing and doing exactly the opposite. Well, we know that all of these people worked for the government, which was then in the opposition, but we know that there are people working for members in the opposition. Therefore, if these changes go back to January 23rd. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government during the election campaign promised that there would be a change in the way contracts are awarded, but we know that 30 Conservative lobbyists that used to work in the PMO have received over 300 contracts in 7 months only of this government. How can the government explain how this has happened when the government promised to clean house? The Honourable Minister, President of the Treasury Board.
As a lobbyist who'd worked for any member of this government, we made the laws very clear, very specific. We're raising the ethical bar, an ethical lapse that was. We're raising the ethical bar, Mr. Speaker, because of the gross ethical abuses perpetrated by the previous Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. But what we need the Bloc Québécois to do, Mr. Speaker, is to join the Conservatives, join the New Democrats, and encourage the Liberal Senate to finally pass the Federal Accountability Act so we can clean up this mess once and for all, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the Conservatives, we see that they seem to be interchangeable. How can the Prime Minister explain the following situation? He pretends he's very virtuous with his Accountability Act, but he is allowing his former advisors to go against that legislation. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board
Seeks to do is to raise the ethical standards of the government. No people who have access to cabinet documents, no people who have access to cabinet confidence have access to the type of information that pervades government should be worked for a lobbyist for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're challenging the Liberal Senate, who at this House of Commons passed the Federal Accountability Act in 71 days. The Liberal Senate, Mr. Speaker, has had that bill for more than 85 days. They should get to work. They should pass the Federal Accountability Act, and we can finally bring real accountability to an accountability regime so sorely that was absent in the previous regime.
Honourable member from Mississauga, Brampton South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So much for the Prime Minister's promise that politics will no longer be a stepping stone to a lucrative career in lobbying government. 30 friends and former key advisors of the Prime Minister have cashed in 327 contracts with big-name oil companies in order to get the government to kill the Kyoto Protocol. My question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister side with the large oil companies, or will the Prime Minister side with Canadians?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the practice of this government is to raise the ethical bar that was sorely lacking in the Liberal regime. Let's look at what a report of the Liberal Party said about this. An internal Liberal Party report made public on September the 10th states, and I quote, "On just about every issue, the Liberal Party has absolutely no credibility in the eyes of the public. Get the Liberal Senate to pass the Federal Accountability Act now, Mr. Speaker."
Honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal sponsorship scandal was a disgraceful period in our history, where millions of taxpayer dollars were stolen and diverted to the coffers of the Liberal Party of Canada. My question is for the President of the Treasury Board. How many dollars have been recovered to date from the Liberal Party? over the sponsorship scandal?
Good question. The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
I say to the member for Edmonton, the easy answer to that question is not enough of the money. Not all of the money that was stolen by the Liberal Party has been returned to the coffers. Justice Gomery, in his report, talks about the envelopes of cash that were funneled to ridings in in eastern townships, funneled to ridings in western Quebec, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian taxpayer expects the Liberal Party to refund all of the money that was stolen from hardworking taxpayers in this country, and they also expect the Liberal Senate to pass the Federal Accountability Act immediately.
Order. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Incredibly, Mr. Speaker, this government is now intervening in court to stop Canadians from winning once and for all on softwood lumber. Winning means that the illegal tariffs come off and every penny has to be repaid. There are no more appeals. We are months away from winning. But this means that this minister botched the discussions. It means that the billion-dollar proceeds of trade crime did not have to be thrown away, and it means that we didn't need to give up 4 years of legal victories. Why is this government blocking Canada's 2 final victories? Is it because Canadians will see how badly they screwed up?
The Honourable, Minister of International
Mr. Speaker, this honourable member is spreading more of his intellectual dishonesty on the softwood lumber agreement. He knows that the softwood lumber agreement has massive support from the industry. Mr. Speaker, over 90% of the softwood lumber companies support this softwood lumber agreement. And he should not be spreading. It is dishonest to spread the notion that there would be no more legal cases, that there would be no more appeals. Mr. Speaker, there would be nothing but economic calamity if we did not have this softwood lumber agreement.
Time for question period is now expired. Order. À l'ordre.
Order. Pursuant to discussions among representatives of all parties here in the House, I would ask honourable members to rise to observe a minute of silence in the memory of the Canadian soldiers who lost their life in Afghanistan.
Who died yesterday. Order. Je crois comprendre que nous allons maintenant passer aux déclarations
move on to statements relating to the death of our dear colleague, Mr. Benoit Sauvageau, the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Dear colleagues, I'm speaking to you today as well as to all family members of Benoit Sauvageau who have joined us here today, and I'd like to say that we are sad but also very proud in paying tribute to one of us. He's one of ours, and I'm speaking about Benoit Sauvageau. He was one of ours, but he was first and foremost a husband,
a father, a son, and a friend. I'd like to extend our condolences to his family and say that they should be very proud of him. They can be proud of him as an elected representative for the people of Repentigny. They can be proud of the work that he did here in the House of Commons, in committee, within the Bloc Québécois caucus, and in all activities that make up the day-to-day life of a member of Parliament. He worked on 3 standing committees, and not the least of these committees. He was a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and through his conscientious work, he examined the relationship between citizens and the public institutions. He was also on the Foreign Affairs Committee, a crucial area if ever there was one, because it involved our relations with the rest of the world. He was a member of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, which is an important issue for the Quebec nation, Francophones in Canada, as well as Acadians. And in each of these committees, he worked very hard with conviction and ardor, but always with this natural elegance that he had. He had a number of issues which he was responsible for the Bloc Québécois. He was a critic for Treasury Board, Amateur Sport, the Francophonie, and others. He was deputy whip for our team, and in each of these positions, he respected each and every one of us. He did all of this work, and I'm very grateful. He was the incarnation in such a discreet way. All of the work that we did, and the debates very often here are lively. He could debate with strength, but with great respect for everyone. And he stood out not by what he said necessarily, but by his great humanity. We've had tributes from all parties, and they've all stated this. There was a great deal of sincerity in everything that was said about him, and the Bloc Québécois was very touched, and we'd like to thank you for these tributes. There are adversarial positions in politics, but notwithstanding all of this, Benoit was able to be liked by all of his opponents without sacrificing his convictions and his principles. As each one of us, Benoit was not perfect, and his oldest daughter told us not long ago that he could never understand the past participles. He had great qualities that will remain in our memory, and we will all miss him dearly. In fact, we already miss him. Thank you.
Très honorable.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, this is a season for tragedy. Last August 28th, we learned with great sadness that the member for Repentigny, Benoit Sauvageau, had been killed in a traffic accident, and this accident cost him his life and left his wife Jacinthe and their 4 children, Laurence, Catherine, Elizabeth, and Alice, as well as his parents and many friends. And today I'd like to reiterate our most sincere condolences. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to work with Benoit on numerous occasions when both of us sat on opposition benches more than a decade ago, when we were very young members of Parliament, and he was a man of integrity. He was generous and had a very great spirit, and even though we didn't necessarily agree about issues relating to Quebec and the rest of Canada, he had his own way of defending his principles and his ideas, and I was very much impressed by his numerous qualities. He always gave the best of himself in serving his fellow citizens in his riding. He was passionate about his work as a parliamentarian. He truly loved the French culture and the French language. He had a deep faith in democratic institutions, and he had a great respect for others, whether it be at Public Accounts or the Official Languages Committee or other committees or here in the House. Benoit always showed the greatest respect for the people with whom he crossed swords, and he died far too young, but we can all find consolation in the fact that his short life was marked by great dignity and uncommon ardor. The Bloc Québécois caucus lost a colleague who was in the flower of youth and was extremely capable, but I'm sure that his contributions, that we'll all miss his great contributions.
L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Mr. Speaker, just as all members who are here today in the House of Commons, I was greatly saddened when I learned of the tragic death of our colleague and our friend, the member for Repentigny. This news left no one indifferent. Benoit Sauvageau was well loved by all of us, and I hope that the great compassion shown by Canadians with respect to Benoit will have been of some help to all of those who have been affected by his premature death. On behalf of all members of the official opposition, on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada, I would like to offer our most sincere condolences to his wife, to his 4 daughters, and to his family and loved ones, to those who knew Benoit well, to the Quebec people, to all of the people of Repentigny and the North Shore. We offer our most sincere condolences and our sympathy in such a difficult time, and I would like to tell all of our colleagues from the Bloc Québécois that our thoughts are with them, and we know that today and the coming weeks will be difficult without the presence of someone who is so well respected and so well liked. Please accept our solidarity in these difficult circumstances for you and your party. All members understand that beyond our partisan differences, we all mutually respect those who want to defend the rights and freedoms that are guaranteed by parliamentary democracy. Each of my colleagues from the official opposition, as well as myself, feel this respect for Benoit, who always earned our respect with each of his interventions here in the House, in committee, with everything he did as a parliamentarian. He was a good member of Parliament, and the people of Repentigny have lost a hard-working member, someone who was intelligent, who knew how to express the opinions of his riding in a very effective way here in the House of Commons. All members who spoke about Benoit unanimously underscored the honesty with which he served as a parliamentarian. His interventions were well known, but there was no empty rhetoric involved, and he had a great deal of respect for all of his colleagues. I had an opportunity to work closely with the member for Repentigny when he sat on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I always appreciated his interventions, which were well thought out and appropriate, and as the member for Laurier told us, he contributed a great deal, and it was a privilege for me to sit on a committee with a man of such integrity, a man who wanted to work with everyone for the well-being of his province, his fellow citizens, and our country.
Benoit rightfully earned the respect of his colleagues in this House. As I said earlier, for those who had the opportunity of working closely with him in committee, a universal admiration and friendship that is difficult to achieve in the inevitably adversarial nature of our occupation.
Mr. Speaker, I will close by repeating on my behalf and on behalf of the Liberal family that we share the sadness of Benoit's family and friends, and he has a very special place in our thoughts today. I hope that his memory will remain in the history of our country, and that we will remember a man of integrity, a dedicated man who greatly respected each of his fellow citizens. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say on my behalf and on behalf of my colleagues that we hope Benoit's soul will rest in peace for all eternity, and we all miss him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. I learned about the sudden death of my colleague, Benoit Sauvageau, a member of the Bloc Québécois. I was abroad and I wasn't able to go to the funeral. Therefore, it is a privilege today, but it is with a broken heart that I rise to pay tribute to him. I had the opportunity to work with Mr. Sauvageau here as parliamentarians. In 2002, I was assigned to the Official Languages Committee, and Mr. Sauvageau was a member of that committee. I learned to know the member for Repentigny, but also to know the man. It was always a pleasure to sit with him. He was always courteous, smiling, and very, very kind. He always said to me, "Salut, Yvon, hello." All the members of the committee were very close to him, his way of being with people. And at each sitting, he was always well prepared. He was aware of all the work of the committee, and he was ready to work. He had worked with he made Air Canada one of his major concerns. When the representatives of Air Canada had to appear before the committee, they knew that they were going to get a tough 15 minutes because Benoit was always there to question them. I would never have wanted to be in their shoes, believe me. I preferred to be sitting beside him rather than having to face him for questions. And indeed, it was the little complaint card that we now have with respect to official languages on Air Canada's planes that you have on the plane. It is thanks to Benoit's efforts that we have it. Benoit was someone who really knew what had to be done. He said, "It's not going to be costly, do it." Benoit understood what it meant to be a parliamentarian. Also, as a member of the committee, he was a wonderful ambassador, not just for Quebec francophones, but for all Canadian francophones. He did much to promote the francophonie. He received the medal of the Chevalier de l'Ordre de la Pléiade, the Ordre de la Francophonie, and another award for the Dialogue de Culture. Unfortunately, he was assigned to other committees, and so I was not able to work with him all the time. But nonetheless, I knew that he had matters in hand. He was a very good member of Parliament. He had a great deal of heart. He cared for his community and his citizens. He was a hard worker. He had many mandates as a member of Parliament, and he fulfilled them all with devotion and integrity. During recent weeks, I learned of the tributes that have been paid to him by his Bloc colleagues and all the people who knew him. It is very true that Benoit was always true to himself. He was true to himself, and he was always good. We want to state that this was a true gentleman. He was a fine example for all of us. Many people will rise to speak of him today, but I do hope that my words will summarize what is said by everyone. Today, he's not just leaving a sad family. It is not only his family that is mourning. We are all mourning his loss. To his wife, to his children, to his family, the NDP and our leader join together with me in sending you our deepest condolences. To you, my dear, dear Benoit, you've left us without having the chance to say, see you again. This is why I say again, see you again, and have a very, very good trip. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On August the 28th, a colleague, but also for many of us, a friend left us. During the 13 years when he was a member of Parliament here sitting in this House, he left us with a memory, a moment, a conversation, or a meeting that allows us to speak today to the wonderful qualities of this gentle, generous man, a man who had a wonderful sense of humor. He was a professor of history, and Benoit understood better than many others the challenges that Francophones had to face throughout North America. He had decided to make the defense of Francophones outside of Quebec one of his main concerns, one of his main political commitments. Nothing could turn him away from this commitment. He defended his interest in this area with tact, devotion, and determination. His perseverance led him to be awarded in 2003 the title of Chevalier de l'Ordre de la Pléiade. He spoke to us of life, of the good moments. We remember about Benoit, each of his acts, and everything he did was done in terms of calm and civility. He acquired the respect of all, including the respect of his adversaries, who saw him as a real gentleman, because he understood that even though we are parliamentarians, we are human beings first. And with respect to the invective, the bad tricks, and the insults that could arise, that was never what Benoit indulged in. He respected others. He was a sensitive man and very caring for others. I remember when we had dinner with colleagues after a very long day of work, where Benoit somehow knew how to bring us out of our parliamentary mood. And very often that is hard to do, because that subsists long after the bell to go home rings. He spoke to us about his life, about the good times with his family and his wife Jacinthe and his children, who he loved so, and of his relatives, his brothers, his parents, all for whom he had great admiration and love. Today we share their sorrow, and we offer our sincere condolence. He came to this House last winter, elected again in the 39th Parliament, accompanied by the eldest of his young daughters, who came for the day when children come to see their parents at work and share the challenges that exist. We felt that this was a father who was proud of his daughters and a daughter who loved and was proud of her father. Today, Benoit, you have shown us pride, and we show you our pride today. We are proud that we worked with you, proud of the work that you did, and we are sad that your seat is empty. But please know that the memory that you have given us will remain engraved in our heart forever. I would like to thank all the honourable members who have expressed their deep regret and sorrow at the passing of our dear colleague, Mr. Sauvageau. And now I would ask all honourable members to rise to observe a moment of silence for the late Benoit Sauvageau.
Order. Tabling of documents. Depot.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable, the Minister of International... No, the Honourable, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to table today in both official languages a certificate of nomination for the position of Commissioner of Official Languages.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable, the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I wish to table a notice of Ways and Means motion respecting an act to implement the softwood lumber agreement with the United States. I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of this motion.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Member for Regina Lumsden Lake Centre and Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 19 petitions.
The the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I'm pleased to table in both official languages the review of the Canada Grain Act and the Canadian Grain Commission. This review is required pursuant to the Canada Grain Act.
Tabling of documents. Depot de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Sorry, tabling. The Honourable, the Minister of Public Safety is rising to table a document.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the report of the events relating to Maher Arar, issued under Part 1 of the Inquiries Act. The inquiry was established to investigate and report on the actions of Canadian officials in relation to Mr. Maher Arar. Mr. Speaker, although the government has only received the report today, I want to highlight that the inquiry has determined and I quote Judge O'Connor, "There is no evidence that Canadian officials participated or acquiesced in the American authorities' decision to detain Mr. Arar and move him to Syria." Au nom du gouvernement du Canada,
On behalf of the Government of Canada, I would like to sincerely thank the Commissioner of that inquiry, Associate Chief Justice of Ontario, Dennis O'Connor, who worked very hard over the past 2.5 years. We will examine the report and the recommendations that are formulated, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Health, entitled "Even One is Too Many," a call for the Comprehensive Action Plan on Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. I also have another.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Also have another another report I'd like to table, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Health, entitled "Silicone Gel-Filled Breast Implants, Areas of Concern." Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. Thank you, Mr.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose, seconded by Mr. Harris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Bail for Persons Charged with Violent Offences, the Extradition Act, and the Youth Criminal Justice Act." This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me a pleasure to table this private member's bill today on behalf of a number of victims across the country who've been asking for this judgment for some time. This enactment repeals Section 522 of the Criminal Code to remove the power of a judge of a Superior Court of Criminal Jurisdiction to grant interim release to a person accused of one of the very serious offenses listed in Section 469. Now, that list is quite extensive, everything from treason to murder to serious sexual assaults and many, many other very violent and very serious charges. And that would eliminate bailing these people out once they are arrested and charged, and thus provide a lot better safety to our communities.
Hear, hear. Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose, seconded by Mr. Harris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Wild Rose, seconded by Mr. Harris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Review of Parole Ineligibility, and to Amend Other Acts in Consequence." This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, it gives me a pleasure to reintroduce a bill that was brought forward in this House in the 90s by a member from the Liberal Party by the name of John Nunziata. I'd like to bring that bill forward today, and in those days, in the 90s, this bill passed through the House, but unfortunately died on the order paper before it became law. This enactment amends the Criminal Code to repeal Section 745.6 of that Act, often referred to as the Faint Hope Clause, which allows a person sentenced to life imprisonment for high treason or murder to apply after 15 years for a reduction in the period of parole eligibility. Mr. Speaker, this bill would eliminate that from the Criminal Code and thus bring a little more truth to sentencing.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose, seconded by Mr. Harris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
The next sitting of the House.
Off to another day. The first reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe you will find that unanimous consent of the House to adopt, without debate,
items 19 and 20 listed on today's order paper. Item 19 deals with the address of the President of Afghanistan, and 20 transfers the review of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act from the Standing Committee on Industry to the Standing Committee Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Motion number 19 would be is it agreed that may I dispense with putting the two motions to the House? The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we are in agreement. I would just like to hear the motion read. I think we're fine with the substance of it, just to make sure we're dealing with exactly the same subject matter. But I think once the motion is read, we will be able to give our agreement.
Very good. Mr. Lekuski, for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Kenny, moves that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, on Friday, September 22nd, 2006, the House shall meet at 11 a.m., when members may make statements pursuant to Standing Order 31. Not later than 11:15 a.m., oral questions shall be taken up. At noon, the House shall proceed to the ordinary daily routine of business, followed by government orders. At 1:30 p.m., the House shall proceed to private members' business. At the conclusion of private members' business, the House shall stand adjourned to the next sitting day. That the address of the President of Afghanistan to be delivered in the chamber of the House of Commons at 9 a.m. on Friday, September 22nd, 2006, before members of the Senate and the House of Commons, together with all introductory and related remarks, be printed as an appendix to the House of Commons debates for that day and form part of the records of this House, and that the media recording and transmission of such address, introductory and related remarks, be authorized pursuant to established guidelines for such occasions. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? D'accord. Adopté. Motion number 20, Mr. Lekuski, for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Kenny, moves that, notwithstanding the special order of Tuesday, April 25, 2006, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics be the committee for the purposes of Section 29 of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the Chamber to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Agreed.
Carried. Motions. Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
I have two petitions that I would like to present. The first petition, Mr. Speaker, calls on the Government of Canada to honour the funding agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Manitoba as signed on November 18, 2005. This agreement, Mr. Speaker, deals with childcare, an agreement called Moving Forward on Learning and Early Learning in Childcare. And it, in fact, Mr. Speaker, addresses a very concrete plan in the province of Manitoba to provide childcare spaces both in the city of Winnipeg, rural Manitoba, and northern Manitoba. And these will now not be put into place and has a significant consequence in my community. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is a petition that calls on the government assembled in Parliament to take all measures necessary to immediately raise the age of consent from 14 to 16 years of age. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present a petition today from members or from constituents across my riding supporting the increase in the age of consent from 14 to 16 years of age. They feel that children under 16 years of age are those that are most vulnerable to sexual exploitation and need our protection, and I'm calling on all members of Parliament to support the government in their efforts to bring forward legislation.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I have yet another petition on labels warning people about the dangers of fetal alcohol syndrome. This petition is another couple of hundred names of people who have called on this government repeatedly over the last 5 years to honour a motion that was passed by Parliament, to put this motion into effect, to get the labels on the bottles, to warn women that when they drink during pregnancy it could cause problems in terms of the baby. Mr. Speaker, a simple request. These petitioners just want it to happen. I, through these petitioners, implore the government to finally act on this sensible motion.
Presenting petitions.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In question period today, the Minister of International Trade called me dishonest for raising facts that had come out this summer in the International Trade Committee hearings on softwood lumber. He said it twice, Mr. Speaker. This is unparliamentary and inappropriate language for this House of Commons. The Minister may disagree with me, but his comments were completely inappropriate, and I'd like to ask you to ask him to withdraw those comments as soon as possible. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for raising the matter. I must say I think I may have heard the word, but I didn't realize from what I could hear that it was directed to the honourable member, and I certainly will look at the blues, and if some intervention by the chair is required, I assure the honourable member that I'll take the necessary steps. But I will look at the matter first and determine what has transpired. I thank him for drawing that to the chair's attention. Questions inscrites au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, and Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence. It's a fairly lengthy list. 31, 36, 44, 45, 56, 57, 59, 63, 65, 68, 69, 72, 73, 78, 79, 82, 83, 84, 85, and 86. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, if questions number 33, 40, 41, 46, 48, 49, 52, 53, 54, 55, 58, 60, 61, 62, 66, 67, 74, 75, 76, 77, 80, 81, and 87, and starred question 50 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
The questions enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it agreed that questions number 33, 40, 41, 46, 48, 49, 52, 53, 54, 55, 58, 60, 61, 62, 66, 67, 74, 75, 76, 77, 80, 81, 87, and Q50 be made orders for return? Is it agreed? And so ordered. Is it agreed the remaining questions stand? Agreed, and so ordered. Order. The chair has a request for an emergency debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurier Sainte-Marie has proposed a motion, and I would like him to present his arguments for it right now in the House. The Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Speaker, is expected to make his first speech before the General Assembly of the UN on September 21st. Observers are expecting him to detail his vision of Canada's role on the international scene in that speech. As we have seen during the summer, the Conservative government's position on foreign policy is very far from Canada's traditional position, which is one of mediation and balance, and the fundamental values of Quebecers and Canadians, which I am convinced are very much peaceful in nature. I therefore feel that it is essential to have a debate on Canadian foreign policy before the Prime Minister talks about it to the rest of the world, and that is why under Section 52.2 of the Standing Orders of the House of Commons, I call for an emergency debate on Canada's foreign policy. I believe that this is a necessary debate for us to have so that the people of Canada understand the Prime Minister's point of view. And I would like this debate to be held today. As you can understand, it is emergency debate I'm calling for because there are very few days left before the Prime Minister will be speaking on September 21st, 2006. Thank you very much for your attention to this request. I hope that we can hold this debate. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie for carefully summarizing his request for an emergency debate. I repeat, an emergency debate, and I understand his desire and the desire of others to hold a debate on the issue of Canada's foreign policy. There is no doubt quite a number of people here that would like to participate in this debate. However, I have difficulty with the request in that I am not certain that just because the Prime Minister is going to make a speech at the United Nations that we need to have an emergency debate on this issue under the standing orders. The parties could come to an agreement on the need for a debate on this issue or some other issue, and the House can make any decision it would like to. I have to go by the standing orders, and therefore I cannot accede to this request for an emergency debate at this time. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Reprise du débat en deuxième lecture.
Resuming debate on second reading of Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act.
For a question period, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had the floor for questions and comments, and there are 4 minutes remaining in the period of questions or comments in relation to his speech. I therefore call for questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to very briefly pose a question to the member prior to question period, but Mr. Speaker, I now have the direct information that is in today's National Post. Mr. Speaker, it is regarding the comments of the member with regard to the general cynicism of Canadians with regard to the calling of elections. And I asked if the parliamentary secretary would comment on the veracity of the story in today's National Post, where it states Tories looking to pick a fight, expect the spring election, cabinet insiders say, and the article specifically says that the election campaign for the spring 2007 begins in earnest today. The working assumption among senior ministers in the Prime Minister's cabinet is that the country will go to the polls after a Conservative budget next spring. The legislative schedule will be rolled out today, and it's designed to cram as much possible into the shop window between now and then. It also refers to the Conservative government will attempt to engineer their own defeat in order to achieve the Prime Minister's stated ambition. Mr. Speaker, this appears to be very clear. Has the member seen the story, and would he care to comment on what this does with regard to the sincerity of the government with regard to the bill which is presently before the House?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All I can say, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague from Mississauga South, that he's clearly been watching too many Oliver Stone movies. He sees a conspiracy behind every initiative of this government. Let me assure the member opposite that this government plans on governing and governing well. And quite frankly, as I answered about 2 hours ago after my initial comments, Mr. Speaker, I believe that Canadians not only appreciate the initiatives of this government, but will reward the initiatives of this government. The longer we govern, Mr. Speaker, the more public support we will have. I see no need, Mr. Speaker, to comment on a story that, although the member opposite says is real, is only a rumored deal that some National Post reporter perhaps came up with. I am firmly convinced, Mr. Speaker, that the longer Canadians see us in action, the more they will reward us. If this member and members opposite, the members of the combined opposition, care to take us down, that's when we will have an election, Mr. Speaker, not before. It will be the decisions of the members opposite in opposition, certainly not the decision of this government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Notre Dame.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Honourable member to comment on the views of some constitutional law experts who have said that the government's C-16 would in fact change the powers of the Governor General, and in order to do that, in fixed election dates. Mr. Speaker, is it possible for me to speak without interruption in this House?
Order. Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine makes a valid point that she should be able to finish her question in such a manner that the parliamentary secretary and the government house leader can hear the question so that he can give a good answer to order. Honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a pleasure to see the standing orders upheld by the chair, objectively and fairly. My question was simply whether the government member has an opinion on the views that have been expressed by constitutional law experts, that is, having real fixed election dates would call for an amendment to the Constitution.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just again comment on the fact that my honourable colleague opposite does not quote any constitutional law experts. She's just saying some experts. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that there is no constitutional imperative that would require any change to the current conventions of this House. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the current conventions would be either further entrenched by this bill, as opposed, Mr. Speaker, I should say, to the conviction held by the honourable member from Regina-Wascana, who states, in his opinion, we should be removing the provisions of the Act that allows the Prime Minister to go to the Governor-General and ask the Governor-General to dissolve Parliament. If that happened, Mr. Speaker, the end result would be, in my opinion, the courts would then have to determine what would be and what would not be a confidence vote. Right now, Mr. Speaker, this bill, C-16, entrenches the conventions that we have held for over 100 years in this Parliament. We do not need a constitutional law expert to verify that, Mr. Speaker.
No, we don't. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill C-16, an act to amend the Elections Act. I wanted to go through the act and start by summarizing the legislation, its provisions, then describe to the House what problems this bill resolves, and finally to end by pointing out some of the benefits that it will give to the Canadian democratic system. Mr. Speaker, I have 6 points in summarizing what this law does. First, it ensures that elections will take place every 4 years on the third Monday in October. Secondly, it ensures that the first of those Mondays will be October the 19th, 2009. Third, it ensures that the date is chosen so as not to conflict with any religious or national holidays. Fourth, it ensures that in the event of an unforeseen conflict with a religious or national holiday, and also with perhaps a provincial election or municipal elections, the date can be adjusted. But fifth, to prevent the abuse of this ability to adjust the date, it ensures that the date can only be moved to the Tuesday after the Monday or to the Monday that follows the third Monday, in other words, the fourth Monday in October. Sixth, the law is carefully crafted to ensure that no limit is placed on Parliament's ability to indicate loss of confidence in the government or of the Governor-General's prerogative to dissolve Parliament. And in this light, Mr. Speaker, I'll just stop for a moment and address the question raised by the honourable member opposite just a moment ago. Section 56.1 of the Act will now read, quote, or will be added to the current legislation, will say, nothing in this section of the Act, this new section being added, affects the powers of the Governor-General, including the power to dissolve Parliament at the Governor-General's discretion. Were that not there, then the law would, in fact, be unconstitutional. Then it goes on to say, subject to subsection 1, what I just quoted, each general election must be held in the third Monday in October in the fourth calendar year following an election. That's how we deal with that very important constitutional provision, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I said there were 6 points, I actually had 7. In the event of an early election causing that occurs on a day other than the third Monday in October, presumably this would be an election in a minority government where the government was defeated by the opposition, the calendar for future elections automatically resets to the third Monday in October in the fourth calendar year following the year in which the election caused by that vote of non-confidence takes place. Now, let's talk about what this resolves. This resolves is the ability, removes the power of the Prime Minister, nominally the Governor-General, but always the Governor-General acting on the advice of the Prime Minister, to call an election when it's good for the government, when it suits the government, when it's damaging to the chances of the opposition, the main opposition party or some other opposition party, to be able to contest that election. It removes an inherent unfairness in the system, an inherent unfairness which I myself, I've only been elected to this place 3 times, 2000, 2004, and most recently earlier this year. But a process that I saw in my short parliamentary career abused egregiously by the former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien in calling the election of 2000 and again in 2004. In 2000, he called an election shortly after a new opposition leader had been elected. He called it at a time when nominations had not been completed in most of the country for the then opposition party, the Canadian Alliance, and in so doing, he unfairly advantaged the governing Liberals and hurt the opposition party, the Canadian Alliance. And I saw this in action, Mr. Speaker. In 103 ridings in the province of Ontario, as there then were, nominations had been completed for the Canadian Alliance at the time that he called the snap election with no advance warning. Were called when 5 of those 103 ridings had completed their nomination process. And in, of course, the other 98, no nomination had been finished, including the riding that I was in. Now, at the conclusion of that election, what happened? What happened was that the Liberals won 100 seats, the New Democrats 1 seat, the Canadian Alliance 2 seats. And due to the vagaries of our electoral system, this in no way reflected the actual vote total, but it did give the results that Jean Chrétien wanted, gave him another majority government that he did not deserve, and would not have had, I would argue, had he had to follow a reasonable timetable that did not give him this unwarranted discretion. You know, Mr. Speaker, out of the 98 candidates that had not been nominated until the election was called, only one, myself, actually managed to win the election, and even that, frankly, was due to a three-way vote split. Of the 5 candidates who had been nominated, one, my colleague from Renfrew-Nipissing, was elected, about a 20% success rate. So that gives you an idea of what he was doing and the advantage the abuse of the system that he perpetrated. This could not happen under the law as written now. And which is the first government that will face this restriction on its power? Why, the current government, Mr. Speaker. The current government will be the one that will not have the kind of power to abuse our democratic system the way that Jean Chrétien and other prime ministers before him have abused it. In 2004, Mr. Speaker, something similar happened. The election was called before the main opposition party, the New Conservative Party of Canada, had a chance to hold its first policy convention. The Conservative Party had no way of planning its first policy convention in order to do so and produce a platform prior to that election being called. And during the election, what was the then Prime Minister was no longer doing? It was no longer Mr. Chrétien, of course. It was the honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. He was out ranting about how we have no policies, and of course inventing the most egregious and outlandish policies to fill the vacuum created by the fact that he was able to call an early election, Mr. Speaker. That's the kind of thing that will not happen under the current legislative proposal. Now, I want to talk about the benefits. To some degree, you can discern the benefits of the new legislation from the problems that I've raised, but I wanted to break it down into 4 headings, Mr. Speaker. The first of these benefits is that all parties can now prepare for elections. They can plan their leadership races, secure in the knowledge that a snap election will not be called at a time when they are in the process of electing their leader. That's a very significant advantage, Mr. Speaker. They can plan their policy conventions, as, of course, my party was unable to do in 2004. It's an advantage, Mr. Speaker, for people who are considering becoming candidates. And there's much talk in this place, especially when we think we'd like to vote ourselves a pay raise. There's much talk about the importance of getting the best candidates to come in here and contest elections. Well, that's fine for those who are independently wealthy, for those who have jobs that, particularly lawyers, who have jobs that permit them to have a great deal of flexibility. But if you are someone who comes from a job that is different than that, a job where you can't take off time to seek a nomination in quite the same way, or to be a nominee for some unspecified period of time, the uncertainty associated with not knowing when an election will be called means that it's necessary to put your life on hold in a way that, frankly, precludes many quality candidates from actually seeking nominations. I can think of a couple of examples prior to the 2004 election that were cited in the Hill Times, and all members have access to back issues of the Hill Times if they care to look up the stories of how individuals had to withdraw from nominations. I can think of a story relating to a policeman in the Toronto area who wanted to run for my party and had to withdraw because of the impossibility of coordinating his job demands and the demands of an uncertain electoral timetable. Of course, also, riding associations can plan their nomination meetings to occur at a time that's relatively close to an election, rather than trying to preclude the unforeseen future election that might come at some point. The electoral administration in this country, Elections Canada, could very much improve how it conducts elections, Mr. Speaker, reducing costs, improving efficiency, if it were certain that elections were going to occur on a predictable four-year timetable. For example, Mr. Speaker, the problems of finding and renting space on an uncertain schedule. This is very, very difficult, particularly in areas where there is low vacancies in rental properties. And if I may cite from my own constituency in the year 2000, it was so hard to find rental space in the riding that I was then seeking office in, the old riding of Lanark-Carleton, that the Elections Canada office wound up being placed across the street, literally across the street from the riding boundary. It was the least central location imaginable in the riding, but it was the only way that Elections Canada, on short notice, could secure rental space in that riding on that short schedule. It was very difficult, of course, to try and deal with the boundaries redistribution issue when there was great uncertainty prior to the 2004 election as to whether the then Prime Minister would call the election when the old boundaries were in place or the new boundaries. And this created immense chaos in my riding and many others across the country. But in mine, there was absolute chaos as the result of the fact that there was a great deal of lack of information about where the boundaries would be, and therefore the administration was difficult to pursue. Voter participation, Mr. Speaker, and this is my last point, voter participation will be greatly increased if we can be certain that, I'll continue in response to one of the comments, and I can see the Speaker shaking his head very fervently.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments as well. First of all, I should start by stating that I am very much in support of this legislation and believe very strongly that this country needs electoral reform, positive electoral reform. I think this is a very positive measure. However, I'd like to have my colleagues comment on the vote tomorrow. As you know, the House will be voting on the issue of softwood lumber, and the government has called that vote a vote of confidence. My fear is that even though we're moving with Bill C-16, and I think the House will be supportive of that proposal, and as I mentioned to my colleague, I am supportive, in fact, of that particular bill, that by calling these constant votes of confidence on legislation in many ways undermines the spirit of the legislation we're trying to put forward in Bill C-16. Because if we put a fixed date and then the government wishes to have it fall because it wishes to call an election because it wants to go to the polls, then in many ways you are in fact going against the very spirit and principles that you're trying to outline in Bill C-16. That is my question to my honourable colleague.
The honourable member for Lennox, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to comment on my honourable colleague's question, but I did want to finish that last thought I had before I sat down, which is just this. When voters know when an election is going to occur and can be certain about it, then they are less likely to be caught off guard. They can make preparations to vote, even if they are out of the country. They can contact the local returning officer and ensure that, for example, their addresses overseas or at any rate out of the riding are known, and therefore we can expect improved participation rates. That was the last thought I wanted to get in during my speech. In response to my honourable colleague, first of all, I thank him for his endorsement of the principle behind the bill. Of course, as he knows, the government here in Ontario has adopted a similar piece of legislation in Newfoundland and Labrador. A similar piece of legislation has been adopted, and also in British Columbia. To the best of my knowledge, none of these jurisdictions have done anything to restrict the ability of the Prime Minister to indicate, or the Premier, I guess it would be, to indicate that a particular vote is going to be a vote of non-confidence. If a piece of legislation were to put such a provision in place, what that would do effectively is to take a convention, a constitutional convention of very long standing in our House and in every province in this country. Of course, in Britain, the mother of parliaments, it's the precedent that continues to exist in Australia, New Zealand, the various Australian states, indeed in every country and subnational unit that has the Westminster system. And we would deviate from that. We would abandon that convention and move to something else. And in particular, we would move away in a way that ensures that the courts would be able to get involved in determining whether or not a vote of confidence is valid or not, whether a call for an election is valid or not. I think that's a dangerous thing to do, Mr. Speaker. I also think, if you feel strongly about this, however, there is a solution within the current conventions. Let us imagine, for the sake of argument, that the government is defeated on this government or a future government on some matter of confidence. The opposition parties could try to get a vote of confidence in the government separately. Now, voting non-confidence in a government and then, in practice, on the government's main policies, and then indicating that they actually have confidence in the government, they'd have to think whether they want to do that. But that's one way of doing it. I don't think, incidentally, if they tried to defeat the government on a money bill, it would work that way. I think the convention there is even more powerful, that the government's fundamental role is to provide supply to the I should say Parliament's main role is to provide supply to the government. And I do think, Mr. Speaker, that the other thing they could consider is if they defeat the government, they always have the option of trying to form a government themselves in cooperation with their parties. They think they can do that. So keep that in mind.
There's enough time for one quick question and comment, if there is one. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke about the legislation encouraging maybe the opportunity to get a better quality of candidate. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how many persons who wanted to become a Conservative candidate are now suing the Conservative Party because they've been summarily thrown out as they being eligible by the Conservative Party. But, Mr. Speaker, it appears that the Conservatives have forgot that candidates are elected by the membership of the party, and that that's a part of the democratic process that we're trying to promote. So why does the member think that the riding associations and the membership of any political party cannot pick a well-qualified candidate?
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not germane to the substance of the bill, so I'll take that more as a comment on political life in general rather than as something that requires a response from me. Thank you.
Please to débat.
Resuming a debate, the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always fun, I would say, to take part in a debate when you are in the chair. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to the part of Bill C-16 which is the most important. The subparagraph that I find is the most important. That is that the date of the general elections would be
Clause 56, 1 paragraph 1, this clause would not affect the powers of the Governor General, particularly with respect to dissolving Parliament if that is deemed necessary. If ever this bill is adopted and receives royal assent, while the Honourable Michael Jean is Governor General, then we would say when she feels that it is necessary.
The actual core of Bill C-16 is this section which says nothing in this section affects the powers of the Governor General, including the power to dissolve Parliament at the Governor General's discretion. Now, for those who may not understand, who may be watching TV right now and may not understand what that actually means, under the British North America Act and our Constitution, Canadian Constitution, the Governor General has full authority, royal prerogative, to dissolve Parliament at her or his discretion. Now, tradition calls for the Governor General only to do so at the recommendation of the sitting Prime Minister. So, in fact, when the Conservative government, and prior to becoming government, the Conservative Party, when it was the Conservative Party, when they were in official opposition, one could even pardon them for saying they were talking about fixed elections, but in fact not fixed elections. But now that they actually formed the government, one can no longer excuse that. That government has constitutional experts at its fingertips and knows very well that they cannot institute fixed election dates, true fixed election dates, without diminishing the discretionary power of the Governor General under our Constitution to dissolve Parliament upon recommendation of the Prime Minister. That would mean that the Governor General would have absolutely no royal prerogative to, at her discretion, to dissolve Parliament. That requires a constitutional amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So when the Conservative government does a campaign since tabling C-16 calling Bill C-16 a bill to create fixed election dates, they are not, that government is not, well, I would say the government and the bill is duplicitous. It is clearly duplicitous because that bill is not about fixed election dates. That bill, by precisely saying that nothing in it affects the powers of the Governor General, including the power to dissolve Parliament at the Governor General's discretion, that very paragraph shows that this bill is duplicitous. It has absolutely nothing to do about fixed election dates, because in fact, fixed election dates are fixed election dates. One cannot change the date at any time. And in order for that government, the Conservative government, to bring in legislation with actual, factual, true fixed election dates, their bill would have to diminish the powers of the Governor General to dissolve Parliament at any time at her or his discretion. And in order to do that, would have to amend our Constitution. And this bill does not do that. So I wish the government would have, well, the Speaker of the House has said that I can say this. So if the government were honest, that has been deemed parliamentarian, the government would in fact say that this bill is not about fixed election dates, that this bill does not in any way diminish the power of the Governor General, nor the authority of the Prime Minister at any time. The day after, if the bill is adopted, goes through all three readings in the House, goes through all three readings in the Senate, becomes legislation, Elections Canada Act is changed, the very next day, the Prime Minister, the sitting Prime Minister, could go to the Governor General and say, I'm calling an election. And the Governor-General would be able to dissolve Parliament. So, for that government to claim that Bill C-16 is about fixed election dates is not telling the whole story. The story is that under this, we would be talking about if the Prime Minister, between the date that C-16 would become law and the third Monday of October in the fourth calendar year following the first general election after this section comes into force would be Monday, October 19th, 2009. So between the date that this bill comes into effect and Monday, October 19th, 2009, the Prime Minister could go to the Governor-General anytime, on any single day, and say, I'm asking you and I recommend that you dissolve this Parliament. And the Governor-General would have the power and the authority under our Constitution to dissolve Parliament and launch a general election. So, at the very least, this government, this Conservative government, should state, in fact, Bill C-16 is not fulfilling their electoral promise to create fixed election dates. What it is doing is simply saying if the Prime Minister, at no time between the adoption of this bill and Monday, October 19th, 2009, hasn't woken up and decided that he wants an election, then the election will happen on October 19th, 2009. But that at any time before that, the Prime Minister could recommend to the Governor-General to, in fact, dissolve Parliament. That's the first thing. When one looks at what is the definition of fixed election, I would recommend that my colleagues go to a major study that was done by Henry Milner, Fixing Canada's Unfixed Election Dates, a Political Season to Reduce the Democratic Deficit, published by the Institute for Research on Public Policy, I believe it is. Institute for Research in Public Policy, December 5th, 2005, Volume 6, Number 6. He actually gives a definition, and it's quite interesting. Here we go. Here we go. A fixed election date is when there is no possibility of calling, dissolving the assembly, whether it's a national assembly or a parliament, prior to the date that has been fixed by legislation. Any other system where, yes, the constitution of a country may in fact establish, for instance, that the term of the assembly is 3 years or is 4 years and actually lays out the third Monday of the 10th month of the year, every 3 years is an election or every 4 years is an election, but allows a mechanism for early dissolution, either because of a non-confidence vote or because there's an issue that the government wishes to plebiscite on. In fact, that is not a fixed election date. That would be called a fixed flexible date. Because while there is supposedly a fixed date, the government or the assembly still has the power and the authority to dissolve prior to the expiry date of the term, the fixed term, whether it's 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. So the first thing, the very least thing, the Conservative government and Prime Minister Harper and his cabinet should say is, in fact, I apologize. The Right Honourable Prime Minister and his cabinet should state is that C-16 is not about fixed election dates. C-16 is about fixed flexible dates, which would still allow the Prime Minister all the authority to go to the Governor-General at any time prior to the set date.
Which is what we already have.
and recommend to the Governor-General to dissolve Parliament, and the Governor-General would have all of the authority to do so. And as my colleague from Beaches, East York just mentioned, hey, if somebody actually went to read the B&A Act, our Constitution, they'd see that it's actually what we already have. Under the Constitution, Parliament has to be dissolved no later than the 5th year, in the 5th year of the preceding election. But within that time, the Prime Minister can go to the Governor-General and recommend that Parliament be dissolved at any time. And in fact, when one looks historically, it's usually in the 4th year, towards the end of the 4th year, following a general election, that the Prime Minister of a government in Canada has actually done that. So that's the first thing. Please don't say that C-16 is about fixed election dates, because it's not. And don't claim that this will ensure that the Prime Minister of this sitting government, the Conservative government, will not, as to use the terms that the members opposite have been using this very day, abuse their authority by calling an election at any time. In fact, this bill allows the sitting Prime Minister of the Conservative Party, who's also Prime Minister of Canada at this point, if this bill was in effect right now, to go tomorrow to the Governor-General. There's nothing, absolutely nothing in that bill that would stop that. So please don't call it a fixed election date. And please don't attempt to portray it as being something fundamentally different than the system that we have been governed by here in Canada since Confederation, because this doesn't change anything fundamentally. So this is a game of smoke and mirrors, Mr. Speaker. A game of smoke and mirrors on the part of this Conservative government. Does that surprise me? I'd like to say it did, but unfortunately, it doesn't. It's no different. It's no different than when they tabled their budget, 2006 budget, and heralded tax cuts. We're going to help the most poor, the most disadvantaged. What? Does increasing the lowest marginal tax rate from 15% to 15.5%, is that lowering taxes? No, of course not. It's increasing taxes. And I don't know about my colleagues on the opposite side, but I can speak for my colleagues on this side of the Liberal Party, the official opposition. Most of us received a lot of letters from our constituents who happen to be seniors after July the 1st, when that tax hike kicked in, saying, I thought the Conservative government said they were lowering taxes. How come my taxes just got increased half a point? Weren't too pleased about that. You might want to think, the Conservatives may want to think about that. Yeah. On the other hand, they talked about the GST, how that was going to put lots of money into people's pockets. Studies actually show that in order for, somebody to make back $100 on that 1 point reduction, they'll have to have spent a heck of a lot more money. A heck of a lot, $10,000 for that 1 point reduction to put $100 in their pockets. Now, I don't know too many people in my riding who have that kind of disposable income that they can spend $10,000, whether it be on clothes, whether it be on restaurant meals, whether it be on buying a new car. I don't know too many people that can spend $10,000 of their disposable income in order to get back $100. Most people would have preferred that the marginal tax rates remain where they were rather than increase them 5% in order to pay for luxury items for people who can afford to go out and spend $10,000 a pop, or, you know, $20 or $30 or $40,000 a pop. Another example of the duplicitousness of this, I know, but I also like saying duplicitousness. I mean, if I look in the dictionary next to Bill C-16, I see Conservative Party, duplicitous. That's what I see when I look in the dictionary. C-16, Conservative Party, duplicitous. Now, one of the members just suggested I look under criminal. Well, gee, I think that is conservative too. I think that's conservative too. Now, let's look at the issue. Let's look at the issue of making premature elections more difficult. If one, in fact, is going to allow for premature elections, which Bill C-16 allows for, then the issue is, does Bill C-16 in any way, shape, or form make it difficult for a Canadian federal government to call a premature election if Bill C-16 was in effect? And the answer is to be found in, nothing in this section affects the power of the Governor-General, including the power to dissolve Parliament at the Governor-General's discretion. That's the long answer. The short answer is nothing in Bill C-16 limits or restricts the authority of a government, a Canadian government, to call a premature election if Bill C-16 was in effect. That's one. Secondly, is there anything that even makes it difficult that would be dissuasive? No, because there's nothing in the section that affects the powers of the Governor-General, including the power to dissolve Parliament at the Governor-General's discretion. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I have a question. That's a waste. Besides asking how much time do I have left, I have a question. Why is the government wasting our time and the time of Canadians by trying to blow sand in their eyes by claiming that Bill C-16 is about fixed elections, when it's about nothing of the kind? It's a marketing tool by the Conservative Party to try and hoodwink Canadians into thinking that it really is about fixed elections and that the Conservative Party has kept yet another promise. Well, in fact, the Conservative Party has yet again attempted to hoodwink Canadians, one, and secondly, this bill is duplicitous. This bill is deceptive. This bill has nothing to do with fixed elections. And for goodness sake, if that government, that Conservative government, were honest, they would at least say the bill has nothing to do with fixed elections, because even if the bill comes into force, the Prime Minister will still be able to go to the Governor-General at any time and ask the Governor-General to dissolve Parliament, and the Governor-General's royal prerogative to do so will not be in any way diminished, limited, reduced, any other word that you can think of by this bill. So I would say if the Conservative government were honest, it would at least admit that. At least admit that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable Member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, there isn't too much in that speech that I think bears comment, but I think it's important that we correct the record in terms of the paper that the Honourable Member was quoting from, this Henry Milner's paper. Let me quote a few other paragraphs, pieces of paragraphs, see what she thinks. when he says, as noted, the commonly held assumption that fixed-date legislative elections are compatible only with presidential systems and thus incompatible with parliamentary systems such as ours is inaccurate. Yet this misconception is understandable, since any knowledge that Canadians possess of such matters is likely confined to Canada. And he goes on to say, the definition of a fixed system as one in which, as in the United States, nothing can be done to alter the date of the next legislative election is too narrow. It excludes any parliamentary system that allows for premature elections, as do almost all of them. He goes on to say, in some, even if they are not pure fixed date in the American sense, these countries do not belong in the same unfixed category as Canada. The result is that, unlike Canada, the majority of countries with parliamentary or mixed regimes set a fixed date for their legislative elections, which is known and, as a rule, respected. So I'm just wondering, it seems to me that she's borrowing something from the paper that's really not there. He's clearly saying that there's other forms of fixed date elections that fit well in parliamentary systems like Canada's.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine.
Quite interesting that the Honourable Member will quote from Henry Milner, but not mention the fact that Henry Milner clearly points out that there is one fixed election dates, true fixed election dates. There is no possibility for premature elections. Then you have flexible fixed dates where one knows where the actual election will take place, because in the Constitution it says every 3 years on the third Monday of the third month, or every 4 years, etc. But there allows for a mechanism for premature dissolution of the Parliament or the National Assembly, and that is called flexible fixed. And that was the point that I made. When the Conservative government tables Bill C-16 and claims to this House and to Canadians that it's about fixed election dates, it's about no such thing. Now, if the government wishes to say it's about flexible, fixed, or fixed, flexible dates, where premature elections can happen because the Governor-General's power to dissolve Parliament would not in any way be diminished by this bill, that is factual. Anything else is not factual, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll be very brief. Does the Minister disagree with the two Liberal governments in BC and Ontario who have just introduced fixed election dates and the fact that BC has just ran an election based on a fixed date?
Honourable Deputy de Notre-Dame.
Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine.
As fixed flexible, because while it stipulates and that the election, a general election, will take place 4 years on such and such a date, and one can determine. It has mechanisms within its legislation to allow for premature dissolution. Therefore, it's not the fixed election date, it's fixed flexible. And if the Honourable Member cannot understand the distinction, then I would be more than happy to sit down with him when we have all of the time in the world, in the government lobby or in the opposition lobby, spend 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours to explain to him the difference between fixed election date and fixed flexible.
This is not America.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spent the last 10 to 15 minutes here listening to the member try to make a distinction between flexible and flexible fixed election dates. She's referred to the legislation as being duplicitous. She's accused the government of not telling the whole story, of not being honest, about being criminal, which I consider unparliamentary language, deceptive. My question is, in all of the comments she has made, she has never once stated whether she supports the legislation. She should be listening to some of the colleagues in her own party who've, as recently as a few minutes ago, stated they strongly support this legislation.
Hear, hear.
So I'm just going to encourage the member to come out clearly. Is she in favor of this legislation, or is she opposed to electoral reform? Tell the Canadian people.
Honorable Député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Talking about electoral reform, because C-16 has absolutely nothing to do about electoral reform. Because if, in fact, it had something to do about electoral reform, it would then be proposing an amendment to our Constitution to limit the authority of the Governor-General and therefore that of the Prime Minister to call an election at any time. Therefore, I have a real problem with this, and I want to see this bill go into committee so that we can amend it. And if we are, in fact, for real fixed election, that Bill C-16 is about real fixed election, which would then mean going to all of the provinces for a constitutional amendment of our Constitution in order to limit the authority and the power and the royal prerogative of the Governor-General to dissolve Parliament at any time at her or his discretion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. We have a question, okay. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague's comments, and I certainly understand where she's coming from. I have my concern, and I think it was shared by her, and she quite eloquently stated, is sometimes the way we title things, the way we project things, sometimes in this House. It reminds me of the time when I was in City Council in Toronto, where every bad news we were getting from, at that time, Mike Harris's government in Queen's Park, the Conservative government, which a lot of the ministers then now sit in this House and the government side, tabled several legislation that were in fact quite dangerous sometimes and even quite painful for the citizens of Toronto, but was always sugar-coated with fancy words. So I understand where my colleague is coming from. I support the principle of the direction where it's going, this bill, but the fixed election date, it is, as my colleague says, it is a misnomer to call it that if in fact it's not what it's doing, is in fact, if it's not setting a fixed date. But however, I would like to have maybe her comment on what she thinks that somehow, that how we can correct this bill. Should we call maybe the bill to try to fix an election date?
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Well, I think that there are several ways. One of the ways would be, while not limiting the Governor-General's power and authority to dissolve Parliament at his or her discretion upon recommendation of the Prime Minister, would be to actually include clauses in there that would actually specify the reasons or the justification that a Prime Minister could legally have to recommend to the Governor-General premature dissolution of Parliament prior to. So actually specify what would be the reasons that the Prime Minister, a Prime Minister, would be able to go to the Governor-General prior to the date that has been fixed under this bill to recommend premature dissolution. And it might be that it wouldn't be a vote of confidence. Wouldn't that be novel? And it might be that it wouldn't be, because maybe that party that's in power has suddenly gone through the roof in the polls and thinks, well, we know that there's something bad coming down the pipes that nobody else knows, so maybe we should call an election now. I mean, all of the things that that party has accused of the Liberals when we were in party, nothing in Bill C-16 would stop that party, which is now the ruling party, from doing exactly what it has accused and denounced the Liberal Party when we were in power. So I would say we would want to and look very carefully at including amendments that would limit the reasons that a Prime Minister could give to recommend to the Governor-General early dissolution of Parliament. Do I have any more time, Mr. Speaker? Oh, what a shame.
You did until you asked that question. But, the Honourable resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to participate in this debate at second reading on Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. I'm splitting my time with the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. During the election campaign, I heard a lot from constituents, I think most of us did, about cynicism and distrust of the political process. And in my opinion, the measures contained in this bill are part of a package of electoral reforms that should go a long way toward addressing the democratic deficit that most Canadians are experiencing. And I want to thank the Minister of Democratic Reform for bringing it forward. I want to do just a couple of things in the short time that I have. I want to speak briefly about the benefits that I see in fixed election dates, and then address some of the objections that have been raised. But first, let me put the bill in some kind of context. As a Member of Parliament from British Columbia, I'm particularly pleased to support this legislation because Bill 16 was modeled after provincial fixed election dates legislation. In fact, on May 17th, my anniversary, in 2005, in British Columbia, for the very first time in Canada, a provincial election took place on a date set by law, not set by a premier or a prime minister, on a date that worked to his or her advantage. And that breakthrough was the result of Bill 7, which was passed in 2001, which amended their Constitution Act to provide for a fixed date for general elections every 4 years. And in its terms, the Act provided that subject to the right of the Lieutenant Governor to prorogue or dissolve the Legislative Assembly, as he or she sees fit, a general election had to occur on May 17, 2005, and subsequently on the second Tuesday in May in the fourth year following the most recently held general election. And that means that we know already that the next provincial election in BC will be held on May 12th, 2009. Although British Columbia was the first province to enact this kind of fixed election date legislation, other provinces have followed. Newfoundland and Labrador passed its election dates bill in 2004, and Ontario passed similar legislation in 2005. And, Mr. Speaker, other provincial governments are actively considering fixed election dates legislation. And, in fact, throughout the world, this kind of legislation is quite common. Chile, Costa Rica, South Korea, the Netherlands, United States, of course, Sweden, Switzerland, and others. Now, some argue that in the Westminster parliamentary system, flexible election timing is a necessary element in case a government loses the confidence of Parliament, and therefore a fixed election date system is incompatible. However, it's important to note that legislation that's similar to ours appears to be working well in New Zealand, Scotland, and Wales, all of which have the Westminster system of government. And also the legislation in both British Columbia and Ontario allows for the possibility of early dissolution, and the legislation before us today is modeled on that provincial legislation. And before just discussing what I see as some of the benefits of this legislation, let me answer the question that I'm sure you've been wanting to ask, Mr. Speaker. How has British Columbia's fixed election dates worked? Has it been a positive change? And the answer, in my opinion, is an emphatic yes. So let me just mention a number of what I see as positive outcomes. First of all, I think it's fair. As Henry Milner says in his study that we talked about just briefly here, he says, and I quote, "Why should the party in power have a special advantage in planning electoral strategy due to its inside knowledge of when the next election will take place? Why should its leaders be permitted to time an election to exploit conditions favorable to their re-election?" Unquote. And in fact, it's commonly thought that governments can manipulate economic policy enough so that they face voters at the most advantageous time. But with election dates known in advance, it becomes more obvious when governments go on a spending spree to bribe voters with their own money. Of course, this government will not do that, but the previous governments provided plenty of examples of this practice. Secondly, it decentralizes power. Canadians will know that in our system of government, the Prime Minister has considerable power. Political power, according to Donald Savoy in his 2000 book, that is without equal in the Western democracies. And our Prime Minister wants to rebalance that power, and this legislation that limits his ability to call an election at his discretion is a step in that direction. Thirdly, this kind of legislation makes the process more efficient, I think in at least a couple of ways. It allows those setting the government's legislative program and parliamentary committees to better plan their agenda, to plan their work. It's always a frustration to parliamentarians and probably to those who observe our work to see perfectly good legislation die in committee or on the order paper because of an election that was unexpectedly called. And to some extent, fixed election dates should improve this. Also, election planning will be more efficient. It's expected that fixed dates for elections will reduce administrative costs because officials will be able to start their work well in advance. In fact, in BC, an Elections BC information officer is quoted in a Vancouver Sun article as saying that the fixed election date, quote, enabled us to plan and administer the election much better. Electoral district officers had the time to find facilities and train staff so that the election was very successful. And fourthly, another benefit is that it should reduce voter cynicism and increase voter turnout. In an Environics poll in 2004, 81% of Canadians preferred that elections be held at specific and fixed times instead of whenever the party in power wanted to call it. So anything that reduces cynicism and increases confidence in the political process, in my opinion, is a good thing, and it should increase voter turnout. Also, if voters know well in advance when an election will be, particularly those like seniors or students who have seasonal issues, it should allow them to participate. And fifthly, it should increase the quantity and quality of candidates and, I think, volunteers as well. If potential candidates can plan well in advance, as some of my colleagues have said, especially those with family or career obligations, fixed election dates should attract more and better candidates who are able to plan for what's coming, perhaps a year or more in the future. It should also allow potential campaign volunteers to plan their schedules to be able to participate. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me address some criticisms that have been raised with respect to fixed election dates. Firstly, some say that it will create a series of lame duck governments, especially in the last year of the term. You know when the term is going to end, so you kind of wind down your agenda and don't do anything. I don't understand the logic of that. I would have thought that if you, as a government, knew that the election is coming, that you would sort of beef up your political agenda and you would make sure you're doing as much as you could do in preparation for that. And in fact, in British Columbia, there was absolutely no evidence that the government in power was in any way a lame duck. And similarly, there's, I think, no reason to believe that the Government of Canada will be any less effective with the establishment of fixed election dates. Some have said that it's simply illusory legislation. In other words, that the Prime Minister will still be able to call an election at any time before the fixed date, so it's really not a fixed date. We've kind of just recently had that discussion in this place. But it's important to point out once again, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-16 was modeled on provincial legislation for what they called, and we are calling, fixed election dates. In British Columbia, in fact, the Premier retains the ability to advise dissolution before the stipulated date, should it be necessary to a loss of confidence. Now, this is required in order to maintain the fundamentals of responsible government within the Westminster system. And I don't know if some who seem to be opposed, or maybe they're not opposed, we couldn't quite tell from the recent comments we heard here. I don't know if they want to do away with the Westminster system, but if we want to maintain it, this is the kind of mechanism that we have to have. And I'm fairly certain that there are few here who would be prepared to champion the constitutional changes necessary to create a rigid system that didn't permit in any circumstances a parliament to be dissolved before the scheduled fixed date. As we saw with the May 17, 2005 election in British Columbia, the Premier did not call an election before that date. And I think he would have been punished if he had. Thirdly, some say that it's going to result in an extended campaign. Some have suggested that if we know the year the campaign is coming, they're going to start a year in advance. And perhaps this is something that does need to be addressed. I think that the negative effect of this can be controlled somewhat with proper spending limits and legislative time constraints and so on, and also with the right election date. We're setting a date for October 19th, 2009 as the date of the next general election, with the following election being on the third Monday in October, 4 calendar years hence. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I am proud as a British Columbian to support Bill C-16 because fixed election dates legislation has been shown to work well in BC. And I hope members from all parties will join me in supporting this bill so that Canadians can join the citizens of mature democracies around the world and be voting on fixed election dates in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go on to questions and comments, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to indicate the questions for adjournment debate to the honourable member on the environment and also a question on housing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise in the House today, the first day that the Parliament's back into session, to speak on fixed election dates. I've listened to some of the debate in the House. I haven't listened to all of it, but with a bit of chagrin, really, at some of the comments and some of the misleading comments that are actually being proposed from some of our Liberal colleagues. In particular, the member from Notre Dame de Gras-le-Chine. Mr. Speaker, we all have an obligation in this House to look at legislation that governments put on the order sheet, look at legislation that comes before us, offer valid criticisms and amendments to that legislation if we feel the legislation isn't doing what it set out to do, or if it's legislation we cannot support. What amazes me from some of the comments that I'm hearing is that these members they will tell you they have no intention of supporting this piece of legislation. Then when you ask the direct question, well, they're not really certain what their position is. Like, you can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was elected on June the 2nd, 1997. 3 years later, on November 27th, 2000, we had another election. Barely 3.5 years after that, on June the 28th, 2004, we had another election. Less than 2 years after that, on January 23rd, 2006, we had the last election. 4 elections in barely 9 years. If we had fixed terms, we would have saved the full cost of one election to the people of Canada. Over $250 million. $250 million, Mr. Speaker, that could have been spent on government programs across this country, on very seriously needed infrastructure, on education, on health care, on a myriad of issues that every man and woman in this chamber face, important issues, in their ridings. And Mr. Speaker, you know, to promote the idea, as some of our Liberal members are, to promote the idea that you cannot change the system is fundamentally flawed. Of course we can change the system. We need to change the system. One of the first questions I was asked when I ran, before I was elected to this House, when I ran for election, one of the first questions asked, Mr. Speaker, was on 4-year terms. Back in 1997, I supported 4-year terms. I've supported 4-year terms my entire 9 years as a parliamentarian. I think it would be a good thing for the people of Canada. I think it would be a positive move to put more responsibility upon government. This doesn't take responsibility away from government. This makes government much more responsible. Government is unable, it takes away one of their tools to manipulate the system. And Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that when we started talking about fixed election dates, the Liberals all said, you know, you talk about fixed election dates when you're in opposition. It's an election promise. If you ever get to government, it will never happen. Mr. Speaker, we are the Government of Canada. We've introduced the Bill C-16, and we will bring in fixed election dates unless this Parliament sees fit not to. And I would be shocked that any member in this House, for purely partisan reasons, would vote against a bill of this quality. Mr. Speaker, this bill will deal with a number of issues that Canadians face, that citizens face, and will help make Parliament work better. There are some major advantages to this piece of legislation. Number one is the issue of fairness. Number two will be transparency and predictability. Number three is improved governance. And number four will be higher voter turnout rates. All of those issues that affect the governance of this place, will be assisted and improved under this bill. To say otherwise is misleading. To listen to the argument, Mr. Speaker, that somehow this will change the powers of the Governor-General is even further misleading. You know, the power of the Governor-General and the power of confidence motion in the House are inextricably linked. And the power to dissolve Parliament is a historical prerogative of the Crown and is considered essential to the principle of responsible government and is expressly conferred on the Governor-General in Section 50 of the Constitution Act 1867. Section 50 of the Constitution Act 1867 provides, "Every House of Commons shall continue for 5 years from the day of the return of the writs for choosing the House, subject to be sooner dissolved by the Governor-General and no longer." So the proposed bill explicitly states that nothing in this section, because we're changing the length of the term, it has to explicitly state that nothing in this section affects the powers of the Governor-General, including the power to dissolve Parliament at the Governor-General's discretion. And the only reason that is in there is to enable a government, if it loses the confidence of the House, to go to the people of Canada. Because if government was unable to do that, we would be in gridlock. We would be totally ineffective and unable to govern the country. You know, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Liberal members speak as if this is some kind of a figment of our imagination, that the only other country in the world that has 4-year terms is the United States of America. And somehow, you know, the old argument that, you know, the Conservatives are somehow, you know, cozying up to the Americans. Absolutely unfair and untrue. The reality is that a number of other countries have fixed terms. Chile, Costa Rica, Cyprus, Estonia, Finland, South Korea, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Mexico, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Slovakia, Slovenia, Sweden, Switzerland, and last but not least, the United States. Imagine that. All those countries have fixed election dates, and they still have a democratic state. And there are countries that have a fixed term, but allow for more of a degree of flexibility, saying, for example, Mr. Speaker, that on the dissolution of Parliament or election must be held within a period of 2 months. So you can have your, not on the dissolution of Parliament, pardon me, you have your fixed term of 4 years, and the government has 2 months from the day to call their election. And those countries include, which is a very similar system to this, Austria, Belgium, the Czech Republic, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Israel, Italy, and Spain. So this is not something new that's being thrust upon the Canadian public here. This is an idea that's been around for a long time, a very long time, Mr. Speaker. It should help to bring some credibility back to the Parliament of Canada. It should help to increase voter turnout. You know, we've had a great deal of discussion, both before this bill was tabled, and we will continue to have discussion with the tabling and at committee. You know, the whole point of a fixed election date, the next one would be October the 19th, 2009. I appreciate the fact, Mr. Speaker, that I'm running out of time. But this is an important issue, and it's an issue that I would hope every member in this chamber would find time to speak on. And to wrap up, there's much more to say, but to try to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity to take one of the primary tools that prime ministers, past prime ministers in this country, have used like a club. They have gone to the people before their 5 years was up, and every political party has suffered from that. And I think the Parliament of Canada has suffered from that. And here, for the first time, we have a democratic debate in this country on 4-year terms, the first Prime Minister who's willing to give up that huge tool in his tool chest. And we're debating this in the House. This is somehow up for discussion. This will level the playing field. It will give democracy more of an opportunity to work, and will be a good thing, Mr. Speaker, for the public of Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honourable Deputy de...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have heard two members from the government side, the member for Lake Mission and the member for South Shore, Margaret, who have spoken about the democratic deficit. We have seen the leader of this government, who is about to go to the UN to speak on behalf of Canada, without even consulting the opposition parties, without trying to come to some political agreement with respect to what he's going to say at the UN. If you call that democracy when you're in a minority government, well, I don't think so. When the government talks about fixed-term election, but giving the opposition the ability to vote us out, well, how can it accuse the government, or how can we accuse people of creating an election? I call that a democratic deficit. When you talk about creating, the member for South Shore and St. Margaret said we need to have some time to acquire the confidence of the people. Isn't that a good measure? When you're in a minority government, wouldn't it be wise to listen to the members who are elected by the Canadian and Quebec members who represent them? Listen to them and try and adapt the measures. I think that would be a measure that would be one that would restore confidence in the people. And we don't have to have a fixed-term election, really, per se. Does he not think that it would be more commonsensical, more credible to try and create a climate of confidence within the Parliament itself and then work on the people?
I appreciate my honourable colleague's comments, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not quite certain that he truly understood what I was saying earlier, because my point was quite simple. I think you do increase the confidence in this House. I think that you do increase the support of all Canadians in what goes in the procedure and what goes on in this House when they fully understand that they have a greater opportunity to participate, and that the governing party actually has less opportunity to manipulate the most important part of our democratic state and our democratic process, and that's the ability to re-elect governments or to defeat governments, to go back to the people to have the decision made. That is the most important part of our democracy. We get to choose. Mr. Speaker, by having an election every 4 years on a fixed date at a period of time when more people will be able to go to the polls, when students are at school where they will be able to vote, they're not traveling, they're not working at a summer job away from their home, by encouraging proactive, an activism in our voting patterns by getting above that 60% mark, 65% mark, by allowing people to have some respect and confidence in this chamber, by leading instead of following. And by doing that, we will win back the respect of this House.
The member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague's comments on this issue, which I consider quite an important one. And I, like him, share the importance of having a fixed election date. I think it's quite the right move for Canada to be pursuing that. There are times in listening to my colleagues in this House that we realize, of course, we all follow the Westminster tradition, but there are times we want to be more Westminster than Westminster itself, and think that nothing can ever be changed here without changing some fundamental part of the Constitution or create a crisis within the country. The reality is that although it is not technically for a fixed date, because there's still the powers of the Governor General and that of the Prime Minister, if wishes to mandate a call for a confidence vote, can do so in the House, and then we could have an election. I think the principle is the right one. I think we need to, if we talk about even the fact that the amount of money that is spent on election dates is
Order. We may not have fixed election dates yet, but we have fixed time for question and answer periods, and it has expired. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Rivière du Nord. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I would like to say that our party, the Bloc Québécois, will be supporting Bill C-16, even though it's not necessarily a perfect tool. We do feel it is the right step, good step in the right direction. It's very important to have a fixed date. I'll give you a few examples, and I can talk to you about my own individual case. When I got into elections, into politics in 1993, we didn't have a fixed date election, and the Bloc had just been formed. We had to train staff. We had to train people who wanted to run investiture meetings for people who wanted to run as candidates. And in my case, back in 1993, I was sitting on several boards, including the Chamber of Commons in my riding, and these were apolitical organizations, and I had organized a big event for the Chamber of Commerce. It was a huge event. It was the biggest event of the year, and because I didn't know, Mr. Speaker, when the election was going to take place, we had to have the investiture meeting, and I had to resign from my position. That created problems for the chamber because all of a sudden I had to bow out, and I had decided to go into politics. Also, I was in business, and I had a contract, and I had to finish my contract. But since the elections were called, I had to break my contract, which was very costly and difficult for me. Not only was it costly and difficult, but also your reputation is hurt when something like this happens. So with the elections at a fixed period, that will enable men and women to plan and to get ready for elections. And they'll know that the date of the election will take place at such a time. They'll be able to take leave from work at a time, during the requisite time, and they'll be able to have their nominating committee meetings held at a specific time. So we won't find ourselves in this vacuum where you're between a rock and a hard place because you really can't make a decision because you don't know exactly when the election is, or you find out it's going to take place 11 months later. So this is a situation that is untenable. And often, Mr. Speaker, this is what causes the situation whereby executives or business people who would like to get involved in politics decide not to. They don't want to run because of this situation. So you just can't close down a company overnight. You know, if you want to go into politics, you have to plan this out. You have to do a lot of planning. It's very complicated. So if we want to get people from all sectors, men and women, to run for Quebec and Canada, well, this bill will enable us to take this first step. The third week of October, that's a good date, Mr. Speaker. I would remind you that we had an election on January 23rd. I think we had the lowest voter turnout ever. People had left on vacation, and in Quebec, it was a statutory holiday, so it was very difficult. And then we had, in the middle of winter, when you're trying to go door to door when it's -30, well, that's not that easy. So how do you meet with people? How do you motivate them? And if there's a snowfall, well, people just don't go to vote. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this will enable us to have a higher voter turnout rate because people will be able to plan on voting, knowing ahead of time when the election will take place. Mr. Speaker, we are now in a minority government situation. So this is in a majority government. If ever the government were overthrown or because of an issue that led to a non-confidence vote, well, this bill would not operate. But if the government were to decide to cooperate with the chamber, which it has done up until now, well, we'll see. And they will have the honor of calling the first fixed election in 2009. But I have my doubts as to whether or not this will happen. We'll see in the next budget what the government will have to offer, because the government's been in power for 9 months now, and there are a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, that were supposed to be resolved in the fall, which will not be resolved. We don't have a Kyoto plan. We don't have an environment plan. We've been waiting for 9 months. We still don't have nothing. The minister didn't show up at committee, whereas the committee had tabled a motion inviting her to appear. So there are a lot of things that have not been resolved. We'll see what the government will offer us, and we'll do what we have to do at that time. But this will be a good bill for the future, and I think, Mr. Speaker, it will be less costly to us. I spoke with the riding president in my area, and he said that he had to always be ready for an election to be called. It costs a lot of money. You have to hire people just so you have a bare bones structure operating. And when you call an election at the last minute, well, additional staff have to be hired. That represents a great deal of work, almost 24 hours a day. So by having fixed dates, the chief electoral officer can do his planning work. I think that will result in savings, substantial savings, because it costs $250 million, between $250 million and $300 million to run an election. And I think that will attract more people to the political class, because since 1993, I've never been here 4 years. This is my 5th term, and I've never sat for 4 hours. 3.5 years. And the date of the election is always done according to the polls, according to the mood, according to whether or not the governing party thinks it can win. But it's unfair, Mr. Speaker. But by having fixed-term elections, well, the government will have 4 years to show what it can do. There will always be partisanship. We know that before an election, whether it's fixed term or not, Mr. Speaker, there will always be partisanship, but we still, nevertheless, will have organizations that will be election ready. We had an election in 2000, one in 2004, one in 2006, and perhaps, who knows, there'll be an election soon. We don't know. So when there's no fixed date, the staff can't plan their agenda. Some people take leave. They take leave from their jobs so they can help out during an election. But if they don't know ahead of time when the election will take place, well, it's very difficult to do any planning. It's very difficult to arrange leave without pay. So people are always left wondering. And as far as funding our political parties concerned, it's very difficult to get funding or money in 10 months' time for a whole election campaign. Usually we have 4 years to get the money that we need in order to launch a campaign.
So that means there are people who were elected in 2000, 2004, and 2006 who have huge debts because they have not had time to get organized to amass the funds necessary to conduct a proper election campaign in their riding. They've had to get into debt very often, and now they don't even have time to collect the money necessary to reimburse that money. They're going to end up in another campaign. They'll have to borrow again. So that's an incredible morass they gave into. So fixed date elections would allow us to make sure that our ridings are in good financial shape when we go into an election, and we can have a good campaign in our ridings. And that would be fair for everyone. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, 5 elections, 3.5 years mandate. The last one was not easy for everyone. The new people who arrived here, but for the veterans as well, those of us who've been here a long time. It's been difficult to obtain the funds necessary, and the organization is really not obvious. We're exhausting our resources, our volunteers. Our volunteers don't want to work on an election again because every 2 years is just too often. When it can't be anticipated, they can't always make sure they're available. That's what happened in 2004. I experienced a very difficult election campaign because my volunteers were on vacation. I couldn't prevent them from leaving to go on vacation. The national holiday in Quebec, June 24th, is very important. People leave because it's a long weekend, and they leave for their vacation for 2-3 weeks at a time. So then we're stuck. Good thing people could vote every day, but not everyone is interested in advance polls. So that means that we only had a 50% turnout, a very, very low turnout. And I don't think that election was justified. We went into an election at that time because the government had decided to do so. It felt it was doing well in the polls. So you see that in any event, things change. So I sincerely believe, Mr. Speaker, that it's a good idea to have a bill like this. I know that it does not affect the Constitution, but I can't see this Prime Minister arranging for us to vote against a motion. If he decided this was a confidence vote, go to the Governor General and ask her to dissolve Parliament. I think that he would bear the brunt of this. Voters would never forgive him. Voters have had enough of election campaigns, one after another. So they'd need an extremely important reason for the Prime Minister to take his walk to the Governor General's residence after this bill is passed and say, I'm asking you to dissolve Parliament because I didn't win this vote. I think it would require something of capital importance, and people are not duped. People follow politics, they know what's going on, and they would see what the government is up to. And I can tell you that their dissatisfaction would be made clear when they go to the polls. So I think this is a good bill. This is done in many other countries, as we know. My colleagues cited them earlier. Other countries have taken similar measures. It's comparable to the National Assembly in Quebec. They want to have fixed date elections eventually. So I agree with that. But I would caution the government, nevertheless, never to use this tactic of going to see the Governor General and asking for the dissolution of the House because the Prime Minister has decided he doesn't have the confidence of the House for a reason that is not considered reasonable or acceptable. The government must act responsibly, and we have to work here. It has to respect the opposition because we have ideas here that we want to share. I find it inconceivable that the Prime Minister went and announced his foreign affairs program at the UN without telling us, the parliamentarians who represent the voters from across Canada. We find this out by a third party, and he announces this to the UN. It's unimaginable, but that's how this government has decided to operate. I hope there will be in future greater transparency to enable all parliamentarians to work together, to glean the ideas from all the parties. I think all parties have some good ideas, and I think that the government would benefit from that. And at the same time, of course, fulfill its mandate as it's supposed to and ensure that they respect the fact that they are a minority government. They should not try to go against the wishes of voters by calling an election on any kind of idea because the polls look good. So that's what I had to say about that, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the other parties... I think what we're doing here is modernizing Parliament. I hope that others will support this bill. I know it will go before committee, so there may be some amendments. There will be witnesses appearing before the committee, so it's important to listen to them too and make this the best bill possible. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Alfred Pellon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Rivière-du-Nord for her excellent presentation. I think that she's made us understand the situation of elections and how they're held. However, I'm wondering whether it's not illusory for a minority government to table such a bill that can't really apply in the current situation of a minority government. I'm wondering whether this is not some kind of tactic to make the opposition parties bear the brunt of not supporting significant bills that are worthy of the trust of the House, and then blame the opposition because they don't vote in favor of a government bill which would go and launch premature elections. Now, given my colleague's long parliamentary experience, I'd like her to elucidate the situation of a minority government that could twist the arms of opposition parties in maintaining the government in power. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I wish to thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there's a risk in this bill. The risk will remain. It's a minority government, so we have no choice. We have to work with the situation we're faced with. But by adopting C-16 in a new legislature, well, it would be different if it wasn't a minority government. Naturally, this makes the government look good. They would pass this, well, they know they're a minority government. It makes them look good, but at the same time, it is a measure that would modernize our system here. And in that sense, I think it merits our support, but we shouldn't be fooled either. This is politics, and a government is involved in the business of politics with this bill. That's part and parcel of their prerogatives. Of course, if they try to make us topple the government by tabling something that's a confidence bill, well, then we'll defeat them. Quite clearly, the public will have its say when they go to the polls and will communicate the message they want. I don't think the public will appreciate new elections on any kind of subject. As you know, confidence votes are on specific issues. They had a confidence vote on softwood lumber, but as we see, it takes something very important to say this is a confidence vote. So I'd like to caution them, but in the meantime, I hope that we'll vote for C-16. I hope we have time to vote for it. It'll go before committee and so forth. So I hope we get to the end of it. I hope it gets passed here in the House for the future, for the next government. We'll see then, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for York West.
Yes, I'd appreciate the honourable member's comments, and clearly she understands politics very well, and we all know what's at the base of all of this. I certainly think that 4 years would be a nice idea. I've had, in 7 years, I've had 4 election campaigns as well, so I'd like to go to a fixed date. But you mentioned about the financing issues and the pressure, but given the implications of previous legislation that finances the party, that certainly should eliminate that part of the problem. What other amendments would you like to see done on this bill? Because clearly
Order. I just remind the member from York West, it's happened a couple times today, first day back, but we shouldn't be addressing each other in the second person. The member should be asking me what the honourable member thinks rather than asking her directly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess we've all been away for a nice summer, and but I'd like to know what the honourable member would think that if the loophole would continue to remain, that it'll always be at the discretion of the government to call for an election, regardless of a term or not.
Honourable Deputy de Rivière-du-Nord.
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I think that the bill has to be studied exhaustively. I have not done so yet. I will do so in the coming days. But I think that we also have to listen to the witnesses before the committee. They are the ones who will tell us as legislators exactly what is necessary and what isn't in this bill. Can it be improved? Are there things that should be amended? I trust those people a great deal. So I think in committee we can examine all aspects of the bill and make it a serious bill. As you, Mr. Speaker, as the member was saying earlier, 4 campaigns in 7 years is really hard. It's hard to find the funding, it's hard to find the volunteers, and so on and so forth. I've been here 13 years, the same thing. When I tell people I've had 5 elections in 13 years, they can't get over it. So fixed date elections would certainly allow for more stable organizations, more stable funding. So that would have to be in here. But let's allow the committee to do its job. I trust the committee. There will be people from all parties there, and that's where we can amend the bill.
Questions and comments? Honourable Deputy.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her presentation and the hope she expressed about fixed date elections and mandates, her trust in all politicians, but I'm wondering whether it wouldn't be a good idea to ask my colleague whether the government, in its intentions, could also define what a confidence vote is, so that they can't just use any excuse to declare a vote a confidence vote. Perhaps that would justify more predictable elections, and maybe that would mean that the public would have greater confidence in the system. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a suggestion by my colleague. Normally, this is not written down anywhere, but we know full well that here in the House of Commons, a budget is considered a confidence vote matter. Of course, the government can decide at any time, with any bill, that it'll be a confidence vote. This is what we've seen with softwood lumber. Yes, it might be possible to make sure that the government can't, for any excuse or any bill, decide that this is a confidence motion or confidence vote. It has to be examined by committee. They would have to ensure that it is as democratic as possible. So that is a possibility. It would also allow Parliament to do its job better and not always be constantly preparing for elections in the middle of winter or the middle of summer. Those are all things we have to examine when this bill goes before committee. And I hope there will be representations by various groups who come to express their views and bring forth amendments. And then we'll see what the government decides to do with them. and we will debate it again afterwards in the House of Commons. But for the time being, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a good initiative. It would also allow my two colleagues to take a breather, because they've had two back-to-back elections. They're two new MPs who experienced two elections within a very short time. It's very hard when you're a newly elected member to experience such a thing, and I think we should have fixed date elections, and I think 4 years is perfectly reasonable.
Member for Yukon.
Yes, just a quick question. I agree totally with the member that 4 elections in 7 years, 3 elections in 7 years, very hard for a new member like myself. I just wonder, what she thinks if the last year might become a lame duck year, as it quite as often happens in American politics with their fixed dates, and then the last year is seen as a lame duck, and that the government really doesn't have any authority to act, and not a lot gets done except politicking.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, Mr. Speaker, in any event, when you get at the end of 3 years, whether or not you have fixed date elections, the lame duck is there anyway. It doesn't change much because everyone knows that there will be elections soon within the next 6 months or 12 months or 2 years, because we can theoretically go up to 5 years. So really that won't change much. Where it does change something, and with these 4 fixed years, is that it would allow us to get better organized in our ridings. It would also liberate us from all these other chores. We could do our jobs as parliamentarians to the very end. So what we feel is important in terms of passing bills, well, we could decide as a coalition, well, this bill, that bill would be passed, and we'd concentrate on elections only at the proper time. Right now, that's not the case. We're always organizing. We're always looking for election campaign space, etc. So we're in a situation where we're doing 2 jobs at once, and we can't concentrate on our work as parliamentarians. I think we could do far more parliamentary work here if we had fixed date elections every 4 years. The process is very slow to pass legislation. We could do our real work here, and when election time comes up, we could concentrate on our election campaigns, but for a limited time. And then we'd stop exhausting everyone and ourselves. We ourselves would be less exhausted. We would do our jobs properly, and that would enable us to pass better bills here in Ottawa.
The Honourable Government Whip, the member for Prince George Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and join in this debate today. And I guess maybe I'd start out by addressing the question that my honourable colleague from the Liberal Party, the member for the Yukon, just posed in his concern that with fixed election dates, perhaps the last year might result in a lame duck government. But I would suggest to the member that we just went through an entire parliament with a lame duck government. And thank goodness that the people of Canada decided to act on that and get rid of that lame duck government in January. So fixed election dates doesn't affect the ability of Liberals to have lame duck governments. Mr. Speaker, at the outset I'd like to indicate that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from St. Catharines. Pleasure to do so. Since this 39th Parliament commenced roughly 6 months ago, Mr. Speaker, I've taken great pleasure in seeing so many pieces of outstanding legislation tabled in the House by Canada's new Conservative government. While I value the opportunity to participate in debate on any one of these bills, there's a handful upon which I place special value. Most often, these are the bills that propose to enact changes I've advocated throughout my 13 years as a Member of Parliament. I can't sufficiently articulate the satisfaction I experience in finally being able to stand in this House to speak to a piece of government legislation that encapsulates a concept or a belief that I've fought for in Ottawa on behalf of the constituents of Prince George Peace River for so many years. Bill C-16 is one of those bills, and I'm very proud to speak in support of it here today. Fixed election dates in Canada is a democratic reform I have unwaveringly and vocally supported since I entered political life some 18 years ago. Mr. Speaker, to me and my constituents, the benefits of fixed election dates are patently obvious. The concept is simple, and it serves to enhance our nation's democracy at a time when confidence in our democratic and parliamentary institutions have been eroded by a decade of scandal. This legislation serves to modernize our democracy, bring it in line with the realities and demands of Canadian governance in this 21st century. Bill C-16 ensures that no government, not ours or any future government, can manipulate election dates to their partisan advantage. This legislation in no way serves the interests of the Conservative Party of Canada or any other political party. Our government introduced this reform to serve the best interests of Canadians and to ensure a healthy, vibrant, and responsive democracy. Never again will this nation face the manipulation of the timing of elections that we saw throughout the 13 years the former Liberal government was in power. In 1997, Jean Chrétien sent Canadians back to the polls early despite the flood crisis in Manitoba, which of course, Mr. Speaker, you're very well aware of. And in 2000, for the second time, he called another early election to take advantage of favourable polls. 3.5 years after that, in 2004, his successor, the member for Les Salimard, called another early election when Parliament began to unearth Liberal scandal in its inquiry into the sponsorship issue. This is a perfect example of why Canada needs fixed election dates. This kind of manipulation unnecessarily derails important government and parliamentary business and gives rise to cynicism among voters. As I said, the concept of fixed election dates is not new. In fact, we are not the first legislative body in Canada to pass the necessary legislation. As my colleagues have pointed out, my home province of British Columbia was the first to enact fixed election dates. The BC Legislative Assembly passed this electoral reform legislation in 2001. We enjoyed our first fixed election on May 17, 2005, and we already know that our next provincial election will be held May 12, 2009, and the second Tuesday of May 4 years after that, unless a minority was to fall to a vote of non-confidence. Newfoundland and Labrador enacted fixed election dates in December 2004. They know that their next general election will be held on October 9, 2007, and in accordance with their legislation, afterward on the second Tuesday in October in the fourth calendar year following polling day of the most recently held general election. And finally, last December, the Ontario legislature passed a law which deems that Ontario residents will go to the polls on October 4, 2007, and the first Thursday in October every 4 years thereafter. So now, under Bill C-16, Canadians could face the same certainty, fairness, predictability, and transparency that the residents of BC, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Ontario now enjoy through fixed election dates. Upon passage of this legislation, the next federal election would be held on October 19, 2009, unless the current government loses the confidence of the House before that date. Should that happen, the next election following that, and others following majority election wins, would be held on the third Monday in October in the fourth calendar year following the election, arising from the fall of a minority government. The third Monday in October is a good choice, I would submit, for Canada. Optimum weather conditions, offering the best chance that Canadians can get to the polls, are between May and October. Obviously, the summer months of July and August are inappropriate for an election during vacation time. The date also minimizes conflict with provincial or municipal elections. This legislation is supported by the Canadian Snowbirds Association because it improves the odds that those Canadians who travel abroad during the winter can make it to the polls on election day. They would have that certainty, Mr. Speaker, of knowing when the election would be. The legislation also enhances the opportunity for students to cast their ballot. This is especially important at a time when voter turnout, in particular among our younger generation, has plummeted. While the proposed date does not appear at this time to conflict with religious or cultural occasions, Bill C-16 carefully ensures that the Chief Electoral Officer can recommend an alternate voting day on the third Tuesday of October or the following Monday in the event that such a conflict did arise. And the final benefit of this date, I would like to point out, is that the third week in October also happens to fall within Citizenship Week in Canada. And I don't think there's a better way to highlight the privileges, rights, and responsibilities of being a citizen in a democracy, in a democratic nation like ours, than to have an election during that week. Mr. Speaker, like much of the legislation tabled by this government, Bill C-16 is about moving forward with practical and substantive reforms that provide tangible results and benefit our nation for decades to come. It's about getting the job done. Our nation and this Parliament has many complex and controversial issues to address, and our government is taking immediate legislative action on those matters where we can, or working quickly in concert with Canadians to develop appropriate legislation. What's refreshing is that we're managing the business of our nation so that when there are issues on which we can take simple, straightforward steps, such as this one, to enact fixed election dates, we move ahead and do it. That is leadership, and I would submit something this nation has been without for far too many years. Now, Mr. Speaker, at the end of my formal remarks, I would like to state that I'm very pleased that the Bloc Québécois is suggesting that they're going to support the legislation. It's a positive sign, and I would urge the other opposition parties, the Liberals and the Democratic Party, to likewise support this legislation. Let's move it forward, get it into committee. If it needs to be amended or altered, let's discuss that there in a spirit of cooperation and a willingness on the part of all four political parties to move this important bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Notre Dame de Grasse, Lachine.
Notre Dame de Grasse, Lachine. Thank you. I have one very simple question. Bill C-16 purports to be a bill about fixed elections and purports to provide security that in the future there will be elections every fourth year in the month of October, starting October 2009, and that the only time there would be a pre-election is if the government lost confidence. So on the one hand, in saying that, the opposition, not the opposition, the party sitting opposite me, the government, the Conservative Party, which forms the government, is admitting, in fact, that it's not quite fixed election dates because the Prime Minister can go to the Governor-General at any point and recommend to the Governor-General to dissolve Parliament, and the Governor-General has full authority to dissolve government at her discretion. So my question then is, given that, and it's a fact, would the honourable member be in favour of amendments to C-16 that would clearly describe what kind of vote of confidence, limit the occasions that a Prime Minister would be able to go to the Governor-General and recommend premature dissolution of Parliament? Would the member opposite be in favour of such an amendment that would state, for instance, only votes of confidence on budget would provide justification to the Prime Minister to go before the Governor-General and ask for a premature dissolution of Parliament under C-16? Would the member opposite be in favour of that?
Honourable member for Prince George Peace River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from across the way for her comments and her question. First of all, I need to point out, Mr. Speaker, that just to correct her preamble when she said that this bill purports to be a bill about fixed elections. I wouldn't want Canadians to think that we were fixing elections, and I think that was a direct quote of what she said. Of course, what we're talking about is fixed election dates, Mr. Speaker, not fixed elections, as the Liberal member opposite stated. Perhaps that's something that she would like to work on, is fixing elections, but it's certainly nothing that the Conservative Party of Canada would support. Mr. Speaker, to the serious part of her question about defining, as it were, what constitutes confidence. Earlier today, in kicking off this debate on Bill C-16, my colleague, my seatmate, the Honourable House Leader, I thought talked quite extensively about the problems inherent in trying to put a fence around the definition of confidence. I mean, there's traditional confidence measures in this House of Commons. The honourable member quite correctly stated one is the budget that has, over a period of years, has been deemed to be a confidence measure in a government, whether it's majority or minority government. Also, any bills dealing with taxation or money bills, whether it's Ways and Means motions, main estimates, those types of bills are generally accepted as being confidence, or if the government was defeated on them, a vote of non-confidence in the government, and the government would fall. Now, over and above that, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the honourable member and the colleague that it would be very problematic for us to try and clearly define what constitutes confidence and what doesn't. And my colleague, the House Leader, used the example earlier today, is what if there was a motion before the Parliament of such importance, and he used the example that Canada was going to go to war. Okay? It's my belief we are in a war right now. But that there was a motion before the House. Wouldn't the government want that motion to be a motion of confidence, something that's that important, that we are sending young Canadians into harm's way? I think that that would be a motion of confidence, because if the government was purporting to participate as a nation in a war somewhere, I think that it would only be right that if the government lost that vote, that government would fall. So I think that there are things over and above money bills, which the member mentioned, that have to be confidence measures. We're going to deal with one tomorrow, the Ways and Means motion on the softwood lumber agreement. And I agree it should be a confidence measure because it's of such importance to our nation.
Debate the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak here after a return to Parliament after sorry guys and girls, and have the opportunity to speak to this important piece of legislation. And I want to thank the member from Prince George, Peace River, for giving me an opportunity to do that and sharing his time with me. On May 30th, 2006, the honourable member from Niagara Falls introduced in the House of Commons a bill providing for fixed election dates every 4 years. And Bill 16 is that act, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. I know how hard the member from Niagara Falls works in the riding next to mine, and how much his constituents appreciate and realize the hard work that he does in his riding and back in the Niagara region. The establishment of fixed elections is another key campaign commitment we made, and it's an important step in improving and modernizing Canada's democratic institution and our practices. This bill is another step toward restoring Canadians' faith in the political process. First, we are making the timing of elections fairer and more transparent. Second, we are fixing election dates in October, which will maximize voter turnout. And third, the Canadian taxpayer will save money in two respects. Currently, Elections Canada must maintain a high state of readiness at all times because there is always the potential for either a motion of confidence or a government to fall. And Elections Canada never knows when that will be. And basically, Mr. Speaker, that costs taxpayers money. The second cost, which will be saved, is it will prevent governments from calling unnecessary elections and wasting taxpayer dollars for their own political end. It's tough to accept for a party opposite who called 2 elections early when they were in power, but that is the fact, Mr. Speaker. And I would simply like to outline, Mr. Speaker, that where we have come from as a country and the direction that we are now headed. From a historical perspective, our Constitution does not contain many provisions regarding elections. It's limited to Section 50 of the Constitution Act, which in 1867 stated, "Every House of Commons shall continue for 5 years from the day of the return of the writs for choosing the House, and no longer." Section 4 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which was preceded by the Bill of Rights introduced by Prime Minister Diefenbaker, provides as follows. No House of Commons and no Legislative Assembly shall continue for longer than 5 years. It also states that the House of Commons may be continued by Parliament and a Legislative Assembly may continue by the Legislature beyond 5 years if such continuation is not opposed by the votes of more than 1/3 of the members of the House of Commons. as the case may be. While the 5-year constitutional limit of the life of Parliament has only been exceeded once since Confederation, and that was in 1916, Mr. Speaker. And this bill provides for what we've all been talking about, and that is fairness. It removes the advantage that the government possesses in being able to decide and determine the date for an election. Currently, the Prime Minister is able to select a date for a general election. This potentially allows for a governing party to manipulate the timing of a general election for its own advantage. This bill will create a level playing field for all participants in the electoral process by removing two things: uncertainty and the perceived bias to the governing party. The fairness part of this bill also allows people who are considering running or working on a campaign to get prepared. As I indicated, Mr. Speaker, elections are expensive, and according to Elections Canada, the 2004 general election cost taxpayers $277 million, and it was an election that was called early. Mr. Speaker, there are so many examples of where fixed election dates are already in place. Municipalities across this country, provincial governments and provinces including British Columbia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Ontario have legislated fixed election dates, and other governments have indicated provincially that they are considering recommendations for similar legislation. Even Premier McGuinty in Ontario, who not only endorses the softwood lumber deal, Mr. Speaker, endorses fixed elections. And he stated, "We're embracing the change that is central to our democracy by introducing legislations to fix dates of elections in Ontario." That should be no different than here in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning I spoke to a constituent of mine, Mel Chivers, who told me it's time to straighten out these federal elections and help move the democratic process in this country forward. I agree with Mr. Chivers. It's time that this bill be moved and that we take that step forward to real democratic reform. You know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians went to the polls in 2004 before learning all the details of the sponsorship scandal because it was better for the former government to do that. It wasn't better for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
That's true.
Canadians wanted to wait, but that didn't matter. But it should have. Bill C-16 will ensure that election timing serves the needs of Canadians and not politicians. It just makes sense. For all those reasons, I believe that fixed election dates are a change whose time has come. Fixed election dates show that this government is focused on a higher degree of accountability, and governments are best held to account when the people can vote them in, or in some cases, vote them out. You know, Mr. Speaker, I looked back and did a little bit of research and history and referred back to a special joint committee on the Constitution of Canada, which was put forward from 1970 to 1972. Interestingly enough, they traveled all over the country, and they found at that time, over 35 years ago, that indeed was also a topic, and suggested 9 times over that potential for fixed elections, for fixed election dates should be in fact sought. You know, I smiled a little bit, Mr. Speaker, because when I think about 1970 to 1972, those discussions and those debates would have happened in smoke-filled rooms. And not the smoke-filled rooms, the back rooms, Mr. Speaker. In this time, during that time, every building, whether it be public or private, everyone could smoke if they wanted to in that room. Well, municipal governments since that time, provincial governments since that time, indeed the federal government since that time, determined that the health of Canadians with respect to the issue of smoking was important enough to change. 35 years later, Mr. Speaker, democracy is also important to the health of Canadians. And that democracy needs to be changed. It needs to move forward. It can always get better. Sometimes it steps back in Canadians' opinions and gets a little worse. But then we need to take 2 steps forward, Mr. Speaker. And I say to you that Bill C-16 takes 2 steps forward and says to the people of this country that indeed it is about accountability, indeed it is about election reform, and indeed it is about taking action in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Well done. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, no one's going to argue against motherhood and apple pie, so set elections every 4 years would be marvelous. Excellent. And there are examples of other countries that do it. But currently, is it realistic to think that we can have elections every 4 years when in Canada and everywhere, I would say, all around the world, elections are closer and closer, and the governments that result from these elections are more and more minority governments. So I'd like to hear an explanation from my colleague opposite who just spoke, if indeed he thinks that we will be able, under a minority government situation, to have elections every 4 years. If it only lasts 3.5 years, 2.5 years, 1.5 years, how are we going to go every 4 years? Or if we want it always to be in October, then it's 3.5 years or 4 years down the road. But I'd like some clarification because I really don't see how it's going to happen at those intervals.
Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. I think it's an important point. We have had, in the history of our country, a number of minority governments, and I believe the average length of those minority governments has been 18 months. But throughout the history of our country in Parliament, we have never had fixed election dates. So I think to suggest that a minority government could not last 4 years is, I think, is a bit premature. I think it is possible. I think with the understanding that again we would need to work together as all parties in the House should do in a minority government. It would take that effort. But Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point out opposite that even with a majority government and no fixed election dates, we have not always lived true to that 4-year time frame. In fact, the last 2 majority governments have not lasted throughout the 4-year period of time. So I think you can suggest, on the one hand, that we as a minority government need to work together, obviously, to reach that point. And if it weren't an issue of confidence, as my colleague mentioned a little earlier, that there are reasons and rationale built upon as to why a motion of confidence may come forward. But I certainly would not like to rule out the fact that a minority government could, in fact, work within the process of a 4-year mandate.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the honourable member, and of course some of the other honourable members in this House who have spoken about the issues and the importance of fixed election. I think that's a very important principle that I certainly support in terms of the cost-saving effects, the importance of having a day in October that can actually, in fact, allow for more people to, in fact, to vote because students are in school. My big concern is that I have, Mr. Speaker, is that even though I support this legislation and I support the concept of fixed election dates, the Prime Minister has constantly in this House and before the public stated that his willingness to have an election at any moment, if on any given issue. So there seems to be almost going against the spirit of this legislation by the Prime Minister to constantly, I don't want to use the word bully, but certainly to constantly threaten the House with an election. And that goes against all the arguments we've been saying in this House about cost savings and about the whole issue of making sure that we have an election that is on the right schedule of the year so that people can all participate and not just students who in fact are off in school. So I'd like to have the comment from my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker, and how he feels that the Prime Minister has been acting towards this legislation.
Excellent. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member through you, Mr. Speaker, for the question, and I also would like to extend my compliments to him for his support of the legislation. It's through his words, he's done a very good job in the time that he's had to explain that, in fact, it is necessary, in fact, that it is something that he does support. And I think that suggests in a minority government that certainly good legislation will be supported and should be supported by any member of the House. In terms of responding to his question with respect to the Prime Minister's position, over and over and over and over again, the Prime Minister has stated very clearly he has no intentions of having this government brought down for any reason whatsoever. What he has indicated, if the opposition is prepared in a motion of confidence to not support the government, that he in fact is prepared to have an election and certainly go to the voters of this country again. But let's make it clear, his mission and our mission as a government has been stated. It's very clear and it's very direct, and we are here to govern, not to bring governments down. We are here to build governments up.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. The bill would institute fixed election dates for Canadians. This is an item that has interested me for a long time, and I'm looking forward to sharing my thoughts on the bill with the House. However, before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will allow me to mention a couple of other activities that I have been involved in that are worth sharing with the House. First of all, I want to acknowledge my constituents in the riding of Oak Ridges Markham. I attended a number of events during the summer in every corner of the riding, and it is always a pleasure to meet and talk with my constituents. On October 11th, Oak Ridges Markham, we're holding a Public Works and Government Services Canada will be doing a seminar presentation on how to do business with the Government of Canada. This seminar presentation...
I beg to ask the honourable member to take relevance into account. We are talking about Bill C-16, which is about fixed election dates, not about seminars on how to work with the Government of Canada in the honourable member's constituency. So he asked me for permission. At the outset, I didn't know what he was talking about, but in my opinion, he's clearly not speaking to the bill, and I would ask you to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will move on then. Moving on. Mr. Speaker, to the business at hand. And that is the second reading of Bill C-16. I support the idea of fixed election dates. I'm not happy with the way the government has gone about bringing in this legislation, and certain parts of it concern me. I'm confident with further study and amendments at committee that fixed election dates can be achieved in a fashion that is sound and well thought out. After all, no reform should ever be taken lightly, especially when our system of government has worked so hard and well, all these things considered, since before 1867. The Westminster system of government that we inherited from the United Kingdom dates back hundreds of years. It is a remarkable system of government in that it has adapted itself to changing times. This system has also adapted itself to a number of countries such as Singapore, Malta, India, and Jamaica. We have a strong system of government that is innovative and flexible. Fixed election dates are yet another reform that is coming along, and that, if implemented correctly, can only serve to make our system stronger. I will speak of why I support the idea of fixed election dates, and then I will raise my concerns with the government's course of action on this file. Canadian history was made on May 17, 2005, when British Columbia had the first election date set in law. In December 2005, the McGuinty government in Ontario passed a bill that set fixed election dates for Ontario. This means that the next election in Ontario will be on October the 4th, my birth date, 2007, and subsequent elections will be held on the first Thursday of October every 4 years. Other provinces such as Quebec, Manitoba, and New Brunswick have considered fixed dates as well. This is not a novel move at all. We tend to take fixed election dates at the municipal level for granted. Why should things be any different at the provincial or federal level? There has been a movement towards reform in assemblies that use the Westminster system of government. When the British Parliament created new assemblies in Scotland and Wales in 1998, the Acts proclaimed that elections were to take place on first Thursday in May every 4 years. In 2005, New Zealand Prime Minister Helen Clark voiced support for fixed election dates in that country. It is time that we consider such a move here in Canada and balance the fairness and administrative efficiency of fixed election outweighs the added cost due to potentially longer campaigns. With the financing laws and third-party advertisement laws we have in Canada, the nightmare scenario of a 4-year election campaign should be avoided. Fixed election dates can actually be more efficient in that, since everyone knows when the election is coming, there may be more cooperation to get bills passed in Parliament. Bills that enjoy the support of most parties in the House may be prioritized, and there may be agreement to extend sitting hours to get bills of common interest passed. I think here, Mr. Speaker, of animal cruelty legislation that has been constantly removed from the order papers for the past few parliaments. There have been examples in Canada, in Canadian history, when everyone thought there was going to be an election, but one turned out not to be called at all. Party workers prepared signs, pamphlets, databases, and then all of a sudden, no election. This can be waste of resources in that all the campaign material will have to be updated at a later date. There has to be a leaner, more efficient way. Moreover, the duration of the formal campaign can be shortened under the fixed election date system, since the work of the electoral office can begin before the election is called. This could save money and result in better planning all around. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, unnecessary by-elections can be avoided. There have been examples in Canadian politics where by-election campaigns have been underway when a writ was dropped for a national election. Also, there have been examples of by-elections held just before the writ was dropped for a national vote. In both cases, there was an inefficient use of resources, both financial and human. This sort of waste and inefficiency can be avoided when the date of the national election is known and determination can be made whether a by-election is necessary or can wait until the national election. There are examples in Canadian history of premiers and prime ministers trying to avoid the electorate by waiting 5 years before having an election called. The playing field must be leveled so all may participate fairly. Other reason to consider fixed election date is for convenience. I don't think anyone in the House wants to go through another winter campaign anytime soon. With a fixed date, everyone is on the same page, and with an election date fixed at a convenient time of the year, headaches can be avoided. While there were no serious glitches in the 2006 election, other than the outcome, this doesn't mean that the winter date did not cause headaches and inconveniences for senior citizens, those with disabilities, and the snowbirds. A number of my constituents, both men and women, have raised concerns about the lack of representation of women in the House of Commons. In January's election, only 64 women were elected, which is actually one fewer than in the 2004 election. A number of ways exist to address this, but one way is to ensure adequate childcare spaces so that women are more able to pursue a career in a field such as politics. We all know this government's record on childcare. Its child care initiative has proven to be a poorly thought out plan, but I will discuss that a bit more in a few minutes. Another way to improve the representation of women in this House might be through fixed election dates. If women are able to know ahead of time the date of the election, they can better prepare, plan, and make all necessary arrangements. It is certainly something worth considering. The same approach might also encourage more ethnic minorities and new Canadians to run for Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I have spent the last few minutes discussing why I support fixed election dates. As a result, I support sending this bill to committee where members will be able to analyze it and debate and discuss it. This bill can improve in a number of areas so that it can truly accomplish fixed election dates. First of all, I can't help but think this bill was introduced in a hasty and rushed fashion. We have Bill C-16 before us, but the Prime Minister also has proposals for Senate reform. The Prime Minister should know that the functioning of Canada's Parliament hasn't changed much since 1867. Reform in this country can be slow, and rather than take a sloppy, misguided, and unfocused approach to parliamentary reform, he should better focus his proposals. I support reform. Fixed election date is an example, but only if it is carried out in a responsible manner. This ensures that the reforms can be well implemented and bring forth results. Bill C-16 was introduced on May 30th, less than 2 months after the opening of Parliament. I wish the government would have truly considered fixed election dates, and we might have a better bill than we have here today. By this bill, the Prime Minister still retains the ability to advise the Governor-General to dissolve Parliament at any time he believes he has lost the confidence of the House. This is understandable if the vote he has lost is a true confidence one. But what if the bill is only that the government deemed to be a vote of confidence? This sort of confidence out of convenience could defeat the spirit of fixed elections. I am apprehensive that the overzealous Prime Minister could purposefully lose a vote, deem it one of confidence, even if it is not, and then have an election called. This is one example of how the bill was introduced in a sloppy fashion.
Good point. Good point.
I am confident that with the hard work of the official opposition, the bill can be made into a good one that will serve the purpose and bring Canadian fixed election dates. But the way the government has proceeded with this bill is indicative of how it has handled most of its files since having taken office. The government has boasted that it has worked hard on a handful of priorities, but in reality, it has only left a trail of disillusionment and deception. The GST cut is a prime example. It came into effect, as promised, on July 1st, but the Canadians also noticed an increase in their income tax as of that date. The government gave with one hand and took even more with the other, especially for low and middle income Canadians. Cuts to sales taxes are not the best kind of tax cuts to introduce is they do nothing to encourage people to enter workforce or to invest more money from their paychecks. The GST cut only benefited wealthy Canadians who spend more money on consumer goods. And of course, childcare, as I mentioned before, is a file that the government has not handled well at all.
That's right.
That's right. Here, here.
It has, with great glee, that the Prime Minister cancelled signed childcare agreements.
Here, here.
The Conservatives have eliminated the National Child Care Program and distributed it with a monetary gift. In so doing, it fails to build more social policies that will benefit Canadians for generations to come. Moreover, the payment to parents is taxable, so families aren't even receiving the full amount they were promised. Again, bad policy carried out in a hasty and sloppy fashion. And what about the health care guarantee? Where is that? How does the Prime Minister plan to accomplish his wait times guarantee? How is he going to improve health care for Canadians? Unfortunately, the government has once again introduced government policy on the fly, out of pure politics. Bill C-16 is yet again another hastily drawn up piece of legislation. I support fixed election dates, but it needs to be worked at committee to truly bring democratic change to this institution and to help us realize fixed election dates. Some of the members across have mentioned that I had a different speech. Yes, I wanted to speak about my riding a little bit more and talk to them about the Oak Ridges Markham, what we're doing over there, what I'm hearing from people on fixed election dates.
That's right. Here, here.
This was not something that was drawn up by the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. This legislation has been in front of us a number of times in this House, in private members' bills. And I was also thinking of putting one through at the beginning of the year. But I had other priorities in my riding, such as the rural mail delivery that was seized by the current government.
Tell us about it. Tell us about it. Tell us more about it. We want to hear. We want to hear about it.
In speaking with my constituents about the fixed term elections, I was torn between the two bills. And my constituents convinced me that the rural mail delivery was more important. And since the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, had put this forth as a private member's bill in the previous Parliament, I knew that it would come up one way or another.
We want to hear your
and I wanted to make sure that I comment on that in my speech. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for you. Oh no. The honourable member for the honourable member from Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member from Avalon.
Member for Avalon. I listened intently to the honourable member across the way as he gave his speech and made his comments, and certainly that I'm not surprised that he's supporting the bill that we put forward here in the House, because it's a good bill. It's part of our strategy as a new government to fix some of the wrongs of the past, and certainly look forward to more progressive legislation coming forward here in the House, Mr. Speaker. But I certainly want to ask the member a question, if I could, in relation to the fixed election dates. And in his constituency, he talked about the different issues and the concerns that he has. And I'd ask him, as he goes and talks to his constituents, does he feel from them that they would like to see fixed election dates here in the House, that piece of legislation passed here. And you know, what's the feedback he's getting from his constituents? Because I know when I talk to my constituents, Mr. Speaker, is that it's certainly something that the people there want. You know, to have 5 elections in 7 years. I mean, in a lot of cases, people look at it as a waste of taxpayers' dollars. People look at it as playing games, Mr. Speaker. And so the people in my riding certainly want to see fixed election dates, because then they can, as the member touched on, they can plan towards that. I'd just like to ask the member the feedback he's getting from his own riding. Is that the type of feedback he's getting, and is that why he's here today supporting the bill and hoping to see the bill pass here in the House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for asking the question. Yes, I have spoken with my constituents, and most of my constituents have expressed themselves as wanting fixed term election dates. The problem arises that there are many issues that could stop that. For example, I've been here 2 years and we've had 2 elections. So most of the people don't want to go and spend $1 billion within 3 years of Canadian hard-earned dollars for elections that produce minorities such as this, ineffective. They're looking for long-term election dates. But even with those, when we're talking about fixed dates, my comments were that we want to send this bill to committee to make sure that we have an opportunity, and you have an opportunity as government to have the good work of the opposition improve the bill that you have put forth.
That's right.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Oak Ridges Markham for a tremendously passionate speech, and I actually wanted to hear more about what was upcoming in Oak Ridges Markham. I might catch him in the lobby and find out about that event in October. On this issue, I think I agree with him. I am, in fact, a fan of fixed election dates for a lot of reasons. We all recall when we first get elected, when we first decide to run for office, it's hard, particularly for people in business who don't know when the next election is going to be, to plan your life and your family's life around an election. Being nominated, being a nominated candidate isn't always easy. It's easier as a Liberal than it is as a Conservative, I suspect. But it's not always easy. Identifying your colours in advance. And it's hard planning. So I think that this closes the gap a little bit between the incumbents and the challengers. I like it for that reason. I do think, in general, it's democratic, but I do have the concern that's been expressed before that the bill has to be amended so that we know what confidence means, and that if you're going to have elections every 4 years because you believe that they should be, then what determines confidence? What matters determine confidence? Is it a money bill? Is it a budget bill? Who determines what confidence is? So I'd like to ask my colleague his thoughts about that. If this bill was amended in that way, would that make it a better bill if we knew exactly what would trigger an election from the government's point of view? A clear vote of confidence on a budget, we understand. What other things should be considered matters of confidence?
The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, October the 4th is a good day to have an election date. That's my birthday, and I don't mind taking the day off and going to cast my ballot. So that being put aside, in terms of the questions that my honourable colleague has asked, I believe that if there's a vote of confidence, it should not be hastily taken in the House at any time at the whims of the Prime Minister, whether it being the current Prime Minister or any Prime Minister in the upcoming years, hopefully soon. Budget bills, I would suggest that I consider as vote of confidence bills, as well as money bills. But there's a lot more than that. When the Prime Minister goes over to the Governor General and asks her to dissolve the Parliament, it leaves a lot more than just us voting here and having government overturn or not giving them the vote of confidence. I believe that needs to be particularly paid attention to, and in defining it in committee, and I say this in all sincereness, that we need to add the wisdom of the opposition to make this bill a great bill.
Well said.
Other questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Just three quick comments related to the month of October. One is that in my writing we have fixed municipal elections in October, and I know the objective of the bill is not to overlap, so I want to have that on the record. Would not like an overlap. Also, if you take a first week in October and go back to the beginning of the election, that would take away Labor Day, and summer's short enough in my writing, and I don't want to lose another holiday. I don't think people would want to lose a Labor Day holiday. And finally, maybe because summer is so important in our writings, having it in October at least doesn't take away the rest of the summer. Maybe the member could say some important things that happened in his writing this summer.
Very good comments from our colleague. I think in my writing we were really working away on the rural mail delivery all this summer. We're trying to work with Canada Post. We're working on the Canadian business owners in my writing are interested in finding out how to do business with the Canadian government, as we all know. Public Works and Government Services, I've asked them to do a seminar in my writing. We're trying to do some work with businesses that are interested in doing business with emerging economies. But in terms of October, yes, in some parts of the country, October is a...
Order. The time for orders of the day has expired, so... But I congratulate the honourable member on working as a team with his members to try and do indirectly what I asked him not to do directly. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Monsieur le Président, nous revenons ce...
Mr. Speaker, this evening we get back to a question that has gone unanswered by the Minister of the Environment. Last June, a question of prime importance on the relations of this government and the provinces that believe in the Kyoto Protocol and that are ready to deploy all efforts to achieve the Kyoto Protocol objectives. Let me remind you quickly of the facts. Following an access to information request, we found out that no one at the Prime Minister's office or the Privy Council office or the office of the Minister of the Environment had communicated in writing with the Government of Quebec regarding the implementation of the Kyoto Protocol. And yet, on May 2nd, the Minister of the Environment said in this House, and I quote, "The provinces will be very much a part of our Made in Canada solution. Canadians come first, and Quebec is a part of that plan." With that statement, the Minister, on June 15th, misled this House because she had never officially communicated in writing with the Government of Quebec on this issue. We have evidence of that. The same day I put the question to the Minister, the Government of Quebec was tabling its own plan to achieve Kyoto Protocol objectives. Let's point out that this plan was very well greeted by environmental groups. While Quebec was assuming its responsibilities in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, this government remained passive and allowed the public to believe that the provinces were going to be part and parcel of its plan. But what's even more alarming is that the minister doesn't seem to take this whole issue seriously. Indeed, instead of explaining to the public the reasons for her lack of action, she instead stated that all this was just blah, 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 and I quote her, as if Canadians were not entitled to know, as if relations with the government of Quebec on the issue of Kyoto were not important. Is this because Quebecers believe in the Kyoto Protocol and its objectives that the minister decided to ignore them? Well, Mr. Speaker, that kind of answer on the part of a minister shows a lack of respect to the House of Commons and especially toward Quebecers. This attitude is not worthy of a minister of the Crown in answer to a serious question. Such a question requires a serious answer. Since we have a little more time now than we did in question period that day, I hope that the government's answer will have more substance than that provided by the minister back in June. So I repeat my question. Why did the minister mislead the House by stating that Quebec was part of her plan when we have written evidence that that was not the case at the time? Moreover, how could this government say that the provinces would be very much part of their so-called Made in Canada solution when it hadn't even consulted the provinces in this process? Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't start working with the provinces only when there's a drop in the polls, as is the case for the Conservatives in Quebec right now. The environment is the future of our children. This requires a great deal more respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the honourable member is not aware of the extent of discussions this government is having with the provinces and territories on initiatives that address clean air, clean water, clean land, and climate change. In fact, in the last few days, the Minister of Environment has called all of the environmental provincial ministers, including Mr. Bichard from the province of Quebec. On the specific issue of the government of Quebec, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions between the federal government and Quebec on a variety of issues, including climate change. Minister Ambrose met her Quebec counterpart, Minister Bichard, several months ago, and climate change was the primary topic of discussion. Her office is in regular contact with Minister Bichard's office. The new Deputy Minister of Environment met his provincial counterpart on May 29th, less than 1 week after he was appointed, and discussions occur on a regular basis. We were pleased when the Government of Quebec tabled its climate change plan a few months ago. This gives us a clear idea where the province sees opportunities for emission reductions and provides us at the federal level with a clearly identified areas where we will be able to collaborate with them. There are already ways in which we are well aligned with Quebec in our priorities, and we look forward to working together for the betterment of Canada's environment and the health of all Canadians. Several announcements from the current budget will help Quebec in its efforts, and these include a tax credit for transit passes, the largest investment in clean public transportation infrastructure in Canada's history, and our commitment to implement an average 5% renewable fuel content by 2010. We are not only talking to Quebec. We are in discussions with all provinces, territories, and key stakeholders regarding opportunities for investment in transit infrastructure and the commitment to renewable content in fuels. These are all tangible measures, Mr. Speaker. Concrete measures which have real results will provide cleaner air for all Canadians, and it'll reduce greenhouse gas emissions too. And this is just the start. We will continue to build on these measures and create an environmental agenda focused on ensuring that future generations enjoy clean air, clean water, clean land, and clean energy here in Canada. A plan which will reduce air contaminants and greenhouse gases and which will improve the health of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, the question I raised in the House was on the 15th of June. It was not about what happened last week. It's not what happened recently. It's trying to reconcile a statement the minister made in this House on the 2nd of May, indicating that there were plans and documents in place which showed serious negotiation with the provinces. The period covered by the access to information request was from the 23rd of January to the 2nd of June. There is no trace of any written document with the government of Quebec in any fashion, electronic, messengers, whatever. There is no document showing that there was any written discussion or negotiation between the province of Quebec and the government of Canada, and I don't think that the answer we just got refers to that period. And that was the purpose of the question, and that's why I repeat that the minister misled the House in giving the answer she did on the 2nd of May.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate the honourable member wasn't listening to what I said. This government is going to act with a Clean Air Made in Canada plan, environmental plan. And we have a very clear objective, and that is to provide cleaner air for the health of Canadians and to reduce greenhouse gases. What we will put forward is a realistic, achievable, and affordable plan. Canadians waited for 13 years while the previous Liberal government did almost nothing to clean up the environment. It took only 4 months for Canada's new government to get every single province and territory to the table and agree with the importance of moving forward with a biofuel strategy. Mr. Speaker, this government is not afraid to set targets. And when we set targets, we meet them. And when we make promises, we keep them. This government is committed to action for a clean environment because that's what Canadians want. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister responsible for CMHC to clarify what the Parliamentary Secretary stated in question period on June 20th, 2006. In her response to my question, the Parliamentary Secretary stated, and I quote, "The Minister has confirmed that she has reached an agreement with the Province of British Columbia to transfer the administration of federal resources for existing social housing from CMHC to the Government of British Columbia." I would like the Minister to clarify what the agreement made with British Columbia is, in particular how the federal resources for social housing will be distributed by British Columbia. I would also like the Minister to clarify if she is in negotiations with other provinces to reach similar arrangements, and if so, what deals have been reached. I'm particularly concerned how the federal funding will be used for low-income housing if they have outsourced the programs to the provinces. The best way to ensure that all Canadians have access to safe, affordable housing is to set federal guidelines that ensure that access through federal programs. Finally, in my riding of London Fanshawe, my sister's place, a woman's shelter, funded through the federal Skippy program, was told their funding was cut and they were faced with closing their doors. I asked in June for the Minister to ensure all housing funding was in place, and despite her assurances, funding for homeless advocates was cut in several communities. Only after intense community, media, and NDP pressure in August did the funding miraculously reappear just a few weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, this is not acceptable. As I have previously stated, shelters are the last line of defense for preventing homelessness. With funding cuts consistently looming overhead, how is an organization supposed to help the most vulnerable people in our community? I would like the Minister to answer my question. Will the Minister invest in a federal homelessness strategy, a true national housing program, and protect the most vulnerable people in this country?
To the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from London Fanshawe for bringing this issue to the attention of the House. As her party's housing critic, I'm confident that she is cognizant of the complexity surrounding the issue of the housing policy and the need for informed debate surrounding it. For this issue involves countless players working together to help meet the unique and varying housing needs of Canadians throughout our country. I would like to assure her and her party that the new Government of Canada recognizes affordable housing's importance in improving the lives of individuals and of families. Indeed, we are taking substantial action on a number of fronts. For instance, Budget 2006 provided pending confirmed of the government's financial results for 05-06 for an investment of $1.4 billion. For the establishment of 3 housing trusts with provinces and territories for affordable housing, northern housing, and Aboriginals living off reserve. I also believe we share a common desire, indeed a fundamental commitment, that all Canadians should have a reasonable opportunity to own or rent their own home. But where some would speak to the abstract world of strategies and structure in addressing this issue, we speak of action. We speak of commitment, one that is demonstrated in the nearly $2 billion the Government of Canada provides annually to support 600,000 plus existing social housing units across the country. Support that primarily assist low-income households. A commitment demonstrated through our decision to ensure the maintenance of shelters and related services for Canada's homeless people in urban and rural communities. By extending the National Homelessness Initiative, including the Supporting Communities Partnership Initiative, to March 2007 at a cost of almost $135 million. The Government of Canada is acting on other fronts as well. For instance, in collaboration with provincial, territorial, and local partners, we are delivering on the $1 billion Affordable Housing Initiative. Funding, which has created 27,000 units of new affordable housing in communities across the country. In addition to creating new units, our commitment to housing is demonstrated in our supported programs to maintain the existing affordable housing stock. Funding for the Residential Rehabilitation Assistance Program and several related housing renovation and adaptation programs that provide financial assistance. To repair homes occupied by low-income people and convert non-residential buildings into residential use have been extended for 2006 to 2007 at a cost of about $128 million. But the government's role in housing extends beyond helping low-income households. Indeed, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, our national housing agency, helps all Canadians by lowering costs and improving access to mortgage financing through its mortgage loan insurance and mortgage securitization programs. In fact, CMHC Mortgage Loan Insurance has assisted 1 in 3 Canadian families with the purchase of their home. Also, its mortgage loan insurance helps finance affordable housing with no premiums charged for affordable housing projects. Mr. Speaker, I again assure my colleague that Canada's new government is committed to housing and to taking the necessary action to keep our national housing system strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do know all about the $1.4 billion of the 1.6 NDP Bill C-48 money. I know about that. I'd like to remind the Minister, through her Parliamentary Secretary, that this is not a game of words and empty promises. It's about the lives and well-being of some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. Women suffering in violent situations, their children, people suffering from mental illness, and seniors who cannot make ends meet. I want to reiterate that her ministry and this government committed an outrage against Canadians when they, who are obliged to protect Canadians, withdrew funding. There's no excuse for what transpired, and there's no excuse at all for this failure to unequivocally state that after March 31st, 2007, there will be funding in the budget for housing and a definitive program to ensure a national housing strategy that guarantees housing, a fundamental human right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reiterate that Canada's new government is acting to support Canada's national housing system. As a member opposite recognizes as her member's housing critic, our national housing system requires the coordinated action of many players to support housing choices for people with different needs, including those who need affordable housing. Key participants, including everyone from municipalities and provinces to nonprofit community groups, builders and architects. No one can do it alone. Canada's new government is doing its part by helping Canadians most in need gain access to safe, affordable housing. And we are doing our part to help Canadians access home ownership. I can assure her that this government will continue to work with the various housing stakeholders to strengthen our housing system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.